I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address. And now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, so obviously my twin doesn't know. There she is. I was like, you're just like Adam. Just everyone just.
You said wait for the bomb.
I said wait for me to. When you see me show myself on the cam, then I said turn your cam on.
Well, I did, like literally within 2 seconds.
It's all good. Okay, so Adam's running late as always, so I was like, whatever. We're just gonna go ahead, and when Adam comes, and as for Lewis, just quickly, Lewis is in the hospital. He's just something's, I don't know, I think bugging his eye or something like that. Anyways, so prayers for Lewis that he's okay, and yeah, not a good way to spend Christmas sitting in like the, hospital there, that's for sure. Anyways, so yes, this is my twin sister, Tanya, and if you hear her say son or whatever, it's because like I've told some of you guys, so you guys should know that my real name is Sonia, and my mom's nickname for me was Sunny or Sunshine, but usually Sunny, and my brother called me that. So I've used Sunny for many, many years now, but my twin sister refuses to call me Sunny. and I get it. It's hard, yeah. But so yes, so go ahead, Tan. Say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, so typically we just do. Go ahead, Tan. Typically we're just going to say hi to a few people, and then we'll carry on with the show. Okay, and
okay.
Yeah, so Adam will be here in a minute. Like I said, you're such a turtle, Adam. Hey, Rainbow. Hey, Ozzy. Thank you. Hope you guys had it all a Merry Christmas. Yeah, we'll see what you guys all did shortly here. There's Callie's in the house. Hey, Callie. There's Magic. Is that a Magic Merry Christmas? And let's see here. Deb's in the house. Merry Christmas, Deb. Hope Deb loves Christmas time too. She loves her Christmas. True Crime Housewife. It's in the house, and let's see who else. Streamlabs is in the house. Streamlabs is a bot 10, so Streamlabs does automatic things that pop up throughout the chat. Alexa Tanya is she's been on our show multiple times as well. She's she's a former profiler and handwriting expert. Merry Christmas, Alexa. And Sharon.
I like the way she spells her name.
I know it's her middle name. But yeah, I know everyone always forgets the Z and they want to put Alexa, but it's Alexa. Yeah. And then Phil Bond. Hey, Phil. Delphi Prime Time. Hey, Delphi. And who else? Okay. And then the odd time a troll sneaks in here, Tan. Those are the ones that usually say haikus to me and I love you not. Ones like that. So wait, is that your twin? Yes, this is my twin. This is okay. So we're fraternal twins. My sister is 10 minutes older than I am. I'm the youngest out of everyone by 10 minutes.
And taller.
And she's taller. Yeah. So yeah, okay. So let's get on with the show here. So first of all, I want to say Merry Christmas to everyone, and I hope you guys are having a great holiday. My twin and I, we went to the movies today, and we went and seen the Whitney Houston movie, Something About You Can Dance, whatever it was called.
I want to dance with somebody.
I want to dance with somebody, yeah. So, there's Adam. I'm going to put you there. Okay. Adam's going to have his, hey, Adam.
Hey.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Wait,
Yeah.
who? I'm just kidding.
What'd you say?
Who's who?
Who's who? Oh yeah, I know, right? It's so hard to tell. Do we look like sisters at least?
You and I know.
Yeah, I know. Okay,
Okay.
you'd be our triplet. Yeah, that's the boy that mother never had. Well, no, she did have a boy. But yeah, so we have. I've said this the odd time here and there. We have there's pretty much like there's 8 of us. There's 4 half brothers that are Timmy, Randy, Billy, Ricky. Then there's Paula, Kenny in that order. Paula, Kenny, and then Tanya, and then me.
Paula's a half sister. Let's make
Well,
that one.
True. We found out later that Paula was actually a half sister when we were in our teenage
Which
years.
explains a lot.
Yeah.
Tanya, it's nice to meet you. I'm Adam. Or
Yeah.
Adam.
Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I've heard lots about you.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Yes.
I can only imagine.
When she says "I'm sure," that's with the sarcasm
That's
behind
what's
it.
rolling my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah. So her name is Tanya Deb. So great. So like I said, there's Paula. Okay, just a reminder. Paula is the one we call Satan. Okay, when I refer to Satan, that's when I'm referring to Paula. Kind of like that. Remember that
Don't be
meme
so
yesterday?
mean.
Yeah. Well, no,
Oh.
because she actually makes Satan look good. To be honest with you.
Well, Sunny knows I wanted to do this. I wanted to talk to you one-on-one without her here so that we
Right.
could really get into things.
No,
But Sunny, I don't think was comfortable with that.
yeah, right. Yesterday I said to my sister, I was like, be nice. And she's like, well, you want me to tell the truth, don't you?
No, super chats for dirt.
Right? Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm playing.
right?
Merry Christmas, everyone in the chat, by the way.
Yeah. You're coming on cam, right? In a minute.
Yeah. Just a minute. I just got home. I was just putting
Yeah.
my leftovers in the refrigerator.
Yeah. Well, you know what? While you're doing that, I'm going to get my sister, if you guys don't mind. I want to let her tell you what happened to her Christmas that she was
And why
supposed
I'm
to-
alone.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, and I kind of vaguely mentioned about your Christmas that didn't happen. But anyway, so Tan, just go on and just tell people exactly kind of what happened with your Christmas. Starting with
well-
your kidney stones.
Yeah. So this is the first Christmas I've ever spent alone without my kids. And it hasn't been easy. It's actually kind of emotional. But in saying that, I planned a vacation for my kids starting back in September. It was well thought out, well planned, well organized. Not predicting that I was going to end up with kidney stones on December the 18th and had to have emergency surgery the next day, and then told I would not be able to travel. So kind of scrambling at the last second to figure out who was going to take my place, because I would have been traveling the first leg of the trip with my 2 teenagers, 18 and 16, Shay and Jevin. And we would have flown to Calgary, where we would have picked up my other daughter, Haley, and then we would have gone on to Vegas. So because I couldn't travel, Haley's boyfriend, who also lives in Calgary, was taking my spot. So hours and hours were spent on the phone between WestJet and the hotel in Vegas to make it happen, because nothing can go smoothly or easily. And so that was fine. And then the day of departure came, the 21st, and my daughter and son left for the airport in hurricane-like conditions, to be honest. So it wasn't unexpected that the flights were delayed, not once, not twice, but 3 times. The issue with that was that there was now a risk that they were going to miss their connecting flight in Calgary. But the small Abbotsford airport was like ghost town. And so my daughter was frantically trying to find somebody at the airport to talk to find out whether it made sense to even get on the flight, because there was a risk that they were going to miss their connecting flight. But they were assured that everything was going to be fine. So they got on the plane, flew to Calgary, and found out that they missed their flight. Meanwhile, Haley and her boyfriend, Gurkirat, are waiting for them so that they can get through customs to finish the remainder of the flight. But my daughter Haley is told by the WestJet employee at the check-in counter that you're all going to miss your flight. So Haley found Shay and Jevin, basically told them the bad news that they're not going to be able to go on the flight. And then they ended up sitting at the airport on the phone with WestJet. And after speaking with a WestJet representative who handed them a piece of paper that said, apply for a refund. Sorry, we ruined your vacation, but we will compensate you. Save your receipts. If you're out of pocket any money, we will reimburse you. Meanwhile, my daughter's calling me upset. I'm frantically trying to figure out how to get them to Vegas. WestJet says they have absolutely no flights available until after Christmas, December 27th. And they also can't get my kids back home until December the 26th. So meanwhile, they're sitting in the airport on hold waiting for WestJet, and I'm doing the same at my house in BC. And then I get a notification saying that their connecting flight is actually delayed until 8:15. It was supposed to leave at 7:15. So I'm messaging my daughter saying, get your guys' stuff and go. You still have time to catch this flight. So they go to customs, which closed at 8 o'clock. Who knew customs even closed? I just assumed they were open 24 hours a day. They closed at 8 o'clock. So the plane's on the tarmac, but they can't actually go. And not only couldn't they go, but then the flight got delayed again until 9:10. So they had 2-hour window to make that flight. But because customs was closed, they couldn't go. So obviously they're all upset, trying to figure out what to do. Basically,
and tell them what they had planned. Yeah, Tanya, tell them what they had planned.
So the worst part of it was WestJet saying, don't worry, somebody will call you back within 72 hours to figure out the refunds for the trip, the hotel, like the package, the vacation package. And I said, that's fine, but what about the $4,000 that I spent on entertainment for the kids? Everything was lined up for the 22nd, 23rd, the 24th, the 25th. My kids were going to America's Got Talent at the Luxor. They were going to Cirque du Soleil, Michael Jackson tribute at Mandalay Bay. They were going to Shin Lim at the Mirage. They were going zip lining. They were going on the roller coasters. They were going to the Mentalist, Illuminate, drifting at the at the racetrack. They were doing so many things, and I had pre-booked venues for food, Rainforest Cafe. Everything was planned down to the T. And that cost me $3,000 US, 4,000 Canadian. And WestJet said, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. The credit card company said, well, you didn't take out $17 worth of event insurance, which would have covered you up to $1,000. So you're SOL there too. So then I'm on the phone, frantically calling all of the venues that I booked tickets through, begging for mercy, basically saying, I'm sorry, but my kids cannot make these events. This is our story. WestJet screwed up. Is there anything you can do? And a couple of the hotels were very gracious and understanding and sympathetic and gave me at least an 80% refund. And then some of the hotels said, no, sorry, there's nothing we can do. Ticketmaster was by far the worst. They wouldn't even return my phone calls, yet alone give me a contact person. Everything was via email and just a lot of nonsense back and forth, and just never got anything resolved. Vegas.com, highly recommend if you ever book a vacation to Vegas.com. They stepped up. I had 5 events booked through them, and they refunded me every penny. Luxor, MGM Grand of Hotel Resorts, they stepped up and refunded me 90%. So I recovered about $2,500, almost actually 3,000, close to 3,000 Canadian. So I'm out $1,000 in the end, which I spent all day yesterday writing a very nice, very sweet letter to WestJet about how they ruined my kids' vacation because of their lack of communication that prevented my kids from getting on that plane. And they can say that it was weather or whatever the case may be, but it wasn't. It was all about their lack of communication at the Calgary airport that prevented them from being able to get through customs. to get on that plane. So needless
Right.
to say, you know,
Yeah.
I'm spending the day alone today while my kids are in Calgary. They come home tomorrow. I'm out $1,000 on an $8,000 vacation, which I guess it could have been worse, but it still hurts. And their Christmas present was ruined.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is something that you take to the news, basically.
Look,
And honestly, just
You know,
tell them what
it's more common than you would think because all airlines have to do for whatever, all they have to do is say it's weather related,
Yes.
and no one can argue with them because you can't disprove it, and they don't have to, and then they're not capable, and then they're not culpable for
Right. Anything. 'Cause
compensating you.
You know
Uh,
what though? When they sent the notifications, where they made their mistake is they did not put they have to give you a reason for the delay. They did not say that it was due to weather. They said it was due to staffing issues.
Or do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On,
so you
on
can follow
both
that. Definitely. That's
notifications, they
happened to me
said due to
before.
staffing issues.
What'd you say, Adam?
Yeah, I mean that you should follow that avenue because that has happened to me before where I was late coming through customs in Philadelphia once, and I had a connecting flight in Virginia, and by the time I got through customs, and the flight from Philadelphia to Virginia was delayed, but my flight then from Virginia to Charlotte, by the time we landed, would have already taken off. So there was no way I was going to make the flight. And so in the Philadelphia airport, they wouldn't change my ticket because they said I had to get to Norfolk, Virginia before they could change my ticket. And the flight wasn't going to land until 10 o'clock at night. And they were like, oh, yeah, but no one will be open. And I was like, well, so you're telling me you're making me fly to Norfolk, Virginia, and then there's nothing I can do. And they're like, it's weather related, not our fault. And so they wouldn't even put me up in a hotel room or anything.
Oh, on the letter they said that we will go over and above as a what did they call it?
Exception. Yeah, and I have status, so I mean, it really made me mad.
Yeah, it was like a gesture of goodwill. That's what they said. As a gesture of goodwill, we will put you up for 5 or 3 days. Now, had Haley not have lived in Calgary already, and my teenagers were in Calgary, like my daughter's barely 18. She's lucky if she could have even checked into a hotel.
Right.
So I'm just like, and then the fact to add insult to injury, you can't even fly them home.
Right. And Lord knows where they'd put you. The
Right.
doors would be the outside of the,
Yeah.
So needless to say, my daughter Shay she's a bit of a difficult child. She's stubborn and
Where'd she get that?
Oh, I have no
Come
idea.
from your side of the family?
Yeah. But she was having a good day. Haley, the oldest, stepped up and has been taking very good care of them in Calgary the last few days until today. My daughter had a meltdown. And
Is Haley the redhead?
Haley's
Yes.
the redhead, and
We met.
she's
Yeah.
a great kid, and she's a mother type. So she's
Gorgeous.
taking care of them. But Shay decided today was going to be the day that life was unfair. Everything was ruined. She's going to make everybody else's life miserable. So she's basically been a bit of a cow all day. And Haley's kind of sick of it.
Yeah.
So I'm sure she can hardly wait to send Shay packing on the airplane tomorrow.
I think because Christmas can be hard, right? Like my sister's like, I don't even know why she's upset. It's like, it is what it is. She was fine the last, it is what it is. They couldn't go to
Everybody's
Vegas,
vacation was ruined, not just hers.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's just a fact that when Christmas Day actually comes, that's when people can be very sulky and about things. So I think that's kind of what happened with Shay, is that it just was all hitting her. Like she's not home for Christmas. She's not in Vegas.
And every sense is heightened. Every emotion is bigger than it normally would be.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, they opened up all their presents on the 20th, the day before they left. So it's not like she went without any gifts and that this was her only gift. She got all the things she asked for on her list. This was like icing on the cake, but it still isn't enough for her. And, sometimes it comes across very selfish.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard of bad things happening when on trips to Vegas, but You know, I mean, not usually by the air. You know, it's usually because you've done bad things or you have too much fun, right? Not because the airlines mess you up.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Wow.
And why would the airline send a notification at 8 p.m. that your flight is delayed till 8:15 when the flight had apparently already left at 7:15? Why
But
would
it
you get
didn't.
it 45 minutes after the flight apparently already left?
Yeah. But it didn't because it was delayed too. But customs
Doesn't
was closed.
doesn't make any sense. None
What
of it.
airline was that?
WestJet.
WestJet.
I would be tweeting and tagging them in their customer service because they will respond to that faster than anything because it's public and they don't want that kind of that's how I've always gotten the best
On
response
Twitter.
from customer service because they don't want it blasted out on their social media, so they will respond to you immediately.
Honestly, I don't use social media, so I don't even know how to do that. To be honest.
I mean, I don't. Do you even have to have an account to do it, Sonny? I mean, I think you can just go on Twitter and just go at the company and then be like, "Here's my experience," and they'll reach out to you right away.
And this is on Twitter. Is that the little bird? The Twitter.
Yeah, that's a little bird.
Or Instagram. I think you can do it on Instagram as well.
Okay.
There's a Google tree.
Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just really sucks. But this is the thing to me, like you go to the news about, and they would grab hold of that. Cause that's just, like honestly, it's just for like WestJet, they should really be forking up the bill. Like I said, it was their mess up, but at what point do you close down customs? At what point when you have delays and stuff like that?
When you have connecting flights from Canada to the US, why on earth did customs close knowing that there were so many flight delays that people leaving Canada to go to the US needed to clear customs? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Right. How big is that? How big is the Calgary airport?
It's a good size.
It is a good size, yeah.
And they actually said Vancouver, Calgary, and Toronto to make sure that you give extra time because they're busier than normal. So it obviously is a substantial airport if it made the list of the three to,
I've gone to customs that close, but they're usually smaller ones, like smaller airports.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like after the international flights come in,
Yeah.
That
was mind-boggling to me. I don't even know how that happened.
I'm going to sneak a word in. My twin was saying that it's not like the WestJet is just a new company. The company's been around. So how are you not capable of dealing with this stuff? Right? Like, meaning this is normal stuff that kind of happens. Blizzards happen, stuff, delays happen. So how do you make excuses for that?
Yeah, it's not their first rodeo.
Right. They've practiced those excuses.
Right.
Oh, exactly.
Right? No, copy and paste.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a YT. Copy and paste.
Mm-hmm.
You go to their creator thing to talk, and all they do is really, I'm here to help you. We know how much this means to you. Copy paste. No, I need you to listen to what I'm saying, and quit copying and pasting me the same, stuff every time I say. Like, seriously, it's irritating.
The worst part was that they were actually going to give me the credit back to my WestJet credit or dollars for all of the flight and hotel, but then they were going to charge me to fly Shay and Jevin back home. And I'm like, over my dead body. Like, you guys can fly my kids home because this all happened because of you guys. So they are actually flying them home tomorrow for free.
Good. Can I ask you a question really quick? Callie, in your experience in chat, have you ever heard of anything like that happening? Just because I know with your experience that you might have insight into that. I know not customs, but just the industry. If not, you don't have to answer, but I figured if anyone would know, she might.
Okay, well, so as we're doing that, how was your Christmas day, Adam? What did you do?
It was good. I'm sorry, my camera's not on. It was good. It was hectic. I went over to my family's.
I said I was wearing
early this morning, and just hung out all day.
Yeah.
Did you color your hair?
I'm sorry?
Did you color your hair? I swore you had brown hair the last time I saw you.
It's like a dark blonde naturally, and I bleached it just lighter because
Oh,
I used to wear it this way most of my life, but I did it back
It has
this color.
dark brown hair for some reason.
No.
Oh.
No.
It could look dark brown sometimes, like depending on the lighting, but it was always like a dirty blonde. But
Yeah.
I used to always be platinum, and I got tired of.
Yeah.
Callie said
I needed
never,
to
and I
change.
travel all the time.
Yeah, thank you, Thank you, Callie.
Yeah. So you obviously missed my message that said I was wearing blue. He's like, what color am I?
I did not actually. I mean, I'm wearing. I felt that was a complimentary color. I meant to change my light.
So wrong. Go blue.
There.
Blue. There you go. Good. The theme just got perfect. There we go.
That's what I meant to do.
Yeah. That color is actually very soft and warm. That
Yeah.
blue on it right now. And just, hey, Grizz, hey, how
And
are
did
you?
you see I decorated?
Oh, yeah.
Like Christmas trees.
Yeah.
Here, let me turn the light off so you can see them.
Got your little miniature presents under there. Is that what's that little red thing? Is that a little TV?
Yeah, it's a little TV. It plays music and it lights up and it plays Christmas, and the reindeers go across the thing.
Oh, is that ever cute?
Yeah, it was one of those things that I got years ago, and I don't know where I got it.
Yeah.
But it would probably copyright strike us. So.
Aw.
And I like
Yeah.
light up trees.
Aw. Those are cute. And you have ones underneath of it too there.
Yeah, I've got a whole village.
Yeah. Whole little village of them. Do you actually like collecting trees?
I didn't intentionally do it. I like the vintagey ones with the bulbs in them. Like
Yeah.
that things, and I have a whole bunch of those. They're not all out.
Yeah.
Since I didn't put up a big tree, I figured I would decorate my little mantle back here.
Aw. Anyway, that's so cute. That's so cute. Well, there's my sister's tree. That's my Christmas tree right there. Yeah.
Your house is gorgeous, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I love interior decorating on a budget.
Oh, I don't like that budget word.
Neither do I, but I can replicate like expensive rooms like Pottery Barn on a budget.
Yeah.
Right.
Any relationship I've ever been in, I hear budget. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't comprehend.
My sister doesn't really. That's just a word. I don't even know that word actually.
Yeah.
I
like to just do my thing, and there be what I need to be there to be there.
I'm at home all the time. Like 90% of the time, if I'm not at work, I'm at home. So I want my space to be comfortable.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
Yeah, actually,
it's not over the top. I don't have $5,000 coffee tables and
No.
$10,000 couches. Everything's on a budget, but it still looks homey and welcoming.
Yeah.
Granted, I have no problem picking those $5,000 couches out. You could put no prices on anything, and I would go straight for the $5,000 one and say it was my favorite
Yeah.
every time.
Honestly, before, back in the day, so I know my sister likes to use the word budget. My sister would go through these 6 months or year spurts where she just would change up her place.
Because I'm home so much, I get bored and then I get sick of looking at the same thing. And then I just have this urge to change. And then I just go full on, just change it.
I just be like, I'll take that and I'll furnish my place with that picture that you're getting away, and I'll take that couch.
Listen, if I had a significant other and something to keep my brain occupied to go do something else other than decorate my home, I would.
Oh, you should get into true crime.
Yeah.
Like I do.
Well, she did see over her dead body. I mean, that fits right into the theme there. Actually, my sister knows, well, she knows that I'm into true crime.
Alexa said something there.
Which one? Tell your sister I love her decoration skills.
Yeah.
Alexa,
tell her thank you.
Alexa, thank you.
I don't know a lot about decorating, but I love when I like the mix of like kind of contemporary and mid-century modern. I like to mix things, and I feel like if it's done right, you can buy something at Target and then mix it with an expensive piece.
Absolutely.
Just like clothing.
Yeah, it's like if you walk into if you want to go buy a bedroom set, I can't buy the matching bed, head table, end tables, everything matchy. I like to put eclectic things with more, contemporary things and build it myself. you know?
You remember when people used to do that and they would buy the whole big headboard and then like the like 2 nightstands and then the dresser and the vanity.
Exactly.
And it was all the same thing.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
That was me. I'm very simplistic. Very simplistic.
Sonia
That
could
was-
live in a cardboard box with a futon and a computer.
I got just from our conversations, I feel like the bed is an important place though.
Well, you know what? Actually, okay. So that kind of
I'm playing.
makes me want to go under that segue. So, me and my twin, and you guys can ask questions in the chat if you want to, or if Adam has any. Me and my twin, we're very different. We're very different. But I'll let you know what, Tan. I'll let you say how we're different, how we're similar, and how we're different as you see it in your eyes. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I'm more the motherly, conservative, boring one. Sonia's more, you know, I don't know. She's more,
Free spirit.
what do I want to say?
Free
Like
spirit?
more free spirited, more, probably more generous, more like loving, affectionate.
Who?
That's
You know, but just more of a free spirit that way. You know, just lives each day more by the moment, where I'm very structured, very planned, very organized. Sometimes I just can't let loose, and I always care too much about what other people think. Not so much anymore, but I used to real bad.
Yeah.
Whereas Sonia's more like, who cares, Tan? Just
Right.
do what you want, have fun, put on a bathing suit, go swim in the lake, go. But I was always, and you know, so paranoid about people looking at me or just exposing myself. I just don't like being the center of attention. I don't like being that person in the room. I just want to hide in the corner or blend.
Oh, you shouldn't do that. But
Josh
Sonia's
said I'm the
more,
lovable hippie.
I can hear
Yeah.
I can hear Sunny say YOLO,
YOLO. YOLO. You
YOLO,
only live once. You only
YOLO, and you're like nipples out.
Yeah.
I've always been
Right.
insecure. Sonia's always been,
Don't
you
give
know,
a shit.
doesn't give a shit. Yeah. Hey, you swore.
Deb's probably in the chat thinking I met the wrong twin.
Well, no, see, Deb's kind of a split between me and
Yeah.
Tanya, to be honest, I think. You know,
Yeah, I'm just playing.
when my sister says she's organized, yeah, she just it doesn't exist in my life.
Like if I go camping, I have a list and I know what we're eating every day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like, you know, I have everything is always planned.
Mhm.
I'm not really someone who can just fly by the seat of my pants and just, you know.
I mean, just the itinerary your children had on that trip, that was very planned.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
And it was all on a Google Calendar.
You
I
know
was
what?
like, there was no accounting for hangovers or, you know.
though?
Well, the thing is, the teenagers can't drink and
No, I know.
gamble, right? So I needed to keep them busy doing things. Like when I went to Vegas years ago with a girlfriend of mine, I went skydiving and it was the worst experience of my life. And I'm actually surprised I lived to tell about it, to be honest with you. But me and my girlfriend, when we went, we did not gamble. We took in shows. We went skydiving. We went to
Yeah.
what do you call it? Hoover Dam, and
Done
you know,
that.
yeah, done all that. And we really didn't gamble, right? We didn't need to. There were so many other things
Yeah.
to do.
I would only ever gamble long enough to get the free drink, and then I would get up and then
Right.
walk around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I'd be
because if
there
you
for
sit
that.
down, you know, they'll bring you a drink for free.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd be like, how many drinks or how much can I drink during the time I'm going to gamble? Because when I see those lights flashing in the casino,
Oh,
I'm just like a squirrel.
you'd be right over there.
I'm just like, ooh, look at that machine. Oh, that one.
The kids would be at America's Got Talent right now.
Yeah, is that what there
Oh.
would be?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that sucky? I mean, obviously, you know, maybe one day you'll plan it again. Not during wintertime, though.
Nope, never.
Nope.
Never.
Right. I know
Vegas will always be there.
yeah.
It'll always be there. Yeah, for
my,
sure.
our brother goes there all the time. He plays in pool tournaments in Vegas. He's
Like at a
always
high level,
Yeah.
level. Yeah.
yeah.
We have someone else that does that. I don't know. But, so when were they supposed to come back originally?
Tomorrow at night.
Oh. Because when I was in Vegas once, I didn't know this, but I was in Vegas over New Year's once, and on January 1st in Vegas, or January 3rd, I think it is, whenever every year is something called the VPN Award, not VPN.
Oh, 2 secs anyway. Be right back.
VN. It's like the VAN Awards or something,
Right.
and what it is the adult film star, the adult like Oscars basically for
Yeah.
like the porn industry.
Oh,
You know, I mean, if you've been to Vegas, you know how it can be kind of a free for all anyway. Because I like to people watch, and so I can sit and just watch people everywhere I go. But to be there when the entire city is full of adult film people,
right. Well, probably best that they would have been leaving before that happened.
and then the funny thing is, it overlaps by like 3 days with like the biggest tech conference that they have every year in Vegas. And I was like, that was planned.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
quirky like IT guys all come in and they're like,
Absolutely. Yep. And they've all got money and
right. Well, the adult film stars had more.
yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know when we'll plan Vegas again. I'm already thinking Mexico.
You have to be careful there.
Well, I've taken the kids to Mexico once already, to Cabo, because the time zone was the same, easy travel. Like literally, you're at your house 1 minute, 4 hours later, you're in Cabo on the beach. And we loved it. It was great. We went to Hawaii a few years after that, which was very expensive. And I actually probably enjoyed Mexico more.
Right.
But we were on the Pacific Ocean side. I want to go back to Mexico, to the Caribbean side.
Right.
To Riviera Maya. Yeah. So there's a lot of.
I've heard like Tulum and like Riviera Maya is incredible, and
yeah, there's a resort
I've been to
there. Like,
Cabo.
a friend of mine is from Mexico, and he says you have to take your kids to Xcaret.
Mhm.
And he said it's not only the resorts, but there's 4 parks, and each is like a theme park, but like jungle themed, where you're zip lining through the jungle and you're riding on
you should go to Costa Rica.
or that.
It's cheaper. It's probably cheaper, and it's more tropical and beautiful.
Right. And that's definitely on my radar for sure.
Yeah, one of the best vacations I've ever been on.
I bet.
Twice.
Yeah, I will actually look into that actually, but I know it'll probably be somewhere tropical.
My mic was muted. I'm like talking, and I'm like, Mel says she's going to the Hotel Xcaret.
Yeah,
You call it,
yeah, that's the one.
in June.
Xcaret. It's Xcaret. Yeah.
Mel, what dates are you going?
But is she going to the adult only? There's 2 resorts. There's the family one and the adult only one.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been to Disneyland twice. Does that count?
No.
No.
No, the nice thing, like I said, Xcaret has those 4 major parks. So if you're an explorer, an adventurer, and it's all inclusive, so you can go to all 4 parks in the money that you paid to be at that resort. And there's, beautiful, like snorkeling and some of the best conditions, the zip lining, all of the tours, doom buggies, you name it. Like there's so much to do within these 4 parks, and it's all part of the inclusive package. That's why they call it an all fun inclusive instead of an all inclusive, because that's all you do is just have fun. And but it seems like it would be an awesome place to go.
One of these days, I'm gonna visit one of these places. I'd like to go on an all inclusive.
So I try to get Sunny to come down. I'm like, okay, Sunny, we're in Orlando is CrimeCon in September. We're like literally 9 months away from it.
Are you in Orlando? Are you?
No, but it's being held in Orlando.
Oh.
So I'm like, it's our genre. The plane right away.
Yep.
I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, good God. She can't hold her bladder that long.
Yes, sure, probably not.
I get it. Some people just don't like to fly or travel, but
well, I went on an Alaskan cruise a few months ago, And I definitely would like to fly to Florida out of Port Carnival or whatever and go on a nice Caribbean cruise. But I wasn't sure if I would like cruising, and I was worried about the seasickness factor and stuff. So we left out of the Port of Vancouver, our home city, and went on a 7-day Alaskan cruise. And there was really nothing to see. Like if you're from Florida and you're coming out here to our landscape, you're going to be like, wow, this is beautiful. The mountains, the snow, the this. But we see this stuff every day. So to me, there was nothing like extraordinary. There was no whales. There was no massive like glaciers through Tracy Arm and all that. So it was really just more about being on the ship and taking in all the live entertainment and the food and that kind of stuff. Because even the ports were kind of like, yeah.
I'm not a cruise person, but mainly because of what you just said. Like, you know, like I don't like to be in crowds. Like I don't like to be in tours. Mm-hmm. And like, you know, like I've been in cities when the boats come in, and I'm like, how can you have fun? Because they're all coming off the boat at the same time. They're all going to the same places.
Exactly.
You know, they're getting upcharged because they're tourists.
Absolutely.
Adam just got
if you're going somewhere off the beaten track, great. But if you're just staying in the, you know.
Adam, where did you just go to again? Portugal?
I was in Portugal, yeah.
Oh, I would like to go to Portugal.
Yeah, I like to travel though, so I try to go to different places.
Italy, Spain, Portugal. I'd like to see all those places.
Yeah,
I do through Google.
Google Earth.
Signing. I'm free anytime you want to go.
Exactly.
All right, we're just gonna have to start the budget now.
We just need a house swap with your husband, with your in-laws. They can come stay in your apartment. We'll go stay there, and it'll be like the holiday.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly like the movie Holiday. Yeah. Maui, yeah. I can just say that I've been to Disneyland twice. That's all I can really add to this.
The one in California or the one in Florida?
California, twice. It's because we live like 3 hours flight. We're on the Pacific side, so it's just
Sonia, were you with us when Kenny got pulled out in that riptide? When we went to Huntington Beach, were you there?
I love Huntington Beach.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That was when I went with Uncle Kenny and Sherry.
Oh, yeah, no.
It was something out of Baywatch. You know those guys that sit on top of those, things or whatever, like the lifeguards, and then they have their buoy or whatever, and then you get a call and you're running across the beach to go save some idiot in the water.
That was
my brother.
I didn't even know that story, to be honest.
Oh my God. When you got to Huntington Beach, I have never in my lifetime seen waves that huge right off the shore. And they were like literally surfing in front of you. It was unbelievable. But the power of those waves hitting you would knock you to the ground. Like I got wiped right out and I was only ankle deep in water. It was like unbelievable. And you don't take your eyes off your kids. It's too strong when it's pulling back out. And here's my brother walking into the water with a freaking like one of those boogie boards or whatever above his head. And he's, walking out, and all of a sudden the tide just pulled him out. And the next thing you know, he's like a freaking mile offshore. And this guy's running.
like on Baywatch.
I'm telling you, it was like, what's that guy from Baywatch? The main
Daniel Hoffer.
Mr. Knight, Michael Knight from KIT.
He's big in Germany now. Daniel. The Hoff.
Yeah, the Hoff, exactly. And he's literally, it was like watching something out of Baywatch, and I had no idea he was actually going to help my brother.
Yeah, those riptides. Yeah, that's exactly what those are.
Well, I've been riptide before, and they're scary.
Well, and if you look at it from an aerial view, it's almost like a pipe and then a ball at the end. And then when people panic, they fight against that instead of swimming out of it and then back. But scary. Like
if you're not a strong swimmer, it doesn't matter what you do.
Absolutely.
Our mom, David Hasselhoff. That's it.
David Hasselhoff.
Thank them.
Absolutely.
My mom.
And sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would just say, a lot of people don't think about the fact that the Pacific Ocean. I would assume up in Vancouver in that area, the water's cold, but a lot of people don't realize how cold the Pacific is, even down in like Huntington Beach. they think it's going to be like the weather, and that water is always cold, which is why it's good surfing.
Well, we go to White Rock and the water's warm.
Yeah,
really?
But you're talking puddles, Sonia. Like the water gets pulled out, the tide, and then these little puddles, and then the sun heats those little puddles. It's a lot different than when
it's a jet stream that comes through whatever way.
Yeah.
And
actually, as a matter of fact, when we went to Mexico, to Cabo on the Pacific, it wasn't even swimmable beaches, which blew my mind. I was like, what do you mean you can't swim here? They had specific swimmable beaches that you had to take a taxi to, because anything along the shoreline, it was great to look at, the sunsets, whatever, wade your feet, but it was not swimmable. That's why the pools exist, to keep people in the pools and not in the ocean.
And you don't realize until it happens to you, you don't realize what it's really like.
No.
Like you hear about it, you're like, oh, it's like pulling you, whatever. But I mean, it's probably the most helpless feeling I've ever felt.
Yep, exactly. But in Hawaii, the beaches were very swimmable. So you could walk out like for quite a while and, you'd only be waist deep or knee deep and snorkel and whatever. It was completely different experience in Hawaii. Yeah. Way more expensive, way more humid, but definitely more swimmable. So yeah, I was actually surprised. I did not expect that in Mexico when we were on the bus on the transfer from the airport to the hotel, and them telling us, do not swim on the beaches. Like, if you want to be safe, do not swim. And I'm like, what? I thought the worst thing we had to worry about was sharks, not riptides. So kind of scary.
Excuse me. My favorite water, I've been to Disneyland twice, and it's a small world. That was my favorite ride.
It's a Small World was your favorite ride?
Favorite ride is It's a Small World.
In the little boat?
Yeah, in the little boat. A little boat. And that ride could last forever and I'd be happy. It's like you're sitting in that little boat, and then all these beautiful creations, all these little things singing to you.
Yeah, they pop out of nowhere and they freak you out, and they're like,
no. I was just like in heaven, like round two, please. Round two.
That's Alexa said Bora Bora. That's another place I'd love to go. When you look at those little, like, they build those piers, basically, and then they have the little huts that are, oh my God, it's so beautiful.
Right, and now other places are replicating those, because I see them popping up more and more places.
Those are really cool.
Yeah,
when I've seen those little huts that are on the, that you go out to. Those would be really cool.
It's one thing if you're traveling like with friends or whatever, and everybody's paying their own way. But when I want to travel, I have to pay for like 4 people. So it's so hard to save $10,000, $15,000 to travel with my family as a single mom when nobody else is chipping in. And whereas if I would go on way more vacations, if it was being split financially.
You need a travel girlfriend. You need a travel friend. Like,
I'm still not going to pay for her kids though.
Well, no, I'm saying like they're not invited on.
That's right.
Trips, and then you have the fun places with your friend.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I mean, they're getting to the point. Like Shay's 18, Jev's 16. At one point, like Shay works. And Jevin, he's in gymnastics. I think it's called. Is it cheer?
He's a competitive gymnast. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But then they can't afford the same kind of trip you want to take.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly. I'm gonna do one more big vacation for them before Shay's off doing her. Like, she's just finishing up she's in her first year of college as a at the Justice Institute as a border security officer, and she wants to specialize in canines. So she's got a couple of years, and Jevin's finishing up grade 11, 12. I'd like to do one more big vacation with them. And then after that, they're going to need to get jobs and pitch in because it's just too much. I can't.
That's when you change your major.
Yeah, exactly.
Freckle Joy says, I worked at Disneyland in high school. There are all kinds of crazy stories about Small World being some sort of time machine. It was the 90s. Everyone was high.
I'm saying I thought it was the Haunted Mansion that was put there.
You've been to Disneyland or Disney World, Adam?
I've been to Disney World. We used to go when I was a kid, and I've been to Disneyland once
Okay.
when I lived in California.
What was your favorite ride?
Well, I mean, my sisters are 6, 8, 9 years younger than me, so
Yeah.
I mean, like, we really started going to Disney World when I was like 14. So like,
Right.
I went from like 14 to like 18. So I was really just trying to like walk around and smoke cigarettes, like, like behind the buildings.
Yeah, yeah.
It was probably Epcot. Even then, it was like probably the
Pirates of the
like
Caribbean.
around the world, like to go to the different countries,
Yeah.
which probably alluded to the fact that I wanted to travel.
I was gonna say
But,
Pirates of the Caribbean was another good ride there too, if you remember that one.
Yeah, Pirates
Oh, yeah.
of the Caribbean. That was really good.
Yeah.
I liked the Haunted Mansion. I liked I liked all of them.
I like
I like all
rides.
the kitsch.
I don't like the spinny around rides that take you for a tilt-a-whirl like that. I like my food to stay in my stomach. I don't
Yeah.
really enjoy those rides. I like scenic rides or scenic
Yeah.
feeling rides.
I didn't like Space Mountain because
Oh, I love
yeah.
Space Mountain.
it
I
was
didn't
a little too like if I it was a little too trippy for me or whatever.
Well, because it's a coaster that's just basically going around
Right.
the mountain, right?
Uh-huh.
I like Splash Mountain. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know what? The last time we went to Disneyland, I had no idea that like
It's closed.
multiple rides closed during
Mhm.
certain times of the year. So the Haunted Mansion, Splash Mountain, Space Mountain, some major attractions, the Rocky Railroad, they were all closed. And I'm like, but you're still charging the same amount for me to get in. And we don't
Yeah.
have the luxury of going on these rides. And I understand that maintenance and blah, 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 but we would have maybe planned it at a different time. I guess we didn't do our due diligence and make sure that these rides were going to be open when we planned to go. It
Yeah,
just
I bet
never.
they're doing a lot of changes to that park. They've changed like Adventureland, and
Mhm,
they're updating rides and taking rides out and putting new rides in.
mhm.
And then like at different times of the year, they'll make like I think the Haunted Mansion. I don't even know why I know this, but they'll like turn it into like the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Right.
Oh
like-
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How could I forget that I went to England? Sorry, I gotta add that to
I
my
know,
list.
that's why I said you
Oh,
were like
you
in
did.
England.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in England, for 3 weeks. That was
You followed your husband's boot over there.
Okay, yeah, the boot, yeah. No, because we played Monopoly all the time, but we stayed in this really cute hotel just about a mile down the road from his mom's place, and it was I think probably the most surrealist feeling was when you're walking through the castle and you're touching the walls because you kind of sometimes habitually or whatever you want to call it glaze your arm along the side of the wall as you're walking down it, and you're just kind of touching it, and then all of a sudden it hits you that wait, like somebody's car alarm's going on. So anyways, that you just kind of go, oh, this really is a castle, and people actually from those eras, those movies that you watch kind of went down these places. And so, because at first you kind of go in there and you're just thinking of it almost like a museum a little bit, and then you kind of then it kind of hits you that, hey,
Yeah.
this is actually a castle.
And my
Did you
biggest
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, you please go. You go.
Oh, no, I was going to say, did you go to the village where Shakespeare lived?
Yes.
Yeah.
That I always forget the name of it. Adam, remind me. I always want to call it Coventry, but it starts with an S. Adam, you know what it's called?
Sandburg? No.
No. Why do I always forget? Oh. Why
You
do I
said
always...
that was the little village that you said I would absolutely love.
Yeah, you would love it. Oh my goodness. 1 second. Let me ask Steve.
Do they have the thatched roofs and stuff there? Oh, everybody disappeared.
Stratford. Right, Deb.
Stratford.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Stratford on Avon.
So I was close.
Yeah. Well, I always have a mental block on that. I always want to say Coventry, but Coventry is not Stratford. Stratford is a gorgeous Christmas village. Tanya, the candy stores with the big, huge lollipops in the window, like a little
Yeah.
gingerbread house.
Yeah.
It's just, like with the stucco and the brown. It's absolutely just, I could live there. Like, I'd want to put a bonnet
No,
instead of
no.
bonnet. I want to put a bonnet on my
Put
head.
on a
like-
bonnet.
yeah, like Little House on the Prairie days or something. But it's just it's such a cute village. You
Oh.
almost feel like you're in a movie.
Phil
That is-
says, Tanya, did it ever scare you when she said she was in love with the guy from England? No,
Oh.
what scared me is that she was in love with the guy from England who was the same age as my oldest daughter, who then calls him uncle.
Yeah, my
That's okay. Sonny calls him daddy.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Like I said, me and my twin are totally opposite. My twin said to me, I don't get it. This is what she said. I don't get it. I don't get why some young guy would be interested in you. Like basically,
Age catches up with people over time.
That happened in
I'm
my relationship.
I was
It
like,
does.
you don't need to get it. As long as I get it, that's all that matters.
But
You don't need to
seriously, he's like literally 2 months older than my daughter.
Right. Can I ask you a question? And you don't have to answer, but do you get it now?
No.
get it. Yes, he does.
I didn't know if after seeing them for 7 years and
You know what? I don't think about it as much anymore. I don't really know Steve all that much. But
because he's in school all day and then you're working.
right, exactly. Yeah.
That's
Daycare.
smart-assy.
But no, I don't think
Hello,
about
Danny.
it as much anymore, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we don't think about it at all. And I mean, Tanya, when we were in Saskatoon and I had to go have a checkup on my gallbladder because
Mhm.
remember my gallbladder exploded.
Mhm.
But anyways, and so when we went into the building, the lady says, "Oh, you're gonna go see Dr. Dream." I'm telling you, this guy was Dr. Dream right out of a friggin' soap opera. He was, but anyway, so he says, he goes, and you can sit here and your
Son.
son. And I was like, well, son, or it's my husband, one of the two. I love doing that because it does make me laugh. Because my husband looks older when he has his beard and stuff, but when we first met,
Mhm.
right? Because he would have been, shoot, what was he? I'm
27.
if he's 32, so he's been 25.
Wait, 25.
25. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 25. And so then I would have been whatever I was. 21 years difference here, people. Okay.
Yeah, so
I'm
that would have
53,
been like 42.
32. Yeah.
What are you 13 years? Do we have, or how many years older?
20.
All right.
21.
'Cause
21.
my ex and I were 13, and that got to be.
Yeah. Me and my
It depends
husband.
on when you meet them, though.
Listen, he's going to be changing your diapers.
Good. He can. Yeah. I do have a great husband. I do.
You do. From what we know.
And honestly, we never think of the age thing at all, to be honest with you. I mean, it probably creeps up on him when I'm saying, hey, honey, can you, but he usually will always say to me, like, here, you go sit in the car while I unload the groceries or whatever like that. But me and my husband are like the same gender of
But then
household.
Call the man slave.
You know that anytime he wants to open his mouth, he probably just goes, you know what? I'll probably have a whole nother life after this, and then
No,
I'm
my
joking.
husband's if I think my sister can be stubborn, my husband's stubborn. He's a typical Brit to me. He's vocal when he needs to be, and he's got the stubborn side of him. He's a Cancer, remember, Dan?
And he's dry. He's dry,
I
and
know.
he's a little snarky.
Little snark, yeah.
Well, no, not Tanya. You should date his brother, and then you could
No.
understand
Oh,
it.
Good God, no, not happening.
I told my sister
I would like to date a man who's age appropriate, and that would be
See?
considered 10 years plus
Yeah.
or minus.
she limits herself. I don't limit myself.
I'm just saying there are entire categories of videos I've seen online that would disagree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like I'm 53, 45 plus would be ideal, no older than say 60. So between 45 to 60, that range.
See,
Right.
that box just closed a hell of a lot.
Whatever. And the box is closed anyway because I'm a loser magnet.
The box opens up the more zeros there are at the end of the bank account. It's like the number gets older and older.
Honestly, I'm a loser magnet. If there's a loser, like I'm like, it's just like honestly, not a
For
joke.
me, if there was a narcissist out there that they just target me, those There's people that need to be fixed. They just like zone in on you and then you don't realize it. And they're like little sap suckers. You're like, don't worry, I can fix you. I can make you happy. Like I can show you know, da 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 da. And then you realize, you get tired of, you know, basically changing their butts and whatever. And you're just like, grow up. Okay. How old are you now? Like, grow up. I'm not your freaking mother, you know, type of thing. Right. Yeah. When I realized that I was really attracting the wrong people, in a sense, I attracted the leeches is what I attracted. And then when you like those little sap suckers,
Like people that you want to fix, Sonia.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, unhappiness breeds unhappiness. So I mean, if you're unhappy, or if you're searching for something,
Yeah.
you're gonna find something. It might just not be what you need.
Exactly.
It might be what the person is looking for to get what they want from someone.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like zap your energy. And then so when I divorced my ex-husband, or I should say when we divorced, I was like, I'm not going to settle for anything less than I deserve this time. And I was almost going to again, like settle for what I didn't deserve. Right. And I was like, wait a second, it was almost like me stopping time and saying, hold the fort. I ain't doing it. I'm not doing this to myself again. And
Was
then,
that Steve number 4?
yeah.
And you stopped it for 21 years. And
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing was is that, and when I met Steve, I always think of it like the Beautiful Woman story. You know, it was just one of those things. There was no intent on even meeting him. He just
Right.
happened to be in my chat. But you know, when everything just falls perfectly. And I remember me and him, it was just like, well, you know, I just remember when I could tell that he actually took a liking to me. We just really enjoyed Tanya. We played RuneScape together because that's how I met him.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And yeah, oops, I did it again. Yeah. And so then it was just like I mean, I've never fallen in love with someone so fast as me and Steve fell for each other. It was really beautiful, to be honest with you. And the part that was the sexiest part, Tan, and I can't remember if you remember this. I was trying to be sexy this one day, right? And I stop at IGA and I grab strawberries and whipped cream.
Oh, good
Right?
God.
Oh, this is right.
Visual.
I knew,
Visual. Like my brain hurts.
Yeah. So I'm standing there in front of the camera, and you have to understand, like Steve, when I met him, he was never inappropriate or anything, but he's a boob man. But anyways, so I thought I was going to be all sexy.
He's a what man?
Boob.
Oh, I thought you said poop, and I'm like, what? What is that?
Booby. Yeah, no.
See, listen to Phil. Phil is right. Phil, 11-year difference did not work.
Yeah, but each to their own. But anyway, so I was trying to be sexy. I throw on some whipped cream on my boob and some strawberries. And then I go to be sexy and lick it. And then it just literally went slop right on top of the keyboard. Like you just literally watched it go.
Okay, Sonia. Some things are better left unsaid.
No, it's a story that I'll never forget because I never try to ever consider myself as being sexy or do sexy things. And I was trying to, and then my poor
and it was
keyboard,
an utter fail.
Yeah, but it was the funniest utter fail ever.
No, don't do it again.
Yeah. So, I mean, sorry if that was a little too X-rated for some of you people out there, but no, thank you, Bob. Yep. Yeah. So McDougal, there's a Joshua McDougal in the chat, Tan, and RuneScape. There's like the Dougal tree, and so you have to pick Dougal berries in order to make a pie on the game. And so Joshua McDougal comes in. So I call him my McDougal tree because it reminds me of RuneScape whenever I see his name. So now he knows that our thing is that he's like the Dougal tree, McDougal.
Sorry,
tree.
What's his name?
Joshua McDougal.
Oh, there he is. Joshua McDougal. I see it.
Yeah. Well, because you had to use Dougal berries in order to make this pie. As part of a play.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it's you know how you just associate someone. When I seen this name come in to chat, I was like, oh, McDougal tree. Mm-hmm. Or you pick the little red berries off to make pot. But anyway, hey, give me a second. I'm just gonna quickly go to the washroom. You guys chatted up there, and me and my sister, for the most part, we're both left-handed, and we both played sports. But we are very creative. That's where probably our most similarities are, I think. Hey, Tan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, finish up there. I'm just gonna be right back.
Sunny, I thought of you the other day because I saw a meme that you shared, and even more disturbing story the other night. But the meme said everything was going perfect on our first date until the fart happened. And after
my
your story
God.
the other night,
Sonia farts on people. Did she tell you that?
oh, she told us the whole
She gives
story.
everybody
Tanya,
presents.
Tanya.
She calls them presents.
Yes.
I call them
Tanya.
I don't say that word very often. So
inappropriate.
Tanya, do you remember when Dave, your ex there, Dave? And Dave was such a caveman, and he thinks that women have to do certain things. So I would just walk by him and fart,
Yep.
because I would just do it, honestly, because I knew it. Like,
Dave was very traditional, old school, women barefoot, pregnant in the kitchen. A man earns the money and pays the bills, and you basically do your nightly duties. And I'm just like,
I'd go for that now.
Tanya, I'll be right back. But I was telling the deviled egg story.
Oh, good God, no. Sonia, there's some things people don't need to hear, and they don't want to.
No, they did. Callie specifically said, Sonny, I want to hear that egg story not only once, but twice on there.
Well, I'm not telling it because that was disgusting.
Yeah. No, but I think that, I think that's one thing people appreciate with Sonny's personality is that
there's no filter.
She knows I'm not going to come in here and tell that story about if that happened to me. I'd be like, no, great.
There is literally no filter with Sonia. You could be standing in a lineup at Walmart waiting to pay for something, and if you have a pimple on your face, she'll be the first to expose it in front of everybody. She'll actually offer to pop it while you're standing in line.
She loves doing that. We talked about that recently too. About your husband's back.
Yeah.
This is where we are very different.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and tell a story that you remember, and I'll be right back.
I'm not telling. No.
Oh, you're not going to tell us anything? You're not going to give us one little tidbit from her childhood or from y'all's childhood?
Well, we didn't grow up together. Keep that in mind.
Oh, that's right.
Well, no, that's not true.
You ran away when you were in grade 10,
go ahead. Tell the story
11.
And I'll be right back.
Yeah.
For everyone in the chat, what's the number one thing you want to know about Sunny that her sister would be able to answer that we probably don't know?
Okay, did I say I was back? No, just kidding. Be right back.
No.
Yeah, you guys, if there's something you want to know about Sonia, you can ask.
Right.
I mean, you probably already know everything already because she does not have a filter.
Right.
All I know is going out in public with Sonia is very embarrassing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet she's a barrel of laughs though too.
Well, for my conservative nature, usually it's more embarrassing than it is funny.
And she's probably like lighting the F up, right?
Right. Yeah. And that's always been the way. I mean, we have baby photos of her sitting on me, beating me up. Like I was always, she was.
Well, everybody, I mean, you have to have a yin and a yang, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if you were identical, it would be like the girls in The Shining.
Exactly. I mean, I will say that growing up with a twin and always having a friend, and we were good friends and we had the same friendships throughout elementary school.
I was going to ask that if you had the same friend groups.
We did because we played a lot of sports, basketball, volleyball, badminton, track and field hockey. We were both very athletic, baseball. But Sonia liked the limelight and I didn't. And I remember standing in Chilliwack at the mall and my mom was registering us for baseball and a news crew came over and asked if they could take a photo of me holding my mitt and like my glove and ball. And I was too embarrassed and Sonia just jumped right in. I'll do it. Like, she likes to be the center of attention, whereas I'm like too scared. It's like I want to, but I can't make myself. Like it's always been that way.
I disagree.
Wait, go number two.
Yeah, go do number two.
No. I disagree. I don't like being at the center of attention, but I have no problem doing anything.
Being it, yes.
Yeah.
But I remember that when we were playing basketball, we would go to tournaments for basketball in grade like 8 and 9. And I would win like player of the game or most valuable player or something like that because I was actually quite good at basketball and volleyball. But then we would have these tournaments, and then everybody would amalgamate into the gym, and then we'd call my name, and literally the panic would just set in where I didn't even want to walk up there and go get the medal or the trophy. And I'd beg and plead my sister to go do it for me, and then she wouldn't. And I literally thought I was going to like upchuck my cookies, like,
Right.
or pass out. Like, it was the stress of that was so overwhelming for me. Whereas Sonia'd be up there, gratefully,
Well, she would not have written a speech.
no, definitely not. So,
She'd be like, and you don't laugh, don't clap for me because I don't like you, and don't you.
Can get to this day. She'll sit off in the corner at a party or something. She doesn't like to bring attention to herself at all.
but in saying that,
There's nothing wrong with that though, because you attract interesting people that when you can you're like that sometimes.
you know what? I have always been that person. I worked at Costco for 26 years, and I've seen a lot of people sitting in our lunchroom. And whenever there was like somebody who was kind of like the odd man out, or someone who was a little bit odd or whatever,
Right.
I would always gravitate towards them, and people would always be like, "Why are you talking to them?" And I'm like, I always went for those, like, people that were like the underdog, or the, right. It made me feel good to be able to befriend these kind of people, and there were a couple of people who literally would come out of the woodwork and come and say hello to me every shift, because they were so grateful that I was so kind to them. And actually, where social media has been nice is I've had people reach out to me from my high school years and even elementary school, who have reached out to me and said, "I remember you. You were always nice to me. You always stood up for me." And I'm like, those are just feel good moments that that is crazy. Like, I would never think that I had that kind of an impact on somebody.
Yeah.
But I did.
And
Right.
I did the same as well.
But in saying that, I'm the first person that would, if I'm sitting in that corner, like Sonia says, because I do tend to do that, anybody who comes to talk to me,
Hey,
I will
Kelly.
happily talk to them.
Right. One thing I used to travel for work alone in my 20s a lot, and I like to people watch, like I said. So when I would love hotel bars. I still do. Like, if I have the opportunity to go to a hotel bar by myself, you can people watch and find the most interesting things out about people.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like especially if you're working, people flock to you. It's like they want to approach you when you're like this loner type. And then they realize I'm more like a Sunny, where I'm like talking their ear off.
Yeah.
But,
See, I'm not the one to approach people, but I'm the one who, if they approach me, I will happily have a conversation with you.
Right.
And I like that. I like the fact that, people feel like they can come and talk to me and that, but I just, especially in rooms of like where there's a whole bunch of people that I don't know, I get so uncomfortable. And that's where I tend to like gravitate to the corners, or I find something to occupy like a house party. I'll be the one doing the dishes and cleaning up after people, or taking the photos to hide a little bit.
I usually guard the one tray of food I want.
Okay, one sec, guys. FP says, "What would your life be out if you didn't have Sunny? What aspect of your life does she complete?" Yin Yang.
Oh, hello. Oh, sorry. I just saw the top one that said, "Hello, sister. Glad you're feeling better." Yes, I am. Thank you very much. It was unexpected, but hopefully they don't ever come back again, because it was like giving birth 8 times. You both beautiful. So sorry, which one are you reading, Sonia? I'm trying to twin. I never knew.
FP.
FP.
FP. He was above those ones.
Oh,
He
so
was-
you're where?
He was above the kidney stone thing.
Oh,
Like-
can I scroll and see it?
Well, it's on the screen.
Oh yeah.
No, I can't see it anymore. Let's see.
At 10:46. Well, while she's doing this, I can answer.
Can't you see it across the screen at the bottom?
No, I don't. Everything is on the left.
Read the screen. Read the screen.
Oh, there. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I've never looked at that, not once.
Sunny, who's smarter?
I've been watching the comments on the side. What would your life be like if you didn't have Sunny?
She calls me Sonia.
What aspect of your
Empty.
life did she complete?
It's a hard one for her. It's going to take time.
It's hard because we spent so many years apart.
Yeah, just shut up and answer the
It was like 1 minute you have somebody who's your constant, who's like your best friend, like going through birth through to elementary school and junior high, and then all of a sudden they're just gone. And
you were supposed to come with me.
Right. I was supposed to go with her, but the common sense side of me stayed behind because I knew that she had a boyfriend and his family to go to, and I didn't have anything. So I played it safe and stayed, with my mom.
I was 16.
Yeah. So what would your life be like if you didn't have Sunny? Well, I didn't have her for like a long time, like 25 years, like all through my 20s, my 30s, and part of my 40s, I guess.
Was that court ordered?
30s, I was there. When I came back, I came back when I was 26.
You came back when you were 26, but then you left again.
Yeah, but that was when I was 30 something. Thanks, Cold Truth.
But then you were with Steve number 1. And so there was, and then that Steve number 1 kind of took you away too, because he hated everybody, and including my kids. So
that's my ex.
And then she met Steve number 2, and then that took her back to Alberta. So there were so many years apart.
No.
Yeah, Steve number 2 took you back to,
he took me back to Alberta.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That you followed him to Alberta. Yeah. But so, obviously I love my sister, but having those huge periods of separation has definitely had an impact on our lives.
Merry forking Christmas, you filthy
Merry forking Christmas, you filthy animals. Thank you, Cold Truth. The thing was is that, when I came back, I had left Dion. And Dion I was with from when I was 15 to 26. And then my sister had I think you and Vince had just recently broke up at the time. You lived in Clearwater?
Yeah. Our house was going into foreclosure, remember? Because he walked away from the mortgage.
Yeah. And then, and so then I was with Steve for like 17 years total. But I said I'd never go back to Alberta so when we actually were 12 years old, that's when Mom moved us up there, right? About 12?
When we finished grade 6.
6, yeah. So we were 12, and then we moved up to Calgary, and then my mom and stepdad, so she married John, which is our stepdad, and my real dad, he basically, my mom left him when we were 5. And this is where we owned toy stores in Vancouver and Blood Alley and Gastown, right? My dad didn't know how to manage money, but when my mom left him,
most men don't.
Yeah,
but he was a psychopath.
He stole our brother and he took him to England, and Kenny stayed in the car. My dad started.
Our dad basically tried to kill us by threatening to drive us over the cliff, because my mom left him and he was traumatized and wanted her back. So his resolution to that was to take us from school, put us in the car, threaten to never see our mom again. And then my mom agreed to get in the car with him and meet with him. So all of us were in the car. And then my mom was driving us back home. As soon as we rounded the corner, my dad leaped across the passenger seat to the driver's seat, pushed her out the door, and we all scrambled out of the car except my brother, who stayed in the car, and we never saw him again for 7 years, because my dad took him to England.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So my brother has lived a different life, and a very hard life. My brother was a little kleptomaniac. He was a thief when he was born. He came out of the vagina a thief, to be honest with you.
What is there to steal on the way out?
Right? I know.
No, he was a shit from birth.
I thought they just tore it up.
Yeah.
That's why he stayed with my dad, because he was he bonded more with my dad than my mom. But in saying that, it's not like my dad took him to England and gave him a good life. My dad took him to England and abandoned him. And a random family took him in.
Was he an adolescent at that point?
Yeah. Well, he was in grade 2.
Oh.
He was in grade 2. And my dad literally took him to England. Oh, I have no idea why he took him to England, But he ended up abandoning my brother in a flat in a shitty neighborhood. And my brother happened to be playing soccer or football, they call it, or whatever, in a field. And a young boy that he made friends with happened to tell his parents about this kid he met and his dad who were down on their luck. And that family actually took them in until my dad decided to fall in love with their adolescent daughter, and then actually admitted to it, and then was kicked out. And then another friend of the family took them in. And then my dad abandoned my brother in England, came back to BC. And then when my brother was able, came back on his own, and my dad forgot to pick him up at the Seattle airport. And they found my dad vegetating in Denny's restaurant on Kingsway.
Mm-hmm. He was, yeah.
Free coffee refills.
So needless to say, my mom's relationship with her son was severed because of the lies that my dad fed my brother, that he was not loved, not wanted, blah, blah, blah. And now my mom has remarried my stepdad, and there's no way my brother was going to fit back into the family and listen to some guy that he doesn't even know as a stepdad. And so he ended up living in foster care after he came back from England.
Right. And
Yeah.
is he aware of the reality? But now, like, is it settled as far as like that?
Well, he was at my mom's side. Well, when my mom passed away 5 or 6 years ago, he held her hand and he was at her bedside until her last breath, in a sense. But he still, to this day, I don't know. My dad basically brainwashed him, and I don't think he ever let that go. Like, I think he still resented a lot of things. Like, I think he felt like my mom did not fight hard enough to get him back from England.
Yeah.
And that he had such a shitty life. He didn't have a bed. He didn't have a bike. He didn't have the normal things that kids have. But trying to fight from one country to another was very difficult. And then because my brother was
those aren't even hard countries to do it from.
Right. But because my brother was such a shit as a toddler and growing up, I don't think my mom probably did put as much effort in as she maybe should have or could have.
Mom made no qualms about it that she preferred girls over boys.
Yes. She
And
has
she
her favorites.
let him know that.
Yeah.
She literally let him know that.
Yeah.
And my brother, so you can understand why, as a parent or as a child, when you sit there and tell your kid that you prefer girls over boys, like, that's just damage right there. Seriously.
Oh, see, my mother told me. My mother was like, "I don't know why I had children. I don't like children. I should have never had children. I don't even like them. Why did I have 4?"
Yeah. A couple things here. 2 things. FP says, do you all ever have a twin sense because between each other? She thinks no. I think yes. There's always a twin thing, no matter what. She thinks though.
Oh no, it is true. There are times when I've thought of Sonia and that we haven't spoken for a while, and then the phone does ring. Those things do happen. That happens with friends though that I haven't heard from in a while too. So
for the fact that we have lived apart for quite a long time, right? When we were younger, up until I moved back to Calgary, I was like 16 years old, and I just hopped on a bus and I just left. I was,
didn't I pay for that bus ride, Sonia?
You did.
I did with my money from McDonald's.
Yeah.
Good for you.
She gave me like $45 or whatever it was. Can't remember. And I was literally hiding out back in that backyard on the porch. And I was waiting till it was time to go when everyone left. And then I snuck on and I went to go catch the bus. I guess they tried to find me because Tanya, I think, told them that I was going on a bus. And then they tried to find me, but I was too late. So I spent like 16 hours on a bus headed back to Calgary.
I was traumatized because I did not want to go to a new school by myself and start all over again, like without my sister. I was not happy.
Right.
Yeah. See, when I came back there, all it did was rain. And at that time I had met Dion just prior, right? And I was like, really, Mom? You're going to get back together with John and you're going to move us back to BC? Really? And so it was the first time that I kind of like Dion was like that bad boy, very good looking long hair thing. going on, kind of a Native American. Anyways, so he was that bad boy a bit, but I was like, oh, hottie. All right, but he was the abusive one for 11 years, so not so hot. But anyways, life lessons, eh? But so yeah, so I just hopped on a bus, and for a couple weeks I literally just slept on people's floors and wherever. And then one day they found me behind the couch of Dion's parents' house downstairs. Earl, I think, found me. Yeah, Earl found me sleeping behind a couch. And then he's like, I thought I heard something. And so for a few days, and then they basically said, that I was there. So I basically stayed with Dion's parents and him for a while there. And then me and Dion got a place when we were 16 years old. And so I was away from home from like 16 to 26. I come back. And if you remember, Tanya, Steve, the first Steve, he was getting miserable and he wanted to change a life. Yeah. And at the time, it was like, whatever, I'll do whatever you want. If you want to move,
he was working for that company, like testing soil or whatever.
Right, he was a soils technician.
Yeah.
But then he, like I said, was just whatever. He was going through some issues in his head with.
He was grumpy, miserable jerk anyway.
Yeah. I can't help but think of my son's text the last couple of days for Christmas. Anyways, as it's like listening to a mini me of my ex-husband. At one point I basically told him, have a cup of go F yourself, and tell your father the same thing, because honestly I'm sick and tired of listening to the voice of the ignorance. You don't talk to me like that. I'm your mother. You don't make it seem like you're doing me a favor if you're letting me talk to you. $200 that you kept wanting. No. But it was like he was talking to me like, well, I'll give you he basically told me like, well, look, I'm giving you a free pass here. I don't want to talk about anything from the past. So either you can accept that, and I'm giving you a free pass to talk to me. And I'm just like, you're just a little dick, aren't you, buddy? And it was that. And I just finally said to him, look, you obviously don't want a relationship with your mother. You're talking just like your father. And yeah, so my ex-husband, it's really sad to watch my son turn into, even my sister agrees, like, from how Matthew was to how he is now and how he's treated me it's shocking. Yeah. Because just quickly talk about Matthew for a second, because he was always a very polite kid, and yeah.
I would have never, ever, ever predicted, that Matthew would turn out that way. Just like I would have never predicted that my daughter would be a drug addict.
Yeah, that's Paigey, by the way, guys. The one that we speak about sometimes.
16 years. She's 32. Half of her life has been addicted to drugs.
Yeah, I know.
I haven't heard from her today at all.
From Paige?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I haven't heard from Matt today. For a couple of days, he was messaging me going, so I guess that's a no. So I guess you don't want to talk to me then? Oh, yeah, I do. But you're not going to treat me like a dog. Like here, Mom, I'm gonna give you the pleasure of allowing you to talk to me. All he wants is $200 for Christmas.
Well, that's the thing, is that
all he wants. I mean,
right now he's just using you for money, and
that's the only time he messages me when it's about money.
But that's the only time I hear from Paige.
Yeah. So, but anyway, sorry, we got sidetracked there, but because we were talking about, so FP, my sister and I, for the most part, since I've been 16 years old, have seen each other very little in those years. I moved back from when I was 26 to 32, I think it was. And again, then Steve wanted a change of life and thought that the stars were aligned and that this job in Whitecourt, Alberta was the calling, and he just turned into a miserable mother. And yeah, so then I came, then I met Steve about a year after the divorce, it was, because I wasn't even interested in dating at all. But I just didn't want to settle for anything less than I deserved. And like I said, so without trying, we just met and we just fell for each other. And it's been 7.5 years now, married, 8 years he's been here. So yeah, it's been 8 years actually, 10.
Hasn't been that long.
Yeah. 7. We were married 7 years, July 11th. And he
Really?
came weed day.
Yeah, because you guys met on the computer, and then he came here from England to visit. But then you guys ended up falling in love and getting married.
No, we knew he was going to stay. It was just, but he did have a ticket just in case. Because what you see on the internet and what happens once somebody's there is two different things. But I knew, we both knew that, it was going to be, we honestly, it's like my husband is my best friend that way. We're two peas in a pod. I always say it because I have a twin, and yet me and my husband are more similar. And so somebody did ask him, like, how are you both cancers, but so different? And I mean, I don't know, because like I think we're truly a lot the same, but then I think also that your life plays into it as well. So, but
Yeah.
but the thing is that you've always see, my twin was always wearing skirts and dresses in school. I was always wearing sweatpants and t-shirts. So we were quite different. Do you remember when mom would hold up two dresses and she'd say, which one do you want to wear? And I'd start bawling if I didn't get the right dress, because I wanted the blue one instead of the ugly brown one. But then I lost and I started crying. And then Tanya would be like, okay, it's okay, mom, she can wear it. And I'm like, that's right, I got my way.
Well, because I didn't like the conflict. Like, I didn't like, just like with Paula, our oldest sister, you would be the one tackling her in the hallway, pulling her hair out because she's
Yes,
attacking mom. I'm the
Yeah.
one standing in the kitchen crying because I didn't want to engage in that kind of stuff. I hated conflict.
Mm. Oh, right, and she totally did. Me,
Somebody,
but
I think Lisa asked if the daughter was the redhead that you guys met, but it's not. It's a different daughter.
yeah, you talk about Paige.
Yeah, because it says, is the daughter the redhead we met? So you must have introduced them to Haley.
Well, Paige has been on once before as well.
Ah,
But so Haley's the redhead. That is not the user. But Haley's the level-headed. She's the one that's 6 months younger than my son, Matthew. And Haley and Matthew used to be so close. Yeah, it's my twin. If anyone's coming in that doesn't know, it's this is my twin Tanya. She's 10 minutes older than I am. We don't look like twins. We're fraternal twins, obviously. But the thing is that no matter what, my twin, regardless, like Paula, Tanya, do you remember when Paula would say twins have no better of a connection than just regular siblings?
well, it's because Paula was jealous. She
Jealous.
wanted me and her to have the relationship that you and I had. Instead of fitting in and us all three having a relationship, she wanted me. She kept trying to convince me that I had more in common with her than with you. And maybe in some ways I did have some things more in common with Paula, and some ways I had things more in common with you. But to her, it was a competition. She felt like she was like the odd man out. But she was a wild child. I never liked her from birth. I mean, I'd like to say that what happened to me and Paula when John Otten, or who they suspect was John Otten, raped Paula, and while she was on top of me.
Tanya, say the SA words. SA. Just say SA.
SA.
YouTube doesn't like that word too much. SA means sexual assault.
Oh, sexually assaulted. Okay, so
just say SA.
Like, I almost wanted to say that was the turning point in our relationship, but I don't think it was. I just think that we just never connected ever, Paula and I. And Paula wanted us to, but I didn't feel that connection. And then I don't know if that traumatic event kind of severed things even more. I always felt guilty that it happened, like that she took the grunt of what happened that day. Like, you know what I mean? He didn't touch me I was scared. I thought I was going to lose my life. I thought he was going to murder us, to be honest. But I didn't. I felt bad that she was the person that he chose, like, to victimize more so than me, right? And so I don't know if that changed things for her and I, and where I felt more apart from her, or that she resented me because it was her and not me. I don't know.
I don't know, Paula. From me looking at always Tanya and Paula, I just always sat there and kind of just sat in the background laughing, to be honest with you, because Paula and Tanya always fought for who Mom liked more. And it always was, Mom likes me more. Paula got away with everything.
Paula got away with murder because she was supposedly a beautiful child.
You know,
Paula had the looks, right? So she was the beautiful one. She was the firstborn.
Yeah,
she was the model in a sense.
Yeah.
So she got away with everything.
Are you talking about Barry's daughters?
Yeah, Barry's daughters, exactly. But yeah, Paula would always steal Tanya's clothes all the time because they were like the same. And Tanya would get so ticked off. And Paula just thought she could just do whatever she wanted to. I remember her standing there one time, Tanya, when Dion was with me. And she come out in her like her towel. You know how Paula didn't care if she was butt naked, basically. And she would just come out in front. And I remember I told her, you know, like, she stole my money. Remember when we went on vacation and then I come back and my money's gone that I had in my jewelry box. And then she's like, I didn't take it. And she literally tried to punch me in the face while Dion was right there.
Oh, wow.
She's just evil. Okay. She's a narcissistic, evil Satan. And
the sad part is about Paula, Sonia, is that if you were to ask me, what are 3 good memories that you have of your sister? I couldn't even give you one.
Yeah.
It was 95% bad and 5% good. Like, she is the worst big sister that anybody could have ever had. And you know, I just did not like her, and still don't to this day. I don't have it in me to love her. I don't.
You could say she was lucky enough to be born into the family she was.
Yeah.
Tanya, we're just going to kill an elephant in the room right now. Joan, I never got in trouble for school for talking too much. But in general, my sister will always say, I talk too much. So Joan says, did Sonny get in trouble at school for talking too much in school?
Well, I don't think so.
No, I never got in. No, because I was a talker, but I wasn't. Like, I can easily talk to people, no problem whatsoever. And sometimes when I'm really tired, I talk way too much.
I don't remember you being a shit disturber in school. If anything, I was the one getting in trouble.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't me.
I did not like authority, and I didn't like bossy teachers. And so I was always very, very mouthy. And literally, I would get kicked off the basketball team every season, but then they'd bring me back before tournaments because they knew they needed me. But I was in detention quite a bit. I don't remember Sonia being in there with me.
Right. No, you know what? To be like, this is where it would always piss me off, because I was the free spirit. I was always deemed as a troublemaker. Miss Nunn over there was the one that had the skeletons in her closet.
It always is.
But you know what? I was good. Like, there were so many, like, I was respectful of Mom. I was helpful around the house. I was, you know, good at cooking and cleaning and doing all the things that, you know, a good kid does. Yeah, I got in a little bit of shit here and there, but I had a job and I was very responsible. So there was a lot of things, you know, that I was able to get away with those few things because I was good on the other side. Yes, Paula does live actually maybe a mile from my house. And I have only I've lived in the same house 18 years, and I've only ever run into her in the community twice.
Yeah. So we all live in the Walnut Grove community. My sister lives about a 2-minute drive away, maybe a 10-minute walk, just down the same street. Paula lives in Walnut Grove, the
Like
opposite
a
way.
mile, like
Yeah.
maybe 2 mile or a half.
And so yeah, so like I haven't seen her in the 3 years that we've lived in this area.
No, I never
Uh,
run into her.
You know, and it's a good thing because I don't know if I'd probably just punch her in the face still. Like honestly,
Yeah, but
I just
remember she showed up at my door last Christmas. I was sick and I opened up my door and she was standing right there.
Mhm.
But keep in
Yeah.
mind, the reason that she showed up was because remember she did that 23andMe test. And then
Oh,
she
yeah.
found out that her best friend, or one of her, this is just crazy how life is like,
Yeah.
you know, so crazy that my sister Paula has a really good friend that she's been friends with for many years.
Yeah, tell the
And
story.
apparently they both took 23andMe tests, not together, but just separately. But that linked them together as half sisters. So my mom is deceased and never fessed up to this. But apparently my mom obviously slept with her half sister's dad.
Well, you could never remember which guy it was. She
Right,
said it was
and-
either this guy or this guy. She couldn't
Like, what are the
couldn't know.
chances that somebody that you know in your life ends up being your half sister?
Yes, the evil twin.
Like, how does that happen?
I
So
know,
now,
isn't it?
but then when you look at the two of them, they
Yeah.
look so similar.
Yeah, we can see where she gets her looks now
You
from.
can see that that's her sister. Like, and people used to say to her all the time, I guess, boy, you guys look a lot alike, like the two of them, before they ever knew that they were actually half sisters that they didn't even know they were.
Oh,
Like, how
Mhm.
crazy is that? So the only reason that she showed up at my house was because she wanted to tell me the story of this crazy, you know, sister, or how this all unfolded, because she'd run out of people to tell.
right. So you heard crazy sister and you were like, okay, fitting so far.
Right. And I'm just like,
Nothing.
and she's like, I want to introduce you to
Oh.
her. And I'm like, but why? You and I don't even talk. We don't have a relationship. So I know it's important for you to have her in your life. And I'm happy for you that you finally have a connection with somebody, because it's sure not with me, Sonia, or Kenny.
You know,
But I didn't have any need to be introduced to this random person that was,
So-
you know.
now
I
just
didn't-
to rewind time there, Tan, quickly. So Paula single-handedly separated the family
Yes.
Christmases.
No, Mom single-handedly
Sorry.
separated the
Okay.
family because she
Mom-
catered to Paula.
to Paula.
Yes.
And so when I was 26 and came back here, I didn't realize that I walked into warfare, it seemed like. So I come back because I love my family very, very much. And for me, family is family. You know, doesn't matter. You know, you forgive, you whatever, your family. My family doesn't really run that way, to be honest. You will get disowned, you will get not talked to for months on end and stuff like that. Very stubborn family in a lot of ways. I would say that I'm the most forgiving. Would you agree, Tan?
Yeah.
I'm the most forgiving in the family member. I really I can't stay mad really at something. I can be mad for a moment, but not for a long time. But I got tired of getting disowned. And Paula, she accused Kenny, and Kenny probably did it. She accused Kenny of stealing money from her savings jar, her change jar. And
Wow.
so she told me that I would have to go testify, that she was going to press charges against him. And I was like, no. I don't know that he actually took the money, you know, but she's like, but because I didn't take her
He
side.
did. He took it.
Oh, I know he
Right.
probably did, but I didn't like the fact that she literally told me what I was going to have to do.
Mhm.
I was like, don't put me in the middle of your guys' crap, like by putting me and Kenny and you in like put me in the middle. I just moved back here. Like, I don't want to get involved in all this crap that you guys.
Well,
got.
they were living together, but she was living in the suite downstairs. He was
Yeah.
upstairs, and he
Yeah.
knew where this jar of coin was.
From that moment on, because I didn't agree with her. And if you disagree with Paula, that's your worst enemy right there. And Tanya knows it. Tanya and Kenny have had way more stuff happen what Paula did to them than she ever did to me. I just don't put up with Paula's shit.
The
And
thing is,
so-
it's like walking on eggshells. So as
Yeah.
long as you're agreeing with her and always siding with her opinion, you will get along great. The moment you do
Yeah.
not agree with her,
Yeah.
or you have your own voice, you will get slaughtered.
Yes.
Right.
And
But to
So
be
that's,
fair, it is easier when people agree with you.
Yep.
well, yeah. The thing with Paula is that she just expected you to always side with what she was saying. Like if you disagreed with anything, she would be mad at you. Like it was so stupid.
Mm.
Like Paula literally, it was ridiculous.
But she
But
would go
anyway,
for the throat. It wasn't
so
just like an argument. It was she would go for the throat.
throat.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, took it
And
super serious.
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, and so after a while, I'm thinking like Paula had called up, and then Tanya was looking after Mackenzie at my mom's house, and then Paula's like, is that bee still there? Don't let her near my kid and whatever. I'm like, really? You're still holding on to this anger from months ago? Really? And so, anyways, yeah, Paula was just a liar, narcissistic, egotistical, arrogant, full of it, cheater. What else can I say? I mean, she's everything that I am not or would never want to have as a friend or a person in my life. So just only because she was related, that's she's still my sister. But my mom ended up, so Paula refused to basically have Christmas with us or to accept gifts for the kids. And so my mom, because she always took Paula's side for everything, Paula was the favorite in a sense. Paula got away with whatever. And so my mom divided the Christmases. So me, Tanya, Kenny, and would have a Christmas together. And then my mom would have Paula and Bruce's daughters for Christmas.
And the aunts and uncles and everybody else on that side.
Yeah.
The aunts and uncles, everybody.
And so it was like, yeah, my mom is in really, instead of just saying, hey, whoever shows up, she created 2 Christmases. And this feud, Paula kept going forever. But it was to the point that, no matter how many times you tried to give her another chance, she's just a psychotic bitch is what she is, seriously. Like, she's just a self-absorbed person. Like, she's just me. I'm so great. I'm so wonderful. I'm so beautiful. No, I remember when Kenny said to Mom, she might be pretty on the outside, but she's a damn right bee on the inside. And that's just you can't look beautiful.
Whenever we were around Paula, she was always the first in public to say, I'm the pretty one.
I'm the prettiest.
She always has to make a point of saying that.
That's the insecurity.
Yep.
No, you know what her insecurity was? Is that she had psoriasis.
Yeah.
And she told everybody that it was eczema instead.
Well, eczema, psoriasis is essentially the same thing.
Yeah. And I'm not making fun of people with that, but Sonny, you should have immediately said, and she's even more beautiful when she wears her hair in a ponytail.
Yeah. But yeah, so it just it created a huge split. No. It created a huge split in the family. And yeah, and I'm honestly, and I always say this, I'm not into drama. My twin should know this. I always stayed away because I just didn't want to be involved in the drama of the family crap. It just propelled me to not go back home because I just didn't want to be in the mix of this, what I considered trivial stuff that all you had to do was say the wrong thing and someone wouldn't talk to you. But
I mean, how many times would we go to Mom's house for Christmas and then Bruce would, my mom's spouse, would say something or be drunk because he was an alcoholic. And then Kenny, our brother, would go off like a raging lunatic in front of everybody, like to embarrass or humiliate Bruce, he was already doing a good job of that on his own. He didn't need my brother's help, but he would make no qualms about humiliating or like voicing himself in front of everybody and making the entire atmosphere uncomfortable. And it's just too much. Like that's why, like my mom, she tried to be the glue to keep the family together, but it honestly, it wasn't working. And when she passed away, we all just went our separate ways.
Right.
I was already away, and you know what? And then, to be honest with you, I mean, granted, but then there was that letter, and then my brother basically said I was a nut job because remember, Tanya, that letter. So remember that letter and
I'm
the
trying to
Mary,
remember
the
who wrote the
remember.
letter.
So
Okay.
Haley, your precious redhead, remember, she was like, Auntie, you shouldn't have this. So my mom had a hope chest.
Oh, yeah.
My mom had this hope chest when she passed away. And in that hope chest was we could have, I was living away, right? I lived in Calgary or Whitecourt. And so there was this hope chest. And so I'm flying. So I just wanted to grab a few things that meant something to me. And so in that hope chest was my mom when her mom passed had these love letters from her husband. So my grandma's husband, and there was these marriage certificates and some really nice memento love letters. Now, I've never been a materialistic person, and I just wanted things that meant something. So I had grabbed these letters, and that there was a marriage certificate. So Haley thought her daughter Haley kept trying to stir the pot, and she kept going, but Auntie, why do you have these? Why do you? And I'm like, Haley, because they were in my mom's hope chest from when she took stuff when her mom died, right? Like, what do you mean? Why do I have them? Anyways, my brother comes over, and Haley's like, Uncle Kenny, do you think Auntie Sonia should have these, letters like da-da-da? Because Paula felt like Uncle Bob should have them, which is my mom's brother. No, when my grandma died, my mom's mom, each of her siblings got to pick what they wanted. My mom chose those letters.
Pass on down their
Pass
line.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've seen that destroy families. It's so sad.
So my brother basically started calling me a quack job and whatever. And I'm like, what's wrong with you, loony bins? Like, seriously? Like, I'm literally got something that means something that's I'm allowed to take. Excuse me. Excuse me. And it was just like the most ridiculous thing in the world to me that my brother's basically calling me a whack job, telling me I need to be in a mental hospital because I have these marriage certificates from out of the hope chest. Somehow
And Uncle Bob himself said that he didn't even want them, that they were our mother's to distribute as she pleased. And you had, the bottom line was it was Paula. Paula wanted to decide who got what. That was the bottom line. And because she didn't have that control, that's where this all elevated from.
Right.
This one gentleman, Sven, is that how you say his name?
Yeah.
Sven. He says, how did you guys heal as adults? We didn't. I didn't.
We didn't. So me and my twin, no matter what, we have a bond. And going back to that bond thing, is that although me and my twin are very different, my twin to me is my twin. Like, I will always have that place for my twin in my heart. Even if lately in the last few years, we don't see each other that much. And we just turned into both recluses, basically. Because basically me and my twin look at the world the same way, in a sense. Why are people so mean? Why are people so ignorant? Why can't, why this, why that? And I'm just sick of people in general, for the most part. And so when you come online and you meet a lot of these people, Tanya, that are regulars in here, and you find that they have the same type of caring hearts, it means a lot to you, because the trolls we just kick out, and the good people are left over that stay. And so when you have people like Support with Steffa, Alexa, Deb, Lisa, and one's in the house and stuff like that, that those people have and Callie's, I'm sorry if I'm not saying everyone's name here, but you guys know what I mean. There's all those people come here and they're like family to us because they have the kind, caring hearts. And over the years, I'm just tired of people's stuff. I don't like the world out there.
What I think it is that I feel like I can never trust the words that come out of people's mouths. Like, I am the type of person that if I commit to something, if I say, hey, I'm going to be there, I will help you move. I will help you paint your walls. If I say that I'm going to do something, I always follow through, and I will not come up with an excuse the day before or the day of and say,
Yeah.
I can't make it. But the number of times in my life that people have let me down when I'm looking forward to something, or like, because I don't have that many friends. So the few that I have, when they say that they're going to do something, I really, really trust and want them to follow through on what they say. And I've been so disappointed so many times in my life, feeling like
You
I'm
get
at that
tired of
point
it.
now where I literally cannot believe a word that anybody says, and people are not willing to put actions before words. Like they're not willing to prove
Well,
their
some actions.
loyalty, you know, in any way. And that's why I've given up, basically, because I just feel like there's nobody that I always have to second guess or question anything that anybody says now.
Well, you should.
Yeah. Like, remember how I kind of gave whatchamacallit shit that night? It's for the same purpose. If you say you're going to be somewhere, it's your responsibility to be there. Don't leave me hanging on alive and then not show up and then say you fell asleep and this and that. Like you had a responsibility that you said you wanted to come on the live, which was what's his
RL.
Yeah. And so it was just like,
Not
so I just, and I just don't have the patience for that stuff, because we grew up in a time frame, and a lot of you guys will know this, that you know, you have your integrity, you honor, respect, you know, and so if you don't, it's you are the one that looks bad when you don't hold up, but then I'm the sucker if I keep accepting that people do that. And I just refused. Again, there's common courtesies in this world. If you're going to be late for work, you call to let someone know you're going to be running late. People have this self-righteous right nowadays. And because they can hide behind a computer screen, they think that they can just talk smack, do this, not show up, and whatever. I don't have respect for things like that, because that's not the world that I grew up in. And you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many years goes by, you know, there's always that thing about courtesy and respect towards other people. And the thing is, people forget that along the lines because they're so self-involved with themselves. They're too self-absorbed, you know. And it just gets to be.
They have no self-awareness.
No. And honestly, I don't have the time of day for those type of people.
I agree with what Deb said here in this. Just help and love people and expect nothing in return, and then you'll be surprised when they actually do come through for you. And I do try to actually live that way now, where my expectations are like zero, and but I still, you know, try to do acts of kindness, like, you know, pay it forward. I've randomly, like, you drive through Tim Hortons and you tell the lady at the window, I've got the car covered behind me, and yet I have no idea what they're purchasing and how many people are in the car. I've done that. It makes me feel good. You know,
I'm just gonna go get a drink because I'm thirsty. You know.
You're back. No, I agree. You know, I mean, I like to look at things from the glass half full perspective, because I've gone through a lot and I've learned a lot about you know, and I'm done. I'm kind of the same way. I've been dating in a year and a half. It was a 13-year long relationship, and it's not because I'm like I don't want to. It's just like I'm like, it's like I'm not. I don't need it. And I'll never need it, and that's always important to me, is that I'll never need anything from someone else. But I do know. But I mean, I think we've all experienced like what it feels like to meet someone and have like the natural like chemistry. And I don't want to live in a world where like that can't happen. So you know, but I'm not out there I'm not on like, you know, Bumble and Match, all of these other things, you know, searching for it, going on 3 dates a week like some people. Because to me, that my time is more valuable than that.
I will obviously prefer to meet somebody like organically, like just natural setting. You know, you meet them, whether it's at work or at a function or whatever. My problem is I don't go out. I go to work, I come home, and my life has always revolved around raising my 4 kids, because I've been a single parent almost my entire life. And people will say, well, how do you have kids and be a single parent? All of the relationships that I've been in have been where I have been the sole caregiver, caretaker, while they get to sit on their computers and game or drink or smoke weed or you know, all of that stuff. And I've always had to step up and be like the responsible parent, right? And
you don't want to raise another child,
right? Yeah, exactly. exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
unfortunately,
I mean,
those
I know
are the
Sunny,
relationships
I know
that-
Sunny games, but like like to me, like it's like for me, like that's one of those things where I'm like, if someone drinks too much, if
Yeah.
like they exhibit behavior that you can't, like they don't, just little things like they're not where they say they're supposed to be, they're not,
Yep.
inconsistencies like that, or they said I want to play video games all night, like um if we're in a relationship and if I'm doing one thing and they're doing something else, that's fine. But I have friends who play video games every day, all night
Yeah,
long. They're in their
exactly.
40s, and that's just not my thing.
No, and
Mhm.
I always
Yeah.
feel like my son is a competitive gymnast and he trains 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. So he's got school, then he trains, and he really puts his all into it. But he does love gaming. But my rule has always been and will continue to be that and we've lived in the same house for 18 years and he has friends all over the block or in the community. And if they come knocking on the door, he is not allowed to choose computer
Right.
over friends.
Yeah. And that's
That's it.
generational as well too. I know like the younger, younger and younger, they're all going to play video games their whole life. I mean, I think that's pretty evident.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, question for all. I will do it for all of us. Tanya, I want to hear the most embarrassing Sunny story, but she will tell us herself. Or but
Well,
she
that's
will
the
already
egg. That was the eggs.
Okay.
That was probably the.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
even-
So for those people that don't know about the egg story, go ahead and tell it, Tan.
No. This is on you, man. I
already
don't even
told
want
it.
to tell the story.
No, I want you to tell it from your words, though, because I've already said it. So let's see if your
Well,
versions.
I mean, no, I won't.
Where's her deviled eggs?
I think I even made those deviled eggs. Did I
You
not?
made
I
those
made
deviled
them.
eggs.
Exactly.
Well, maybe there's the answer.
Like I'm a good cook, so I don't know what happened. I honestly have no idea what happened.
So would you
it
say
just-
that's the most embarrassing? Let's see here.
Is there? Well, I mean, we spent so many years apart. It's hard to come up with like the most embarrassing story, but that would definitely rank in there.
Well, that one is one we'll never forget. That one,
Yeah,
they
for
were
sure.
her deviled eggs. I literally barely ever touched a deviled egg after that. I told him it was like the movie National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, where the green sewer stuff is coming out of my pores. Basically, whatever it was that reacted, the deviled eggs with whether it was acid reflux or whatever, I don't know. That was the most disgusting smell ever. And Tanya kept going, "Get away from me."
Poltergeist.
I know, right? Like nobody wanted to be around me, and I couldn't blame them. It was like
It was oozing out of your pores. It was
I
like
know,
ridiculous.
It was like,
I
but
don't
they were
even know
your
what happened.
deviled eggs. They were your deviled
I
eggs.
don't know what happened. It just
Yeah.
it was like some kind of an imbalance or something, and it just was
Adam,
disgusting.
I was gonna say, Adam, what's your most embarrassing story that you can think of?
No, I mean, I have countless. I mean, you've known me long enough to know that I'm like, if there's one wrong thing to say, I'm going to say it.
Well, because I have these pictures that Adam sent me, and I used it in a video.
Oh no, I'm not embarrassed by those because that was that was a fun night.
Yeah, because
I feel like I'm the kind of person that I classically have I carried a watermelon as my term because like no matter what, like if I walk into a situation like the movie Dirty Dancing when she walks in and she's like, I carried a watermelon, and that's like all she can think to say.
Yeah, I carried a water. Yeah,
and they're all like the cool kids, and I'm like that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I carried a watermelon.
I still can't believe Patrick Swayze passed away.
Yeah.
I know. If Dirty Dancing. Tanya, did I ever tell you the story about Steve?
I'm looking at that and I don't even know what they're talking, what Lisa's talking about. I don't
Go ahead, Adam. Adam, you can tell the story.
But I don't think anyone should be embarrassed by that because it's hilarious.
So he didn't know that Sonia was live or something, and he walks in the room with his bare ass?
Let me put it this way. I had no intention on going live, and Adam kept going, well, if Sunny would come on. And so I quickly snuck on, and I was just like, no camera.
Pre green screen.
Yeah. And right. And so, okay, I'll tell the part, and then you can tell the Frank part. because that's what made it. And then, so basically, what happened, Tanya, is so I joined the live. Steve's sleeping.
It was early in the morning.
And it was really early in the morning, and I accidentally hit the camera on, and I was like a big mess, right? Like I literally was sleeping. I looked like crap, and there was no way I was turning that camera on. But anyways, so all of a sudden I accidentally, instead of hitting unmute, I hit camera on, and just at the exact time that I hit camera on, Steve's naked ass sits up out of bed. Like literally, it was as soon as I hit the camera on, all of a sudden it's like my husband going boing, sitting up, and his backside. And then this is what, and then Frank says, "What, Adam?"
I didn't see it. Like none of us. I don't think anyone would have noticed if Frank hadn't said it.
Yeah. Well, what did Frank say? You do it best.
And it's funny too because Frank's like an ex-military guy that's like from Indiana. And he's like, "What do you say, Sonny?" Is that your husband's ass?
Yeah, is that Sonny's? He's like, is that Sonny's husband's ass? You know.
So naturally, we're all like.
So I was looking down, didn't even realize that what I had done until I heard Frank's voice. Is that Sonny's naked husband?
He kept saying it.
And so, right, and so Steve sat up at the exact time that I turned on the camera. Well, and that right, and so I'm sitting here like
I never saw it.
And I'm like, ugh, and I'm like, oh my god! And I swear to God, it felt like it took forever just to find that camera off button. Every finger motion I had went putty, and I'm just like, right.
So this was a back view, not a front view.
No,
back view, full moon, or what did I call it?
It was the back, right? Okay.
When you pull your pants down and you moon somebody.
Yeah.
Right, moon.
Sunny side. Yeah.
Sunny side up. I said we saw sunny side up.
So anyway, so Adam and Frank won't stop cracking sunny side up jokes, butt jokes.
How long ago did this happen?
A few months back now.
Okay.
And so I'm going like, you guys stop it because.
Well, no, go ahead. Well, so I don't open Messenger when we're on. So I don't realize Sunny's sending me messages going,
yeah,
would you stop, like, and then she's like, I don't know, like, I want people to record this and put it all over the internet.
The trolls will record that and use it.
And I don't see any of that, and all of a sudden Sunny just ends the live.
Well, it wasn't. So no, hold on, but you still, they were.
So how long was his butt on the screen?
Not very long.
I never saw it.
No, but the thing was, Tan, is that I don't think that Steve, because he just woke up, so I don't think that he even knows what happened. And I'm in panic mode now. And Frank and Adam just wouldn't shut up with cracking the jokes. And so I'm like, you guys, can you knock it off, please? Because I'm trying to think that Steve doesn't know what just happened. So I'm panicking because I'm like, oh my God, some troll's going to get a hold of this. They're going to record it. And, next thing I know, my husband's ass is going to be on the freaking internet. And so now get a load of this time. So Steve gets up, goes to the bathroom, and then he goes into the living room, and he's like I can't sleep because you're keeping me up or whatever, right? So I'm just like, okay, like you guys, but I did right. Adam, I'm like, Adam, end the live, because I'd left. I totally hit the wrong buttons, left, whatever. Next thing I know, I'm just like, Adam, and he's not answering me, and I'm like, for fuck's sake, I'm just freaking end the live. And so I quickly race in, end the live right away, and I instantly go edit it out. Now, hours later, Steve's in the living room at his computer, and I'm sorry, honey, for keeping up with those. Well, how would you feel if your ass was seen right across the internet? and
Sunny, you should be like, I show my ass on the internet all the time.
And then he goes, I don't even care about that. I just care that you showed our messy room.
That was the best part.
That you showed our messy room.
Yeah.
Sonia is not known to be a housekeeper, people.
But that was the best part. Is that what he cared about?
Yeah, that's what he cared about. He's like, I don't care if somebody sees my ass. I just care that.
Oh my God! So he was the one worried about the messy room.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were. So
No.
he didn't care about his bare ass. He just
No.
cared about the messy bedroom.
Right. And so
you know, he got a lot of props for that. He got a lot of props for
Oh
that.
my
I think he
God.
probably like.
I was just like, really? So it was the messy room you were pissed off about? And
I don't think I said too much. All I think I said was, I was like, well, there's a full English breakfast. Or like,
so
Oh my God, that's hilarious though, that he's more concerned about the mess. Granted, Sonia
yeah.
is a terrible housekeeper.
I,
your bed was made. It wasn't bad.
I'm not. I am not. People on here know I am no housekeeper. In
Sonia
fact,
is not domesticated in any way, and I will
I
blame
am a
that on her
shitty
running
wife
away
that way.
very young.
Yeah.
She can't cook. She can't clean.
I can cook if I
can-
want to.
Yeah, M&M's does not count.
Wait.
Preheating frozen food does not count. Opening up a can does not count.
You know what? Totally bought a pre-cooked ham. That's what we had for Christmas dinner.
Mhm.
Mashed potatoes, pre-cooked ham. All you had to do was fry it, you know, add the gravy, and we had Yorkshire puddings from a package, of course.
When
Even
you're
though
done, Sunny, I know you and I've talked. I know that you do enjoy cleaning, but when you're in a space where you have it, the whole place to yourself, and you can do your thing,
Yeah.
like, you know,
I don't believe it. Not for a second.
Yeah.
that's just lied to me.
So yeah, let me put it this way.
Listen, when Sonia moved to Whitecourt, Alberta, and I went to visit her for the very first time, I actually had to go to Canadian Tire the day that I arrived and buy a vacuum because she has never heard of one.
Tanya, it had mostly wood floors.
No, you had
Yeah.
cat infestation from hell.
No, the kitchen and the living room downstairs.
Yep, every single corner of that house had cat hair. You couldn't cook without cat hair falling in your food. It was everywhere.
Different.
It was like a
scenarios
nightmare
that
from
I have.
hell.
I don't even
But she
remember.
doesn't cook.
No, I had to cook in that space, and my kids had to sleep on the floor in that space.
Oh, that's good for the
Right.
allergies, though. It builds up resistant to allergies.
No, you want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I've never
Tell me.
had hives in my entire life.
Oh,
And as
she's
soon
gonna
as I
blame
was
it on
on
the
the air,
hives.
as soon as I got back home, I broke out in the worst hives I've ever had in my life. I had to go to the doctor, and he said, for every hive that you have outside your body, you have just as many inside. I had to be medicated because he was afraid they were attacking my brain. I was literally, I'm not joking you when I tell you that to this very day, I still get random pressure hives now. If I open a jar, if I carry bags on my hands, anything that puts pressure on my body, I will break out in hives. And it's only been since that visit to Whitecourt.
So I
And
think
that was how many years ago, Sonia?
I call
I-
bullshit.
I had hives.
I would wonder if there's something more in the exterior of the house or interior of the.
No, what it was the doctor told me that my what do you call it? It just threw my body out of whack. My stress of that literally sent my body into like an overdrive state, and it screwed my immune system. And I have literally had side effects from that breakout to this very day. But the first year was horrific. Like massive welts on my hands, feet, arms, chest, head, everywhere.
Right. So do you think it was the cat hair, or do you think it was the stress you felt?
I think it was probably the trigger of the stress from the cat hair and just that environment. Literally, because I am a bit of more of a neat freak.
I know what I would. I know what I would have been buying Sunny for Christmas every year.
Oh my God!
Housekeeper.
I'm telling you,
we all have strengths. So we all have strength. I don't like to clean it. I like to clean. I don't like to cook.
Messy and dirty.
I like clean and organized.
Not dirty.
I like organized.
Clean and organized.
Yeah, but I don't like to cook. So I'm like that. Someone should, fulfill that weakness in me, and then I'll fulfill a weakness in someone else.
Well, I cook and I bake, and I'm actually a pretty good cake decorator and blah blah blah. I mean, I'm very domesticated. I can do all of it. I may not enjoy it, but I do it because it's necessary.
It's not necessary. I'm not gonna die going, I got 240 hours into cleaning. No, it's not gonna happen.
See my house. This is I expect my house to look like this every day.
Yeah. I like clean and organized.
Yes.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I enjoy it. I just don't like doing that.
neither
like-
do I, but I do it because it has
happens.
to be done.
It's not as rare. It's not as common as one
Yeah.
would think it should be.
I live alone, so I don't really have a mess. So I get to just kind of like, dust up every once in a while. Things don't really get messy. And then I have someone do like the baseboards and everything like that every couple weeks.
Ugh,
Well,
don't
that's
talk
what I have
about
my
baseboards.
kids
That's
for.
what I'm talking about.
My kids are
Baseboards.
required to do housework. It's not even optional, and
We
they do
were,
not
yeah.
get paid to do it either.
Yeah,
They
we
live
were.
here. They can help.
Yeah,
You
we had
know-
it was in the summer. We had a list, each one of us.
Yep.
Yeah, so did we. Growing up,
I
we
made
had-
it though, so
Oh. we had a list too. Like my mom, we had to iron our clothes, we had to do dishes, we had to cook.
No,
for
remember
one
when you had to
week.
rake the floor? There was actually a rake for carpets, and you had to rake the
Yeah.
floor.
Oh, I don't actually. I
Yeah.
vaguely
Yeah.
remember.
Mom
that.
Well,
always
carpet
you had
was
to
that.
rake in the right pattern. Like you had to rake in a specific way.
it wasn't shag. It was like a Berber, right? Because the shag would have snug. So or snag.
No, the Berber would have snagged. The shag you would rake.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Right. That was what it is.
See, you guys are talking silly now. Let's stop talking about cleaning houses.
And who has carpet anymore anyway? Ugh.
Yeah, that's
I
just
just
boring
find that when you're
topic right
clean and organized, that your life is more organized. I find when you're like kind of scattered and
there. That's a
messy,
deep
that
thought.
that
But in the same regard, if you're clean and organized, are you able to then handle situations when you're not in an environment that you don't feel like is the way you want it to be?
well, hence why I broke out in hives.
That's what I'm saying. So there's an argument to be made on both sides of this.
That's
Well, you see,
true.
I had hives before my sister ever had hives. Now I blame it on the mosquitoes. She wants to blame it on my cats. I blame it on the mosquitoes because I was sitting there this one day, right, Tanya, when we lived in the townhouses in Coquitlam there, and I was
Yeah.
scratching my ass
Oh,
so
a
bad.
townhouse.
Yeah,
You never know where it came from.
but anyway, so we were sitting out there, right, and then my butt became really itchy, and I'm like, oh shit, I got a mosquito bite, and so then I go to the bathroom, whip down my pants, stare at my butt, and I got these freaking red monster things on it.
Hemorrhoids, Sonia. They're called hemorrhoids.
No, it's called a hive. No, that's a different part
She'll,
of my
she'll,
butt.
she'll pull up pictures.
Oh my God. A stink bug literally just landed right in front of me. Sorry, hang on.
Oh gosh. Oh, that house. I would burn it down.
She doesn't like critters. Critters
Literally,
scare her.
he
how did
has
it get- how did it get
epidemic
in?
with these stupid stink bugs. They're just ridiculous. Look at this thing.
Yeah, that's so
Look at-
funny. Oh no, don't kill me.
Oh, frick, he's dying a brutal death right now.
Oh, well, that stink.
Yeah. There's a missing in the murder.
Sonny, are there any bugs in your house? Nope, don't think so.
No, don't think so. You don't see any stink bugs over here now. Yeah.
like
These
it.
things are brutal, man.
It's an odd time of year for that.
You know what? In
Yeah,
the
it's
summer, they are horrific. Like you
Yeah.
can barely be outside. And it's been, I think I read in the paper that it's been for the last 4 or 5 years that they've become a
Ooh.
huge problem. And they're actually, they put an article out saying to please kill them to try to help get them under control.
Right.
But they're everywhere. And,
Right. But
and
I
I've
wonder
never,
if they're trying to come in, because of the cold.
They
yeah,
look like little
exactly.
shields.
They love the warmth. So they're
And they-
always hiding in warm places.
And they can get in the smallest crack in a window seal, anything, the
Yeah.
smallest little thing.
They're horrible. They're just everywhere. Every single day I kill at least 5 of them.
Right.
Alexa just said that you scared her son so bad with that scream that he fell down the stairs.
Is he okay?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
okay. Thank God.
God.
Yep, she said
I've
thank God.
accidentally many times killed ladybugs because I don't know what it is at first, and then you're like, oh damn.
Oh my God. Is he okay? Like, let me read here back. My heart probably skipped a few beats as I heard my son roll down
Yeah.
the stairs. Oh
I don't
my
think-
God.
I don't think she would have been in chat if he wasn't.
Mm.
Oh,
But yeah.
I feel really bad.
There was the
actually.
scream. I was ah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sonia, it literally landed right in front of me. It just kind of boom. And I
Yeah.
was
Lisa,
like,
Lisa, you do have stink bugs in the Midwest because I lived in the Midwest.
Mm.
I'm trying to think what they're called there.
ridiculous.
Oh, okay. So maybe I lied a little, Tanya, and it was because he was going to the bathroom, but instead of going upstairs, he decided to come down and with his pants down to his ankle. So I guess it wasn't your scream like I said it was.
Oh, okay. Thank God. But I hope your son is okay. All the same. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, I know. It would really be heartbreaking to have that on your conscience, too.
Oh, yeah, that would be. Thank you for putting it there,
So-
Sonia.
Alexa has twins, boys.
We'll pray for him.
Are they identical?
Yeah. I think so. Alexa, they're identical. isn't that right? I think so.
Are they fraternal?
I thought they were identical.
They look pretty identical.
And
Sorry, are they identical?
I can't remember. I'm just waiting for her to say because I'm having a moment.
Well, you guys, we're waiting for that. Do twins run in your family?
No,
Yeah.
that's the funny thing. They
Oh,
like,
do too.
huh?
Every second generation.
What set of twins?
The ones
Yeah,
that
sure.
died in grandma's family.
Oh, didn't know that.
Then they are fraternal. She said.
Oh, they are
hers
fraternal.
fraternal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was thinking they were identical. You
My mother has 3 sisters, and my dad has 2 sisters, and they're the only 2 that don't have twin grandchildren.
Mm.
So I'm I think chances are if that ever happened, there'd be twins.
Well, and so I guess then one of my kids has the potential to have twins.
Correct.
Well,
Yeah.
I sure as hell hope it's not Paige.
Right?
I used to tell my little sister that she was a twin, but they had to take the other one out, and she's got a back of her neck from it.
Oh my God.
Whenever
so she has a girl and a boy.
Mhm.
So fraternal, but a girl and a boy.
Why am I having a
Who?
moment here?
Who? No, Lex has 2 boys.
Lex has 2 boys.
Yeah,
Aw,
Lex,
Nicole, thank you, Nicole. That was very sweet. I don't view myself that way, but thank you.
no, you're both gorgeous.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Go on with your bad self, Adam. Oh, we're just here just to inhale.
That's all I got. That's actually all I had. That's all.
Yeah.
My statement. I was gonna ask if you ever did the Parent Trap switch thing or anything, but
the thing is me and Tanya, when we were younger, she had probably a good foot on me at one point. Tanya, do you remember the Playland picture where we got?
Oh
our
yeah,
thing?
no, I was a lot taller. You were short.
Yeah. And people would always say that to us. You're not twins. You're not twins. Yeah, you're right. We're just making it up for no reason.
Holy God, Lisa says my cousin has 2 sets of triplets within.
we have 1 set of triplets in our family.
Do you?
Wow.
And were they natural or were they?
Yeah.
Was it in vitro or anything?
We only have 1 set of twins in the family that was in vitro, and that wasn't that was my cousin's daughter. So we have 8 sets of twins in the family. So we get twins run on both sides of my family.
Wow. I remember when Sonia and I were in junior high in Calgary, and there was these triplets, Kathy, Karen, and Kelly. They were the biggest nightmare from hell. And then even the school district split them up into different schools because they would basically form a gang, and then they would attack and beat up people. And there was Kathy. Was it Kathy?
Kathy.
Kathy was the nice one, wasn't she, Sonia?
No.
Or so you thought.
Kathy
Which
was
one
the
was
one
the
that came to our
nice one?
school.
Huh?
Kathy was the one that came to our school.
Okay, so one of I don't know which one it was, but one of them was the sweet one, but she was always sucked in by the other 2 bad apples.
Kelly, there was Kelly, Karen, and who else?
And these were triplets, identical. They could have swapped places and you would have never known. It was unbelievable.
Kathy came to our school because she got booted out of McLeod.
That's right.
Okay? And so she wasn't the nice.
Those were the fun girls.
And the only reason why you could tell them apart is because
one of them had a gap in their teeth.
Her teeth. But I remember when Tanya, I can't remember if you remember this, but I remember when we were talking, and then I remember I was in the office, the principal's office, and Kathy walks up to me and she's like, something like, you just think you're all that because you're a twin or something like whatever it was, right? And and then she's like, you should be scared of me. I'm a triplet or whatever. And I'm like, and I care why. And she's like, and she literally came up into my face.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
she's like, she
Oh,
goes,
they
you
were
better
mean.
be scared of me. And I'm like, and I'm shitting my pants a little bit. And I'm like, I'm not. Because there was no way. I don't know what people have power over me, even if I was shitting my pants at the time.
Yeah, Sonny, you should have been like, I had a triplet.
Yeah.
Maybe you should be scared of me.
My attitude was that I will kick your butt, like meaning like that's how I always presented myself, because I always felt very strong and
Well, because
feisty.
bullies will only bully you if you like let them, right?
Right.
I tended to let them because I didn't want to get my ass kicked by 3 triplets.
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is that actually, because it's funny because Tanya is the one that actually got into the fights.
But I never started them. I just defended myself, and I was actually strong, so I usually win. But I never started them. I just had to engage because it was forced upon me.
Yeah. Do you remember when Kathy had a fight with Kathy Payton?
Yes.
And because Kathy
and then the
Payton
other 2 sisters jumped in, and they were gang beating her, and they got charged.
Yeah, because Kathy Payton was actually winning the fight.
Yes,
and then
and that's why the other 2 sisters jumped in.
Yeah, and they jumped in because they walked around thinking that they were the king shit of everything. And that's the way that they portrayed it. They were like, they had evil eyes. And it was funny because their parents were like 65 years old.
Yeah.
They had them like really late
in life.
And the parents were, sweet old people. But these 3 triplets were just a nightmare, to be honest with you. They just walked around thinking that they could just bully people around.
Yeah.
But Kathy wanted a fight with Kathy Payton. And Kathy Payton was winning the fight. And then Kathy, the triplet, fell on the ground as she was trying to grab Kathy Payton's shirt, and she ended up tripping and falling on the ground. And that's when the other 2 girls jumped in there. And then you had a fight with Lisa Galinsky.
Yeah, because she actually approached me walking through like home on the way home. Yeah. She came after me, not the other way around.
Well, I was going to say Lisa Galinsky was a friend of ours, and we lived in the townhouses because we had moved to Calgary, and Lisa
5
Galinsky
doors away from each other.
Yeah. And so, like we were all kind of friends. Actually, if I recall correctly, my twin, she always said, get your own damn friends. And I'm like, your friends are my friends. Like, I mean, we're in the same darn class. But anyway, so Lisa Galinsky, at one point, her and Tanya became more, I don't know, enemies for whatever reason. And Lisa Galinsky kept trying to egg my sister on to fight her. So my sister finally gives in and says,
because she was encouraged by other people.
Yeah, true. And so it took my sister has incredible upper body strength. And all she has to do is basically touch you and you're going to go flying. And so Lisa took a couple swacks to the face, and she literally ran into this girl's home.
She literally ran in the front door of somebody's house.
Yeah, like my sister literally kicked her butt within a couple of seconds. And actually the same thing kind of happened with Carrie Ann a little bit there too. Carrie Ann was all of a sudden, remember, and you're like, son, stop her. So I pushed Carrie Ann back, and then my sister and her got into a fight. But I actually didn't get into any fights. I don't know if it was just,
I never initiated them though. I never did. I did not like conflict.
Tanya, do you remember Paula's friends, the blonde and that brunette? You ever see 2 chicks just freaking all out fight? It was like crazy. All you're literally hearing was slap.
No, but this is my thing, Sonia. This is my thing, is that when I fight, it's with my fists. I don't pull hair. I don't do all these like stupid, like spit in people's face. I don't want to fight, but if I have to defend myself, I will. But I'm not going to succumb to grabbing people by the hair and spitting at them and doing all of this, what I call scrappy fighting. That's not fighting. Fighting is like put up your dukes. Like,
when I pulled your hair, my sister, she would hate it when I would pull her hair. I jump on top of her and I start pulling her hair.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Yeah. And because that to me is not fighting. That's cowardly fighting.
No. Okay.
That's like, that's girl fighting. That's not fighting.
I would pull my sister's hair because she hated it. And I knew it. There's a couple things my sister hates. She hates the C word, and she hates it when I would pull her hair. So of course I would purposely do those things. But she was my. I would say that my twin during school and that like during high or junior high. Uh, she always was like, "Get your own friends. Go find your own friends. Quit hanging around with my friends." And I'm like, "But we're in the same class. Like we're all the friends." But sometimes she just always get annoyed with me. She just said, "Go find your own friends." So pretty much it's just like, no, you go find new friends. These are my friends too.
Well, the thing is, we played the same sports, so we had the same circle,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. And then because it was grade, I don't know, it was high school is when mom moved us back to
Grade 10
grade
or
10.
grade
Yeah,
11.
on there. But yeah. So for the most, like I said, so most of
Keep
my,
in mind, Sonia, I went to 8 schools in 12 years. Like it was 7 or 8 schools. We went to McCloskey Elementary, we went to Little Mountain Elementary, then we went to Bernard Elementary, then we went to Dr. Gordon Higgins, then I went to James Fowler, then I went to Burnaby Central, and then I went to Van Tech. I went to 7 schools in 12 years. It
yeah,
sucked.
yeah.
It sucked.
I guess I never thought of it like that
Yeah.
because
The only stretch was grade 7, 8, 9 at Dr. Gordon Higgins.
yeah. I guess for me, I just like it didn't. Oh, Frank, welcome back, Frank. I don't really, I guess, think of it too much. Like, I guess because it wasn't as hard on me as it would be on Tanya to fit in more so. I just kind of went with the flow of things, really. I mean,
Yeah,
it
it was
sucked.
hard for me to make friends.
Yeah, whereas me, the only thing I hated was when mom moved us back and then it just rained. Okay, a woman in rain and hair just don't mix. And it would piss me off, this BC weather here. It's just horrible on rain. It's just like moisture. The minute moisture touches my hair, I'd be like a drowned rat. And it would just tick me off. And I just remember going to school every day. My hair was soaking wet every day. And I just got sick and tired of feeling miserable in a sense there.
Sorry, was that in BC? When you came to BC, you mean?
Yeah. Well, when mom moved us back when we were like 15, 16.
Yeah, yeah.
And then mom moved us back and it was just like a month of hell. You had to get on the stupid bus. I never liked Vancouver that much. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. I mean, I love where I was born, but the rain when you're a teenager on your hair, just it was a piss off beyond belief. And so it just, some people have hair that can go wet and look good still. I look like a drowned rat. So you sit there and you get ready for school and you get to, you know how you feel when you feel ugh, and then you guys spend the whole day feeling ugh, and so it just was like, it just rained for a month and I was just whatever. Then I just like said, and then John Tang, and I'm not sure if you remember that, but the reason why I left because I kind of wanted to, but it was because all I did was ask mom if she got certain nuts for Christmas. And she answered back no. And I was like, oh, mom. And then John grabbed me by my shirt and threw me up against the counter and said, like, don't be so fucking disrespectful to your mom or whatever. And I'm like, wait, all because I was like, oh, mom. Like, that's all I said. Like, it wasn't like it was much. And I was just like, really? You're going to...
John was a really good guy, but he could... Certain stupid little things could set him off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And he, like, there's a couple times he knocked our mom around, because Paula caused a lot of that. But it still doesn't give him the right to put his hands. But my stepdad was a pretty good guy. But he had those moments in life where he just lost his crap. And he did it with Kenny, too, and he did it with me. And then as soon as he did that, I was just like, yeah, I'm out of here. And just because it was so undeserved, like meaning all because I said, oh, mom, you didn't get the nuts. Like I just was like, oh, mom, because those are like, mom knew that I like, my Christmas nuts. Wow. Does that sound so wrong?
No, I know. Yeah, he was weird. John was such a good guy in so many ways, but those little triggers, were.
Actually, to be honest with you, Tanya, I lost respect for him ever since mom died, to be honest. I've lost total respect for him. I have gone well out of my way to call him, and I was the one that called him to let him know that Bruce had passed on as well. You
Mhm.
know, say hey and whatever. I called him again and I said, look, the next time if I hear from you, it's because you're going to call me, because he was like something about a barbecue or whatever. And I said,
Yeah.
okay, well, I'll wait for the call from you, because honestly, it's like when I'm talking to him and then he's like, yeah, how's Tanya doing? I'm like, dude, what about me? Why don't you ask about me? Like, why do you keep caring about Tanya? Like he made me feel like
Mhm.
I didn't matter, that all he wanted to do was, hey, how's Tanya doing? Oh,
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
I'm the one that freaking is calling you. I'm the one that actually kept calling him past when him and mom divorced and stuff. Like, I
yeah,
called him for years. He's just a very awkward person on the phone. But
yeah,
I've never heard back once from him in the whole time that he's kept promising that he'll call. So I'm
yeah,
just like, kiss my ass.
yeah.
I'm done now. Like, you're the one that always claimed that you still wanted to talk to us and this and that. And so I just lost respect, because like I said, how many times do I have to look like an idiot calling? And then he
Mhm.
promises to call back. If you cared
Yeah,
enough, you would call back now. And
yeah,
so in the
yeah.
summertime, he had time to call back, whatever, but he didn't. So I'm just like, why don't
Yeah.
you just call my sister, see how she's doing? No, no, no. Frank about the live with Sunny husband. Oh, great. That's Frank there. He's the one that Frank Meister. He's the one that's like, sad Sonny's naked, husband's naked,
Oh, is he the one who said that?
Yeah. Yeah. And Mel enjoys flirting with me. Adam thinks that that's his crush.
Hold on. So cold truth, sorry, is
That's
the
Mel.
okay, so she is cold truth?
She is cold, definitely, and she's very truthful. Yes.
Oh,
That's why she kind of built the name Cold Truth. Kind of,
okay. I know I wasn't sure if that was just a picture or if that was actually
yeah.
the person.
Yeah. Except for when she's around me, she gets all warm and fuzzy for some silly reason. Right, Adam? Adam.
Yeah, that's because we don't. Yeah, I mean, we don't. Our flirting is more like a mutual respect for each other.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I get tired of fending off all these boyfriends and ex-husbands that I have on the lives, to be honest with you. It gets old. It gets old. But, there's some few special ones there. And so when Adam was away, me and Mel played and we're flirting with each other. Right, Mel? Mm-hmm. So Mel has a channel called Cold Truth. We're just joking around, by the way. See that my sister's like,
Okay,
right.
so when you say Mel, you're talking about the lady that's cold truth.
Yeah.
Yes.
Her channel is Cold Truth.
Took me a minute there to
yeah. Once you get past the cold heart, she's a really nice person, to be honest with you.
She exposes the cold hard truth.
Yeah. I like people, and you're the same way though, Tan. I just like honest and truthful people. I just like transparent. I don't like bullshit. That.
Yeah.
I hate fakes. Can't stand it. It just drives me crazy. I just like people that are just honest.
That are real.
Just be yourself and be honest. Don't pretend to be something you're not. Don't fake the niceties of, to your subscribers. Like, hey, I just love you. Oh, you guys are just amazing. And you talk.
Gosh, thank you so much.
There are people who are two-faced.
Two-faced. I just can't stand fakes. Like I said, to me, it's like if people watch, it's because they like who you are, because they can see that you're just truthful, you're just honest and genuine, and you're not trying to pretend to be something. And the only people that have issues with me are the people that are the fakes and not themselves, that can't stand people that are just being themselves. It's so laughable to me, right? It's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I can't fake trying to be something I'm not at all. I just don't feel right. It's not who I am.
Well, and you shouldn't have to.
Right. I can be polite, but I'll never be fake.
Yep, exactly.
Girl crush, yeah. We can joke and be real. I love that as well. Yeah. So, and people, like I said, know that about me. And some people, it's a little bit too much for some people. I don't care at the end of the day. It's just one of those things. I'll be myself. And I mean, if I do something wrong or feel like I've done something wrong, I'll apologize. Or if
I
there's a
have to
mistake.
say really quick, I thought about Alexa today because when every time we were opening presents, I was like,
Yeah.
can I look at the handwriting on that, please?
Uh,
All my family members. And I was like looking at how they would write their eyes and like different things.
oh, so
Alexa's
yeah,
handwriting.
Alexa's the, like I said, the former profile handwriting
Yeah.
expert. So,
Oh, right. Okay, yes.
So-
So she doesn't do that anymore?
not as much, no. After she had the twins,
She's
some-
given us some lessons though, and things to look out for or
we've-
look for.
yeah, like we've had some letters where she takes them and then she's, being a profiler in that, right? Or
Yeah.
letters. The way people do certain letters and stuff like that, meaning whether you had like a strong relationship with your mother or
Mhm.
not, it's just really on how your certain letters are done. So to the general population, usually, obviously letters, the way that they're written, like for instance, if you
Yeah,
have
or
like,
when people write like really large, like they're making a statement versus someone who writes like tiny, like
tiny
you can
and
barely read it, or somebody who has lots of curvature in their
Right.
writing versus someone who's more, like it's,
yeah. And well, I was gonna say, because when Alexa's talking to you, there's part of me going, well, I write very curvy. Like my husband almost claims it's like italic almost.
Mhm.
When I'm taking my time, my writing is just very curvy. Like it's very big in a sense. I'm not a small writer by any means, and so there's a couple things like she's saying, like I think I can't remember what one of them was, if it was like narcissistic or something like that. And I'm like, oh, not narcissistic.
I tend to print. I don't write because I used to get in trouble in school because my writing was so slanted, being a left-handed writer.
Yeah.
That the teachers would have a hard time reading it. So I was always told to either type it out or print. So I just started printing and I never stopped.
And my twin, honestly, her handwriting was curved to the left. Like she totally curved her.
It was
signature.
very slanted and
Very slanted.
But
Yeah.
it is interesting that Tanya doesn't have all the expressions of Sunny. At the end of the day, to be honest with you, like I said, one of those things.
Well, because I always say at the end of the day, like, how everyone has like certain expressions that
I
they
say
use?
that all the time at the end of the day.
Yeah.
People give me shit for saying that too much.
Right.
At the end of the day, I say that to my kids. At the end of the day, but I get in trouble for saying that.
You can visit our merch store in Pershing and buy some at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, oh good God.
And I say, to be honest with you, I've always said that. And it's one of those.
What was the thing you used to say? You don't say it as much anymore, but it was like a sort of thing where you would end it in a certain.
That type of thing or something like that.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Can't really remember it, to be honest.
You don't say it as much anymore, but you said it for a long. You said it a lot for a while.
Yeah, and I remember because I don't remember exactly what the expression was. But at the end of the day,
I think it's hearing.
a lot of people actually say that.
There you
What do you
go.
say?
What does
I think
Miracle
it's
Heart
hearing.
mean? Wow, Tanya, you would be good at it. Like,
You have
Oh.
me saying at the end of the day all the time now, Sonny. I say it all the
You
time to my
did?
client. I'm like, at the end of the day,
At the end of the day, Tanya, she's talking about profiling.
oh, profiling, like writing.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a very interesting career for sure.
Hey, Tan, you would love CD. So CD, this is my twin here. If you don't know about that already,
CD.
yeah, CD is analysis of a crime with CD. CD is a retired police officer.
Yeah.
You like blunt and honest. There's CD for you. You would love him. He's just a really great guy. Like I said, he's a
but never
retired.
really.
No, he's just just tell it like it is type of person. Hey, CD. He has a couple of kids, and we don't usually see him as much as we would like to.
Oh, that's why I put a lot of toys together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Doll houses and
he's a good dad.
Yeah.
I bet.
He's a good
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah, this
I
is
think
Tanya.
we might get together later this week and do an Idaho thing
Hello.
if we can
Yeah.
if we can work it out with the holidays.
He
Mhm.
just said hi to me.
Yeah,
Sunny's twin.
yeah. And there, see Tanya. Oh, Tanya, You shouldn't actually probably.
I never touched anything.
Yeah, you put your name when it asked you for your name. You probably don't have to put your last name.
No, it defaulted. I didn't type it in. It was there already.
Oh, okay. Just so you know, you can change that.
It doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
I don't care if people know my name. It is my name.
Yeah. No, but then you got the trolls on the internet.
I've never been married, but I've had 3 last names.
Yes, Tanya. Just quickly, and Adam just asked you too. I have hazel eyes.
I have blue.
I know. I literally asked him if they were green or blue today. He's like, blue, idiot, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've had blue eyes my whole life.
Yeah, and
which matches your T-shirt, Sonia.
Yeah, there we go. See, it's popping out.
Right.
Adam, what color are yours?
And Adam's background.
Yours
my
are
eyes
blue?
are blue. Yeah, mine are blue.
Well, look at Tanya's eyes compared to yours.
What?
2 different colors of blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always, my whole life, I swear to God, people just stare at me like they're mesmerized by my eyes, and they're like, "Are those your real shade of your real? Like, are you wearing contact? Nope, these are my eyes." Yeah.
Mine changed. Mine will go from like more of a turquoise to dark gray to like, but they're all So
I will never get a compliment on anything else on my entire body except my eyes.
Oh, I could name 5 right now. The shape of your eyes are beautiful. Your cheeks are beautiful. Your lips are beautiful. Your hair is beautiful.
Listen, I have this
that's just what we can see.
face. My hair sucks.
No, your cheek. No, you have a heart-shaped face with your cheekbone. No, yeah.
Yeah, well.
No. I got the heart-shaped face. She has the chipmunk.
Okay, Sunny, you're not in about this conversation. So
Right.
I've probably gained 60 pounds in the last 2 years. Believe me, and it shows.
It's all in her tongue. It's in her tongue. Yeah, that's where it is. No,
Lisa, you're disappointed every time I say what.
Icy blue eyes are so beautiful. Crazy that 2 of our 3 kids have insane blue eyes. My wife and I have brown, but blue is on both sides of the family. My son actually, Tanya, if you didn't know, Matt has blue eyes as well.
Well, and Sonia, 3 of my 4 kids have blue eyes.
It can come from any recessive gene, yeah.
Yep. Like Paige's eyes are brown.
Yeah.
And then Shay, Jevin, and Haley are all blue.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I'm grateful that all of my kids are right-handed, because being a lefty sucks. And people think you're different or you're special. The amount of people that stare at you and say, how do you do that with your left hand? How do you drive with your left hand? How do you use a calculator or an adding machine with your left hand? How do you operate a till? How do you comb your hair? I'm more
curious how half the world does that with half a brain.
Right, exactly. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times people have gone out of their way to say, how do you do that with your left hand? And I'm like, the same way you do it with your right.
Right.
So what are we talking about here? No.
Yeah.
Okay. And being a lefty in school sucked, because you always had to take the paper out of the binder. And then those Erasermate pens were like the death of me, because I would wear all the ink on the side of my hand.
Well, the desks were all on the right side. They were connected.
Everything. And then when you played field hockey, they didn't even make sticks for left-handed people. So you had to hit the ball with the rounded side of the stick.
We always had to turn the opposite way or hit it with the wrong side.
Yeah.
Because back then they didn't really have things for left-handed people.
Anytime I'm bad at a sport, I always claim, I'm like, oh, I think I got a left-handed one. I think I'm doing the wrong one.
Yeah. Things are better now. But
I am very grateful that my kids are all right-handed. Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, like I was gonna say, I still think though that left-handed people are more creative, that have a more creative side to them.
They've had to create those things to make themselves feel better.
Usually when I talk to someone that's creative, it's like a lefty, and they're either a musician or anyway. That's just something I personally know.
Sonia, not a word of a lie. When I graduated high school and I was working at Save-On Foods, we had to go through training to use the till. And the way the till is set up, you have your conveyor belt, and then you have the weigh scale and the till. So there was a specific way or order that they expected you to operate that machinery for maximum productivity and speed. right? So if the conveyor belt's coming over from this side, you transfer it into your left hand, put it up on the scale while you're keying with your right hand. But I'm left-handed, so I would cross my hands over. I was as fast, if not faster, than the best cashier they had out there, but I still failed. So they'd send these random people through to test you, and they'd grab random produce because you had to know 1,000 numbers off the top of your head for every bloody item in the produce department.
Right.
So they'd send these special shoppers to come through, and you'd have to know what the item was and know what the keyword was, or the key number was, and do it swiftly and efficiently. And I would fail because I was crossing my arms over. I actually got reprimanded for using my left hand.
Yeah.
And I put me up against any cashier here, and I will kick their butt. But you know, they're like, there's a method to our madness. Do it right, or you don't have a job.
You know.
So I quit. I should have actually sued them, but I quit. I told them to shove their job up there, you know what.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's how discriminatory it was to be left-handed. Like, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
I know.
They were following the curriculum, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing, is just like, you know, to me too, it's like, sometimes it's not how, you know, you don't have to do it this way to this way to get from point A to point B.
Right.
As long as you get from point A to point B.
And when you're a lefty, you learn to learn to adapt to things easy. Like, I could drive a stick shift, people. I could actually change the gear. Like, you know, like you learn to adapt. If I had to move my keyboard over a little bit more to the right or the left, or I had to, you know, cross my arms over or whatever, it didn't matter. I learned to adapt.
Yeah.
You know, just like somebody else that has other, like if somebody missing a limb, they learn to adapt. They paint with their bloody mouth, for God's sake, because they don't have appendages. Like, you adapt. Right. So,
well, I would just say, because when I'm on the computer or at work and stuff like that, and my mouse is always on the left-hand side, and then people always give that sigh, like,
oh, it's such an inconvenience to pick it up and move it to the right.
Oh, you're lucky.
Sonia, I get that all the time.
I just say, oh, you're a righty.
Now I'm just like, you damn right-handed people. It's so inconvenient.
I know. But I mean, things are better.
Don't computers and stuff have settings now where you can just like this accessibility thing where you can flip it all?
You can, and plus at work I have a keyboard where it's funny. I spent so many years using a keyboard with the numerical keypad on the right that I switched to a left-handed keyboard, and I'm actually slower. Okay. Because I'm so used to using a keyboard adapted for a right-handed person that I actually make more mistakes having it on my left.
Chaotic's another good friend of ours in the channel. What Christmas movie did you watch last night?
Ooh, I watched a few myself.
I went on because I went on a late. I was trying to procrastinate from wrapping presents, and I went on with Chaotic for like a little bit. And we were just hanging out talking. Because she had a big exciting thing happen during her family last night. So her daughter had a big life event. Not my business to tell. But Chaotic was going to watch a movie afterwards, and she was trying to decide which one.
Oh.
Granted, it was like 4 a.m.
Well, we always watch the W Network, right, Sonia? The W Network, all the movies off the W Network, all the Hallmark movies.
Oh, I was going to say,
yeah,
right. I was going to say on YouTube, I was just watching all these Hallmark movies.
But they're all literally shot in the same village, in the same, like, it's crazy to me. All the Looney Store decorations you can see at Dollarama.
I saw that they filmed one. They filmed one in my neighborhood about a year and a half ago in the summer, which was weird, I thought. And they built a Christmas village in the square. Yeah. And they blew in fake snow. It was the weirdest thing to watch all of these people walking by, away in shorts and t-shirts, and then everyone else inside the scene is in winter
snow gear, exactly. But what I can't handle is the fake snow. They do such a poor job of fake snow. I can't handle it.
I was a little worried about what was blowing around because it was blowing all over town. And I was like, what is in this?
My husband's like, honey, let me put some snow on your face today. And I'm
Oh,
like, that's
we
not
don't
going
need
to
to know about that.
Yeah, that's fake snow.
No, but if you watch those Hallmark movies, the snowmen, the big snowmen that are basically made of like styrofoam. And
It's a styrofoam, and they're like, tear it up.
Exactly. I'm like, they've got to do a better job at this to make it more realistic because it's so poorly done.
Right.
Yeah.
And people should be grateful for those high-powered, like high-paying jobs they have in the city. Like, there's no reason to move to a little town in Vermont.
Right. And create. Exactly. I know.
Right. He's an ex-alcoholic that like has PTSD from the war. Like, don't marry him. You don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go back to New York and live your life.
Exactly. I mean, I'm a sucker for those movies. I watch them every single time,
know.
but I laugh at just how similar they are. And like literally,
Right.
Like I said, I could go to any Dollarama and literally pull every piece of decoration that they're using.
What business do you need to save, or what farm do you need to save from being closed? You know, like learn the true meaning of Christmas.
Exactly.
For me, I was like this. Literally, I was just scrolling down looking for a good-looking dude on the front of the movie, and I was like, "Yeah, I choose you."
I do choose them in order of attractiveness.
They're all the same ones now, though. It's like, oh yeah, I've seen that one and something else.
Mm-hmm. You know, the thing is that this is where me and my twin are different. See, I'm living my life with my Mr. Gorgeous husband. My sister's still looking at those like their Harlequin romance novels and wishing that her Prince Charming would come along.
No, I just want to be attracted to the man that I'm with for once because I've not had that. I've settled for because of loneliness and ended up with men that are completely wrong for me. But I physically, mentally, it's very important to me to be mentally connected to somebody that will always, that will always be the main connection is that mental connection. But physically, you have to be attracted to the person that you are with.
And sometimes one is not enough to compensate the other.
Right. Exactly.
I've done that where I've connected so perfectly on one level, but then like when the other one's not there, it's sustainable for a while, but eventually.
Absolutely. And to me, it's like I don't like to use like on a scale of 1 to 10, but if a guy's a 5, but he has an amazing personality, that 5 becomes an 8 or a 10. Like it just
like Seth Rogen. I'm trying to think of who.
Right, but a guy who's a 1 is never going to become. It doesn't matter how great of a personality.
But they're the ones that come up to you at a bar and they think they're 10 and they're like, But
yeah,
absolutely.
I just have to pause for a second. National Lampoon's Vacation is the ultimate movie.
Do you know like who's one of those people that's like because of their personality, I think they're really even hot. Jason Sudeikis, Ted Lasso. Like there's nothing about him really that's like cute or good looking, but there's something about him that's really like
who is this? Jason who?
Jason Sudeikis. Have you ever seen Ted Lasso? Or he used to be on Saturday Night Live.
I never watched Saturday Night Live. I don't think ever.
I have a feeling you would. I think you would recognize him if you saw him, maybe.
Probably.
But
the name sounds familiar.
Oh, hold on! I have to do something before I forget. I have to quickly just.
You stopped yourself in a really. You paused yourself in a not so.
Yeah, well, you did that yourself a couple times too, Missy. All right.
I have never.
You know when somebody
I haven't hit stop cam not once.
No. It's when somebody lags a little bit. But I have to show this quickly. There we go. But
I got a katana and shoes. I got
What do you say, Brooke?
Thank you. Stop.
So I'll play it one more time.
Thank you. I got a katana and shoes.
Whose family is this?
What do you say, Brooke?
Thank you. Stop.
Okay, so 10.
Yeah.
This is Blaine. So Blaine, I'm not sure if you ever seen Blaine on our show, but Blaine was totally from the opposite sides of the tracks of what we were, and we connected through the missing and the murdered because his uncle was charged for the murder of Karina McClurkin. So Blaine was the nephew of
Sorry,
Flint Farmer.
Blaine's uncle was charged with the murder?
Yes, it was a
Correct.
very odd circumstance that we came into contact with this person, and
Yeah. And so
Okay.
Blaine became a friend of ours on the channel, and Blaine would come on the lives. Blaine,
we never expected that to happen.
I know, right? Right. It's just something that you do, right? It's just two totally different worlds.
Right.
And Blaine was a big redheaded lug. He actually reminded me of Haley, honestly. And so Blaine had, been fighting addiction, and then he was clean for quite a long time. But due to certain circumstances, Ashley was put into rehab
Right.
for drinking, and
And
Blaine,
he wanted to use his story of that to actually kind of like, that's why he continued to come on, because he
yeah,
wanted to highlight what living through like that kind of experience was like, and
Right.
having been in a gang and all of these things. So
But
like that's
who's
what how
Ashley? Who's Ashley?
Ashley was his girlfriend and the mother of the three boys here, or the two boys and the girl.
yeah.
Oh,
Um,
okay, okay.
Yeah, and so so Blaine overdosed October 16th.
16th.
Oh, this is the gentleman that you were saying passed.
Yeah.
Blaine.
Yeah.
And so two of these children are biologically Blaine's, and the youngest boy is
Yeah.
with a different father, but
Oh.
they were Blaine's three kids. So
Yeah.
when Blaine passed, I wanted to raise donations for these children for Christmas time, because Christmas was coming up, and we helped raise money for the funeral costs and for the children. So,
Right.
We
This
were
is
so-
where
selling
the
like
bank was giving you problems.
pardon?
This is where the bank was giving you problems with the money orders.
Oh, right. When I sent it to
Right.
Adam, and then
yeah. Before even that though, we raised a lot of money for the funeral.
Right. Yes.
um,
It was through the channel, not us. Not just us personally, but through the
Yeah.
channel and
Right.
then kindness of people.
so Ashley sent me this the other day, yesterday, as a matter of fact. And so Andrew was Blaine's like cousin. I think they called each other cousins. But he was through
The
some
other
other
side.
marriage. Yeah. And so Andrew, this is exactly where the money was going to go to Andrew, and then Andrew was going to take Ashley and the kids shopping and whatever. So anyways, it ended up being Andrew was sick. We sent the money to Ashley's Cash App. She showed us that she got it. It was basically $775 when all was said and done. It was a little over
Yeah.
$8, but then through the change of
Because
whatever.
it was like 1,000 in Canadian.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, it was
Right.
like 1,100 in
Fees
Canadian.
and whatnot. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, and so Andrew took Ashley and the kids shopping, and this is the video that Ashley sent. Was this video here? So this is through the donations of the people, the kind people of the channel that
Mhm.
helped
So
out
sweet.
to make these three kids special. So this is the little video that's showing the kids saying, "Here, I'll play it one more time."
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got a katana and shoes. I got you.
What do you say, Brooke?
Aw.
Thank you. Princess, stop!
Yeah. They were super excited. Like Ashley said, because the money, we were hoping to get there a little bit faster than it did, but due to the bank and due to a few different things, anyways, I was hoping to
Yeah.
get it to them by like the 15th, but it got there basically around the 21st or 22nd.
But we got it there on time, and that's
Yeah,
what
we
we
got
were
it there
very
on
worried
time.
about. Yeah.
Exactly.
So Ashley was saying how the kids were, looking forward to it, and Brooklyn there sent me a picture of the things that she planned on buying and stuff like that. So I'll
Yeah.
take that down for a second and go ahead.
I was just gonna say it was funny because it was so sweet of her to send that to us and message that. It was funny because then all day today, family members and people around me, they were like, who is this person that tagged you in this thing? Because that was
Yeah.
on my personal Facebook too, and so I was like, oh, nothing. Thank you. Well, I mean, I explained it was a friend of ours, but
Aw.
I and then Ashley posted something really sweet. I noticed a little bit after that as well about just how much she missed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alexa, exactly. You know what? Like I said, I mean, just
And
looking at
Vincent did too.
just looking at Brooklyn's smile right there. And I can see that she got this one right here, the
Yeah.
Demon Slayer. She likes Demon Slayer, as you can see here. Again, it's just one of the most heartwarming things ever.
It's not going to bring their dad back, but
Exactly. But you know what?
it made them smile for a
Sorry,
minute.
what did he pass from?
Overdose.
Oh,
He ended up.
Yeah,
ended
he
up.
struggled.
okay.
Yeah. Basically, it Ashley went into rehab for drinking. She broke her probation, and so
The mother.
Blaine. Yeah.
The mother.
So actually Blaine passed while she was actually in rehab still.
Oh.
She didn't get out until like about 5 or 6 days later.
So who was watching the children?
The grandma.
The grandma.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so at the end of the day, the most beautiful thing is, first of all, children, helping out children. And we just wanted to give them a good Christmas, like meaning to elite, because Blaine was the breadwinner for the family, right? So we just wanted to try to make their Christmas special, honor Blaine, because Blaine meant a lot to us. And so people chipped in and made donations to the kids for the Christmas and the funeral. And and so when you see beautiful moments like this, like I said, caring and helping out is a beautiful thing. Like it's so rewarding that this smile on this child's face, because she got to go shop with her portion of the money and go buy some of the things that she wanted. It will never bring their dad back, but just the fact that
makes it a little easier. Like,
just that people care, that don't even know the family per se, but didn't matter. It was about the kids and raising money for the kids so that they could have somewhat of a, Merry
How
Christmas.
old is this young girl?
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Adam, I believe that Brooklyn is 16. Yeah. I believe that.
And then there was an older brother there?
No, younger.
Oh, the one sitting on the...
Brooklyn's the oldest.
Oh, she is. Oh.
He's 14. And then the little one's, I think, 10 or 11, right?
Whoa.
Or no, younger. No, the little one's younger, but...
But of the four of them sitting on the couch, Brooklyn was sitting on the left, and then who was the older boy?
No, that's not a boy. That's Andrew.
That's Andrew. He looks like a boy, though, which, in prison, it did well
Andrew, right. Andrew was, so we did a live one day with Blaine on his channel, and Andrew, like, meaning we were watching him. And so basically, Andrew and Blaine were talking about life in the prison thing, right? And so there's this, then Blaine and Andrew were laughing so hard during this live at one point because they're talking about prison, and then Blaine's says to Adam, he goes like, "You gay guys or something like that got it good in here. You guys."
No, I said I don't think I would last a day in prison. Right? Is that what it started?
Yeah. You wouldn't last a day in prison, and then Blaine made a comment like, "Hey, Adam, no, you guys got it good in here, actually. Like, you guys heal us." And, basically to say that the gay people in jail or whatever prison are actually the ones that heal up and fix the ones that have been hurt, whatever, like in a fight, if you got hurt or wounded.
Yeah.
That actually,
nurture them.
Hey?
Nurture them, take care of them.
Yes, exactly. So I ended up making a video regarding Adam and one of the mods, Never Silent, which is Peace Not Silent at the time. But and I ended up making this funny video. Actually, you know what? I want to watch it. Actually,
good night, Mel.
Is Mel leaving?
Yeah.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Well, Christmas is over for some of those people in Indiana over there. Let me just quickly find it, Tanya. I'll play it for you. Andrew, it's one of Andrew's favorites.
Okay, so sorry. So Blair was the father, Ashley was the mother. Blaine. Who was Andrew? Like, he's on the couch, but he's the uncle? Or is he their uncle?
Yeah, he's their uncle.
Okay, yeah.
Parody.
Well, I know is that if your cousin, know that you would be their second cousin, right? Because if your first cousins, their children, you would be their uncle. You'd be their second cousins.
Oh, okay.
So, Taya, I'm just going to play a quick video. It's 4 minutes long, and you'll see. So basically, Blaine made this comment about when Adam said, about what did you say again, Adam, about that you'd never survive in prison or something?
I said I don't think I would survive a day in prison. I would need Sonny Justice to back me. I think I would need her to have my back.
Yeah.
And then he said, and then they ended up saying I would run the place, which now I feel like I have a false confidence that I could go to jail and run it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to play this. I'll take us off screen and I'll play it. I'll make it bigger. And it'll take about 4 minutes.
Okay.
We got some fun for you! It's raining men.
Yeah, Aspen, you wouldn't need. I think you would do all right, Aspen. Your group of guys don't get messed with in prison.
I don't even know who you are, actually, Adam.
I'm serious. That your group of guys may have all the drugs, and like you guys, outside of gang members, I'm telling you, you guys are like the the ones that have thoughts. The gay guys in the joint have access to everything. They actually kept me. Every time I got to a fight, they healed me. I swear to God, like they put Vaseline on the cuts.
They keep the grease.
Oh. So, oh, that was good.
Sonny said, "Tell us more, Blaine, how good Adam has it."
Oh shit!
Let's just say he would be well fed. Sorry, Adam.
Sorry, Adam. We love you, bro. Oh shit! Oh, that was definitely worth it.
They're passed around.
They're passed around. I mean, real talk. That's
like Adam.
Oh,
Sonny said, "I have tears." I do. Yeah,
that was definitely worth it. Oh God.
It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Amen. Hallelujah, it's raining men. Every sense of man.
Right back on. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so that was
Tanya, was Blair the gentleman with the big red beard?
Yeah, that was Blaine. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Blaine, sorry, I said
as
Blair.
soon as Blaine said that,
yeah,
Andrew just could not stop laughing. In fact, his laugh is actually the reason why I made the video.
Yes.
He just kept laughing. So I put in a different person in the window because he was laying back laughing so hard.
Right. And verbal judo. No, I've never been in jail. So, but
No.
but I do now have false confidence that like I would have to like form like some people to get around me, and then I would just run the place.
Yeah. So it was just a conversation. Like it was like, so I thought that Andrew was laughing, and Andrew's the one in the picture with the kids hanging.
And he said I'd be well fed.
Yeah. Because because of
I'll
what
take a
Blaine
compliment
was
where I
saying.
can get it.
Yeah. And so anyway, so it's like it was one of those ones that both Blaine loved it and Andrew loves it. So even on his memorial site, I posted the video because it's just one of those memories that even I like when Blaine passed, me and Adam both, Deb too, but I don't know how much she was crying like me and Adam were, but me and Adam were like little babies. But every time we watched that, when I was watching that video, you couldn't just help but laugh. And because of Blaine was a very jovial type person. And
Well, how
Blaine
long was he fighting addiction?
Well, he had been clean for
generational.
Yeah, and he'd been clean for since like I don't know if I.
Well, he'd been in
recall.
prison. He'd been in jail. So
Yeah, and then he was clean for. I don't even want to say I know exactly how long. To be honest with you,
he told us once. I don't remember though. And he was on. You know, they give you stuff to like I guess take away the cravings.
Yeah. Oh, that was it. Right. They give you something to take away the craving, and for whatever reason, it was making Blaine not feel well, like whatever it was, and so he stopped taking it. And then, anyways, we could tell in the last month. Yeah, in the last month prior to him, we could see a change, and the reason why we could see a change was, well, Blaine always showed up for when he was supposed to come do a live with us, and this one time Blaine just literally didn't answer his phone, wasn't whatever, and I'm just like, the next day he answers, he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I fell asleep, and it's like, it's like, what's going on? Like, this isn't you, like, and then I even said, like, so tell me the truth, like, are you been drinking? Thinking it was drinking. We actually did a live on addiction, and he was actually, come to find out, he was actually higher on drugs then. And we say drugs, it's like, what was it again? What was it again?
Heroin.
Heroin, yeah. Heroin and fentanyl, I think.
Yeah, it's mixed in there a lot. Yeah, I mean, actually, back, in retrospect, everything's always different, because then something was different, but, he was going through stress. He was
going through
a
stress.
single father at that point. Ashley was gone. So you make excuses in your head of like, okay, he's just busy.
Well,
and I went back and I counted 6 times I asked him in that month, are you okay?
Yeah.
And I'm
this
like,
was accidental overdose.
Yes,
right?
accidental. Yes. Yeah, kind of like just like with Whitney Houston, that movie that we watched, same thing. Wasn't, meant to, it's just an accidental. Yeah. And so, Blaine, I still miss that big lug so much. I still, see him on my messenger, and stuff like that. And I was always posting like, miss you, Blaine, for quite a while there. I still think about him. And so, like I said, for Ashley and the kids, like I said, we just wanted to do something special for the kids in honor of Blaine. And I honestly, Tana, we only knew Blaine about 3 months. 3-4 months. Yeah. Right. In that short time, like we just connected.
Yeah, it made a big impact. Yeah.
And he actually gave us like, it's like he helped us and we helped him. He was actually starting his channel back up because it was making a difference, like meaning he wanted to make a difference. He was actually doing stuff like we were. And unfortunately he fell to his addictions like Paige does, right? Same thing. She gets clean.
As much as I love Blaine, as much as I'm pissed at him, I'm still pissed at him. But but as much as I realized that he said that situation is no different than millions of other people go through.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and that's just, it's so heartbreaking because it's so not fair, and it's tragic for the person, and then I mean, look at the amount of people it affects, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's just,
Absolutely.
I hate it.
Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, like I said, I've never been addicted to drugs, so I don't know what being addicted to drugs looks like in a sense.
But we know what it does.
Yeah.
It's an illness. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, you know, we've talked about Paige a few times on here. I actually, at one point, I wanted Paige to come talk for herself on here to help people understand like the addiction side of it, because again, addiction, like especially like in Indiana where the Delphi is and stuff like that, like meth is everyone's best friend out there, like meth, fentanyl, heroin, whatever.
And it's not Indiana, it's rural. It's rural America where the industry is
everywhere.
Yeah, it's just that's the scary part.
Well, it's so accessible and it's reasonably cheap, right? So
yeah.
When you think you don't know what it's in it, you know, you don't know what it's cut with. So
well, that's the thing, right? So
yeah, it's kind of like we're a little bit upset because like it's like Blaine, you should still. Oops, I froze. It's like Blaine, you should still be here, dude. Seriously.
Yeah.
You know,
I was talking to someone in Europe recently, and I mentioned the word fentanyl, and they were like, "What was that?" And I was like,
"Really?" So it's not affecting.
Well, I mean, it's starting to affect a lot of other places, but I mean, it's definitely something that is more prominent in some places than others.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of these murders and stuff like that, regardless, you know, a lot of it's relationship ones, or you know, like husband and wife things, or Tanya, you know that we've been following the Idaho and the Delphi, and stuff like that. And I asked you, actually, Adam, Tanya actually knew about the Idaho, like meaning I never told her that I was doing Idaho, but she actually knew because she goes, "Oh, you mean those 4 people? Like those 4 children, those 4 adults, I should say, young adults.
One of which is a triplet."
Yeah, one of Tanya.
Wow.
One of which is Ethan was a triplet, and so we know being twins, especially again, twins, regardless of what anyone says, it's a different bond than your actual other sibling. There is a special connection there because that is your twin that you grew up with, and you pretty much did everything together. Your mom, you know, dressed us the same a lot of times when she would make us our outfits and stuff like that. But there's just a connection.
Listen, they didn't even know you were there. You just showed up.
Right.
Like they thought they were delivering the placenta and out you popped.
Yeah.
10 minutes later.
Because they literally did not know she was there. My mom is a very petite woman, and she was very large, and they did not hear Sonia's heartbeat, and they didn't do ultrasound and that back then. So they thought my mom was just having one large baby, which was me. And I was only 6.5 pounds or so, but Sonia was also 5 something. So my mom was carrying like 12 pounds of baby. But they literally delivered me, walked away, were cleaning me up, and they left the nurses to kind of deal with the aftermath of the birth, and out popped Sonia.
And it was the last time you were ever, it was the last time they never heard you not talk again, right, Sonny? I'm playing. No, you're the baby of the family, right, Sonny?
Yeah.
So you're the one that probably always got overlooked by all your older siblings and how wonderful they were, right?
I just didn't care, to be honest with you. I was the least one looking for my mom's attention.
Because she was focused on the others.
You know, honestly, like it's funny because Tanya, would you have deemed yourself, because Kenny and Paula both deemed themselves as the black sheep of the family.
Who's the favorite?
You know, and so
I think that my mom appreciated the fact that I was helpful, you know, like that I I chipped in and that I didn't really give my mom a whole lot of grief or attitude. And I tried to be helpful. I actually found that because Paula was such a wicked, wicked child, I felt bad for how much my mom had to put up with her, that I actually tried to compensate and be the better kid. Even though I wasn't perfect, but I did try to compensate for the hell that my mom had to put up with her.
Do you remember when you and Paula went out with the same guy? And then she started chasing you around the table. And then a freaking plate gets thrown and broke and whatever. And
I don't know how many times I came home from school and I was getting plates, knives, you name it, thrown at me, bashed over the head with the phone on the cord, like attacked with brooms and mops. She's just wild.
For everyone in the chat, if you has anyone in your family thrown a plate, because I think it's more common than you think. You know, maybe not each other, but I bet every family's thrown a plate once or twice.
Well, no, what was funny is when my boyfriend walked in the door and she picked up the sugar bowl and chucked it and smacked him like, But the thing is see, when I was 14, I got a job at Harvey's restaurant, Harvey's Burgers, like restaurant. And they had just opened the location. It was brand new in Calgary. And I was so excited to have my first job. I lied and said I was a year older than I was. Right. They didn't verify. I started working and I was so happy to have that job. And then Paula came in a few times and the stupid manager took a liking to her because she was the party animal, pretty girl, blah, blah, blah. So what does he do? He gives her a damn job. So then, of course, we can't stand each other. So now I'm actually in charge of the crew and I'm trying to give her directions, which she isn't putting up with. And she decides to smack me with a spoon at Harvey's. I don't know if you've ever been to a Harvey's, but everything was in big stainless steel bowls. So the ketchup, the mustard, the relish, the onions, and then the person would come up and tell you what they wanted on their burger, and you would dish it out with the spoon and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So Paula decides that she's going to dump the bowl of onions over my head in the middle of rush hour in front of everybody because she didn't like something that I told her to do, like go cook a burger.
Siblings should never be in charge of each other in a professional.
No, but the manager should have never hired her, the idiot. And so I walked out and then he fired me. And I'm like,
well, hold on. I started working there. There was 3 of us all working there. And
I don't ever remember you working there.
How do you not? Really?
I don't remember you working at Harvey's. I only remember the Wicked Witch of the West. That's it.
Isn't that funny, though, how everyone has their memories? Because I clearly worked there. We were 13 years old. We weren't.
No, I was 14. Or all I know is we lied about our age, or I lied about my age.
I know that the working age, I can't remember, was like 15 or something like that.
In the US, you can work younger in the US if your parents sign off.
Parents give, and you can here too if you have consent.
Wait, so I was working there too, and Tanya and Paula, like I said, they had been seeing this guy named John. Paula was going out with him first, and then Tanya after, and so I kind of, in a sense, fell in the mix because, back then, a lot of managers were just dicks. They were literally like these guys were dicks.
I don't think it's changed much.
There was a couple nice managers there, but so then. This one day, Tana, since you don't remember me even working there, but I did. But anyway.
Because you worked so hard, they didn't even notice you worked so hard.
You had to wear those ugly brown bib outfits.
I was always took on leadership roles. So when I worked at the restaurant, even McDonald's and that, I always climbed up, became the crew coordinator or always in charge kind of other employees. I was always in that leadership role.
Right. And so I was going to say, Tanya, how do you not forget? They had the best chicken sandwiches, and you told me.
No, I know. I used to get their chicken but I don't remember you working there. I honestly do not.
How do you even forget that? I can see that you forget certain things, but not the fact that I actually worked there. All 3 of us there. I only got a job there because I went in there, whatever, and then John says, "Do you want a job too?" And I'm like, "Sure." And so because we played sports, went to school, and then we worked. Anyone that wanted to borrow money always would come to us because we actually worked. Like I said, we had
Yeah.
strong work ethics, and
Right.
you know, so
My
anyways,
parents weren't going to give me the money, so I got a job as soon as I possibly could. I'm sure you're the
Exactly.
same way.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you had to.
We
earn
did
those-
not come from a wealthy upbringing or even an average
Right.
upbringing. Like we were quite, you know, my
Tanya
mom was very
remembers Hot
frugal.
Dog
We
Day.
grew up on limited income.
Right. And even if I had come from a wealthy family, they wouldn't have given it to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Tanya hated like Hot Dog Day and that, and I did too, kind of, because my mom would give us, she would let us buy one thing out of the chocolate milk, a donut, or a hot dog, and then she would make us the rest of the thing because she couldn't afford it. Tanya, do you remember when Mom, and I didn't care, but Tanya, it mattered to Tanya more so. You remember when Mom bought us the Twirla, the Tilted Twirls things, and she said, and they cost $1, and she said, "I'm sorry, girls, this is all I can afford to get you for your birthday." Do you remember that? It was the twirly thing on the stick, like with the sponges at the end. Do you remember that thing?
Yep.
Yeah. And it was one of those things that's just like, I always remember Tanya going, "Can you believe Mom only spent $1 on us for our birthday?" And I remember going,
you know what I remember is
boy.
when stepdad John, right? He we always had ugly cars. Always. Ugly
yes,
cars.
I know what story you're going to tell.
Cars, like Adam Sandler, like piece of
Shit
S car, you know that song? That was our cars. And I hated being seen in them, so I would duck down. And and I would make my mom drop me off at school 2 blocks away from the school and get out and walk the rest of the way. And she had no problem with that. However, I asked John to do the same thing when we were going to the roller skating rink, and he was so offended, he freaking drived up over the embankment, across the lawn, and stopped right in front of the lineup of kids all waiting outside and said, "Get the hell out of my car and don't ever say that to me again."
That's a douche move.
Well, Tanya, do you remember, though, when he did that to you at school?
Dude.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
So, like I said, my sister cared what other people thought. I didn't.
Right. And that's
there was
hard
a-
enough when you're an adolescent. That sucks of him.
Well, I mean, trust me, they were. And my mom had an orange mustard Toyota Corolla, right?
That got hit the first day we moved to Calgary, and then the doofus replaced the door with another color, and then it had a big bubble on the window.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And so Tanya,
And the thing could barely get up a hill. Like you had, do you know how many times you had to get out and push the car with, and then, you know, just so happened that the best looking boy in the school was in the car behind you.
Well,
was that planned?
Yeah. Well,
was
my mom got
embarrassing,
pulled
though.
over for speeding, and we were
Not
right in
uphill.
that. We were right in that zone of school where, you know, so she got pulled over. My mom's trying to flirt her way out of it and whatever. It didn't work, but
My mom was a very
beautiful.
pretty woman, so she,
We've seen pictures. We've seen pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Well, like,
I've shown.
All
I've
of your
shown you that
pictures.
picture. Yeah. Right. I remember distinctly. So it was school time, and a lot of kids would come from this certain road, and where my mom got pulled over was right across, but angled from this little bunny store or Mac store, whatever it was in the corner there. And anyway, and Tanya literally is sliding down the thing because she's so embarrassed of our friends walking by, and she doesn't want to be caught dead being seen in this little mustard piece of shit car on there. And she's just like, you know, so if my stepdad could do anything to embarrass her, because the minute you said that to my stepdad, it meant exactly the opposite.
Game on.
Game on, yeah. My stepdad didn't care. He loudest person in the room. Yeah.
It's like it's more about him than anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know,
It was he liked my stepdad was he was really a nice guy, and his parents lived across the like across the other side of town. And he was the kind of guy who would have the dog on his lap, window rolled down in his little piece of shit Honda Civic, and he was honking. Everybody along this one stretch of road knew this little green car. They didn't know the man driving it, but they knew that there was this man who would honk his horn and wave at every person that was outside mowing their lawn. And he was just that guy, you know. He just had this nature about him, this love of life, and and he was always, you know, just wanted to just let people, like, make people smile. He always wanted to make people smile. Yeah. So, you know, he was just one of those good guys, and literally he would drive that route like every day or every other day. He'd see his
Well-
family a lot, and they just always
Most
knew.
people don't have that attribute anymore.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But honestly, he is still that guy. You know, he
Yeah.
really is. He's still
Actually,
that guy.
that's one of like Paula is actually one of the main reasons that
My mom and John split up.
yeah, like you know what? To be honest with you, Adam,
Mhm.
my mom and John, they loved each other. Even when they divorced, they always still cared about each other. You could tell. It was one of those
They loved
things.
each
Yeah.
other even when John came to visit mom on her deathbed in the hospital. You could see it in their eyes.
Yeah, you could always see it. It was kind of like a relationship. Paula Paula kicked Tanya in the stomach. And
While I was pregnant.
while she was
sorry.
pregnant. And Paula and John just finally came home. Now I had just kind of moved back. No, I had moved away. I wasn't living there. And because I heard the story. And so John just basically said, like, it's Paula or me.
Well,
I'm
no,
not-
because basically when we moved to Calgary to follow John for his employment with Save on Foods as a meat cutter, after the 4 or 5 years there, he came back to BC. Mom and him decided to reconcile, which is when I came back with Mom. You were still behind in Calgary for a bit. Then Mom came and packed up and got everything and brought you out eventually. But when I was first here, I was staying with John. And then he was living with this weirdo guy. Like, I just couldn't stand him. Then my mom and John found that dumpy shit shack duplex that looked like we were on serious welfare. So that with the leaky roof and the pit bull next door. So that's where we were living. And then Paula decided, Paula's had stayed behind in Calgary, and it was the best day of my life. My sister's not coming. Thank God. Good riddance. And then all of a sudden her relationship broke down and she decided to move from Calgary back to BC, which meant she was moving in with us. And that was the end of my mom and John's relationship, because Paula, he was sick of dealing with her. I'm sure he was happy that she stayed behind in Calgary as well. And then, Paula just caused nothing but problems right from out of the gate. And then it just spiraled downhill from there. It was just horrible. And John basically said, yeah, it's her or me. And
that part does not change her spots.
no, it doesn't. And to this day, Paula will tell you that she was abused by John and blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, whatever he gave her, she deserved.
Yeah. Paula acts like she was victimized. No, she was
Did
just
she live her whole life like that?
Yeah, she stole my mom's piece of crap car and overheated the radiator or whatever, and it blew up in front of our house. And then when my mom and her got into a fight about it, she actually threw dishes through the front living room window.
Oh, I don't remember that part.
I'm sorry that your family lost so many dishes.
Literally picked up a bowl and chucked it right through the window.
I hope they were like those Corningware runs that like shattered easy.
Yeah. I literally probably just sat there like I was eating popcorn going, this is great. Paula's always a shit that doesn't involve me all the time.
Right.
Like, that's how I always
good
felt.
preparation for YouTube.
Like seriously. And for me, it was always like watching a movie. You're just sitting there like going, yeah, and who's going to win the fight? Okay. Yeah, okay. Paula's taking Tanya's clothes again.
I remember when Paula was
Mom.
tackling Mom in the hallway in the duplex there, the second duplex, when we moved out of the house into the duplex, and then you literally, Paula's on top of my mom, and then Sonia runs down the hall and jumps on top of Paula.
Yeah.
Jerry. No,
yeah.
No, seriously, it could be on a Jerry Springer show. No question.
Okay, yeah, because Paula, like I said, she had no qualms about hitting or whatever, my mom or Tanya or myself. She just didn't care. Like everything was
like
free.
if you were on the phone with the very long cord and she wanted the phone, she would pull at the cord.
Oh, I love those cords.
And if you did not release the phone, she would go grab her hot curling iron and burn your arm.
Yeah.
Like that was Paula. Like
I love those cords. You would wrap yourself around in them.
Yeah, I know.
We'd go in the laundry room or the laundry closet and chuck ourselves away.
Right. And wait, someone's listening. Hold on. I heard a click. Wait, okay, is anyone there? Hang up.
Oh, she was wicked, like wicked. Like I would so love to think of one or two things that could gravitate towards that would make me like her, but there's just nothing. I can't.
Well, if she's watching right now,
Yeah.
this will be a good Christmas way to bring you all back together.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
I'm gonna have her knocking on my door in the morning, and she's an ex-sheriff and a bylaw officer.
Right? No, now she'll be like, "Oh, they talked about me on the internet, a victim."
Which
She'll
guy
probably
didn't
find me.
come
She'll
through?
find a bunch of bylaws that I'm like,
Yeah.
breaking, and slap me with a bunch of
Wait,
freaking
with
fines.
yeah, like I said, if you disagreed with Paul, one of the biggest things that was always made me laugh is, like I said, I don't give a shit what anybody does with their own selves and whatever. And I put Matthew into private swimming lessons or something like that. Anyways, Paula would always twist it somehow that I was the competitive one, that somehow I was the one that was doing everything and following her. And I'm like, are you psycho? Are you Looney Tune? Like, what part of this? I am. Let me put it this way: we played sports, and we've always been competitive, but I've always been win or lose. I had fun. I could care less. Like, you would be disappointed in yourself because we were, basketball was
But
our
it's about
main
you, not them.
yeah, but so I am like not competitive at all when it comes to family members. Like when me and Tanya would do track and field, yeah, I was competitive. I always wanted to beat her. I always
but
wanted
Paula
to
wasn't really good at sports. The only sport she was half decent at was baseball.
baseball, yeah.
Softball.
But the thing is that like it always just bugged me that somehow Paula would turn this into a competition, and I'd be like, where does your brain even think? Like, where do you get this stuff?
Some people's minds just work that way. Everything is compared.
Yeah,
to them.
but they twist it back to you all the time, and you're like, are you for real? Like,
It's like that friend that gets engaged, and they're like, "Oh, I'm not engaged."
Well, Adam, what was funny though was that one particular time with the swimming thing. I literally said to my ex-husband, "Watch, Paul is gonna call, and she's gonna say exactly this." Sure as shit, we're in the sports store, and Paula calls, and she says exactly what I just told Steve she was going to do. That's how much you could foresee exactly how Paula was as a person. You just, like I said, it's just, you just knew how she thought in a sense, and you just called it. So that's when I would pat myself on the back going, good job, called it again, and that's what was always eerie to me, is that I could literally write the book and watch it play out and go, yeah, see, called it, and like I said, with Paula, there's just no winning there. Like I said, she wanted to believe like basically believe that I was the one that was competitive. No, look at your own life. I'm not the one that's competitive. I could care less about that stuff.
But it's easier to look at other people's lives when
Oh, it's when they twist it on you.
Right.
Like
my ex was like that a little bit. It's like, like even like with the breakup, it was like, like when I went to Portugal, it's like, well, I see you're doing so much, I see you're fine, but I'm still hurt. He's like, well, you're off traveling to Europe, but I'm still fine. But that I'm good. That he's devastated still. I'm like, it's just like always all those little digs, even a year and a half later.
Yeah, right.
Like victimize.
Yeah. I for me, I just honestly too don't like think that way. I just don't think that way.
Our minds don't work that way.
Yeah, I don't think how I can one up somebody or how I can do these. Right. I don't think that way. What I do is just of natural care for people and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. To sit there and compete with, like I said, besides having fun doing it, if we're having a competition, right? Like who can spell out the words the fastest or untwist the words fastest. I'd be in there doing like that. But that's where it lied. That's where it was left. To sit there and always, like I said, twist people's, I hate it when people twist that stuff around,
right. Or they refuse to accept it and they're like, no, you're wrong.
Right, and then they'll tell you, no, it's you, and you're like, no, look in the freaking mirror.
What's this, Grizz? If Paula was on my family acting like that there would have been, acting like that, there would have been many midnight blanket parties.
Yeah,
My
like
siblings,
celebration.
as bully tamers. That would have been nice.
Yeah. Well,
Who's verbal judo?
Verbal judo. Verbal's in here all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, he just said cute fur baby. This is Chico.
That's Chico.
He's literally like an infant child.
I was wondering, like, that's Paula.
Yeah, I know. the tongue wagging on there. Yeah, like honestly, like even my brother. Okay, and it's like I move out here, and I wasn't even going to tell any of my family whatsoever.
Not even me.
No,
Not
I wasn't
even
going to
me.
tell Tanya. The only reason why I told Tanya was because she was having a bad day, and whatever she was talking about, I said, hey, well, you know what, Tan, like, I'm going to be moving back home. So me and Steve will be moving back down there. I only told her that just because I wanted to make her day better, knowing that I would be coming back home. And so I didn't want to tell anybody because I just wanted me and my husband to slide into our jobs. The main reason why I didn't want to tell people was because I really didn't want Paula to find out that I was moving back down home. And I didn't feel like dealing with any of her crap.
Mm-hmm.
And so because our nephew, my brother's son, our nephew was living with Paula, I didn't want to tell my brother because, obviously Corey's his son and he was living with Paula. So I just didn't want Paula to know that I was coming back. Not because it's Paula knows straight up that, I've told her right off. I told her exactly how I feel about her. And she, like I said, I don't care. She deserved what she got.
Right.
And so I just didn't feel like that extra headache. It's already stressful enough that you're trying to deal with moving and packing and whatever. I just didn't want to deal with that Paula knowing anything,
Yeah.
And so Tanya was the only person. So my brother said, he messages me and says, oh, like, how come you didn't tell me you were moving down here? And I said, well, actually, Kenny, I wasn't telling anybody. And I only told Tanya for this. Well, Kenny decided he didn't like my answer. And I said, well, look, brother, I'm not here to bullshit you. You asked me why I did it. I'm telling you. It was because I didn't want Paula to know. And he was just basically said, bullshit. I don't believe you. Paula's our older evil sister.
Right. So then you had like the lines in the sand, and there's like teams.
Yeah. And so
Allegiances.
so my brother basically stopped talking to me. A week after he says we should go have dinner when I get back from Vegas or whatever he was going to. So it was either Vegas or Seattle. And I was like, sure, great. Then all of a sudden my brother decides that he didn't like my answer and basically said, you know what, I'm tired of buying TVs and giving to people, and everyone basically is doing me wrong. So whatever issues he was having, he obviously took them out on me. And so my brother has never met my husband in the 4 years I've been back home. He's said happy birthday, I think 2 or 3 out of the 4 years. And that's about
he did get reached out to that guy on YouTube or on Facebook.
Oh, right.
That was trying to dox you.
That was funny. Is right. Someone, Tanya, actually reached out to Kenny. It was a troll that would come into here, and this troll would threaten to slice mine and Deb's throats and stuff like that. Just a troll, right? So anyways, so I put up a video of him because he was an idiot and accidentally put himself on camera. So I had that. And
trying
so
to show his.
Yeah. And so basically he was trying to get it taken down. And so, anyways, he reached out to my brother. My brother's like, I don't give a shit. I don't talk to her anyway. But he
go slit her throat. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't. Wow. So basically, he was reaching out saying, like,
your sister's a piece of.
Yeah, can you tell your sister to take down that video, whatever? And then my brother's like, I don't give a shit. I don't talk to her anyway, type of thing. So Kenny messaged me to tell me that this guy had messaged him, and I'm like, really, what a loser. Like, I don't even talk to my brother. It's not that I don't talk to my brother. My brother decided not to talk to me. I could easily talk to my brother.
Well, he doesn't talk to me either, Sonia.
Yeah, but I don't play those games. I don't.
No, me neither.
games. Either you talk to me or don't. If you don't want to believe me, fine. When do I ever lie to you? So like, why would I start now? So that's why
Kenny has a wicked temper. He can just, he could be Jekyll and Hyde, like flip on you in a second and just go from like, you know, your best friend to your evil.
I'm too old to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, he's wild that way.
Yeah, my brother had a very wicked temper when he wanted to. He's either very joking and jovial, or but if you piss him off or if he doesn't like something that you say, he'll literally when he talks, his voice gets so loud.
He'll slam you like just
But you're like
in front of everybody too.
I don't want to
humiliate you.
Yeah. What'd you say, Adam?
Yeah. You're like that. You're like that too, Sonny. It's like I don't want to have to walk on eggshells with someone to where the fact that I might not even say something wrong, but heaven forbid they take a word I say wrong or even the tone I say it in wrong, and next thing you know, it's 6 months of drama.
Yeah, and I'm just not into that.
Sad. We have a large family, but we are not a close family at all.
No.
And now with my mom gone, and my biological dad died many years ago. And he was a crazy lunatic anyway. So there was no love lost there. But the sad part is that when my mom passed away and I had to do the final, my mom had built these memory books, basically, of our life history going back many generations. And sadly, I had to finish the book with my own mom's death. And as I'm putting the final pages into that book, I realized that my mom and my biological dad died at the exact same age. And
I think it was 1 year difference, wasn't it, Tan?
67.
No, Dad died at 68.
They died at the same age.
That's so young.
Yeah, no, I think Dad died at 68 and Mom died 1 month before her 68th birthday.
Okay. When my mom passed away the day after Valentine's, she was ready to go, but she held off Valentine's because that was her brother's birthday and she didn't want that day to reflect his birthday. So she passed away in the early morning the following day on the 15th. But then we waited until March 15th for a celebration of life because we actually made it a celebration / birthday for my mom. Yeah. So we waited the month. And then, but yeah, when I was putting those pages in, I'm like, oh my God, my mom and my dad passed away. My dad was a heavy smoker. He was crazy anyway. And like I said, there was no love connection there, but I mean, ultimately he did try to kill us. So,
but he could tell you about any toy.
Yeah. But he could tell you about any vintage toy on the market. Like,
yeah, you said that, Sonny. I remember that.
Yeah. But he died of cancer. He was, like I said, a heavy chain smoker.
He was the epitome of what you shouldn't do to your body.
Right. Exactly. I remember the time that I hadn't seen my dad for years and years, and I was living with in a really, shitty relationship with my daughter's father. And he knocked on my door out of nowhere. And I was like, he was trying to sell me, like when you get vintage tin cans that say Premium Plus crackers or Dad's cookies. Once in a while they come out with a vintage tin instead of a cardboard box. So he used to collect these tins, and they were actually nice tins. And a lot of people, they would display them in their kitchen up top of their cupboards, things like that. So he showed up at my house to sell me tin cans.
I'm sorry.
So, because he was looking for money and he was living out of his car with his wiener dog. Can't remember what that dog's name was, but that was his best friend. And he was delivering pizzas for Pizza Hut. That was my dad. And yet the sad part is he came from massive wealth as a child. In Vancouver, his family was one of the richest families. And they owned the Paramount theaters. And then when the grandfather, and they lived right on English Bay in a beautiful mansion home, and just like you said,
you're talking about Dad's parents, right?
Yeah. And then when the dad passed away, everything was left to the wife, who was a harsh gambler and alcoholic, and she pissed all the money away. So there was nothing to pass down the chain because
I think she got scammed, actually. I remember reading Kenny's thing, and I'm pretty sure she got scammed by someone.
Yeah,
And
but she was also a gambler and an alcoholic, and it was just an accumulation of multiple things that created like basically what from rags to rich, or from riches
basically
to
he was
rags.
the epitome of his mother. My dad couldn't handle money. He couldn't handle money. We had, like I said, 2 toy stores in Gastown and Blood Alley in Vancouver. And my dad would always give us lots of toys. We always had the Hot Wheels and the Barbies and stuff like that, and all these little record players. Like, we always had the toys. But my dad could not manage money. In fact, in England...
Well, no, but it was to the point that he wasn't even feeding the family. Like, he wasn't taking care of us.
My grandma always had to come over and feed
He
him.
lost his job and went to work every day like he had a job, and never told my mom that he actually was unemployed. Like, if it wasn't for my mom's mom stepping up as a grandma and helping to take care of us, we would have been on the street.
Yeah. You know, it's so weird because back then, that house that we lived in, which was a big house, it was like $25,000 back in the day, you know?
Yeah.
And I remember my mom always going, I regret that we didn't just, you know, because that house is like, you know, how obviously later on you're like, oh, it's worth this much today. It was like $25,000. It was like still cheap considering, my mom said. But yeah, he just, like I said, he just,
Verbal was saying that he cut off all ties and he's not included in any wills.
Again, you know, this is what makes me laugh too, because Tanya, it's only the trolls that will ever call me Money Just Does, you know? In a sense, because there's always those trolls, those people out there.
Yeah.
And so it always makes me laugh because, and you know this, money doesn't mean anything to me. I mean, it's there. It means something.
There's a lot of wealthy people that live very unhappy lives. So
right. And the only thing I've ever said is I would rather be unhappy on a yacht than unhappy in a trailer.
Exactly.
I'm kidding.
Well, you'd rather be happy in a trailer than unhappy on a yacht. Yes.
Yeah. No,
I never thought about it that way.
Yeah. You know, that's, you know, I remember one time somebody asked me, would you prefer a brand new car or a homemade card? And I said, honestly, a homemade card. When people try to use material things for me, you're never going to get anywhere. Sure. Money doesn't, like, everyone needs money. The world goes around and stuff like that. You know, we do acts of kindness and people donate to the channel that help support the channel, which is always awesome. You know, with it's never expected, it's appreciated. And so when people do that because they like coming to your channel, you know, but then by the same token, YouTube pays for ads to be ran on the thing. So it's kind of a two-way thing there. There's people that, you know, there's certain people that constantly donate, you know, and you don't ask it from them, but they do it because they support you. They want to help you out. Right. You know, like I said, most people know that I lost my job a couple months ago. So money is definitely a lot tighter. So I have to be very careful. I have to cut back on my things and stuff like that. But it's one of those things, like, you know, like I said, my cupboards were bare a couple of weeks ago. But yet most people will never know that because we're helping other people. And I don't usually tell people my world issues on that stuff. It bruises the ego because all my life I'm taught that you work hard for your money, you know, and stuff like that. So I started creating stuff on the merch line, you know, because you have to earn it in a sense, or, you know, feel like you have earned it. But anyway, so that's how we grew up, is that you had to earn your keep. Money just doesn't come freely.
Absolutely.
You know, you just.
And I've always struggled to make,
you know,
like, ends meet and make sure that, you know, everything is taken care of. And I mean, to be honest, it's exhausting sometimes, feeling like the weight of the world is always on your shoulders and you never have any like relief. And that,
and then somehow figure it out that you always make it somehow. And it's like you wonder how, but then you do it again and you do it again.
Yep, exactly.
But you know, like, I look at material things, like, you know, I don't judge anyone on what they value. If someone wants to buy a Louis Vuitton purse, if I don't see the value in it, I'm not going to judge them for that. It's their thing.
Right.
If someone wants to donate to someone on YouTube, I don't judge someone for it or against it, because that's how they want to spend their money.
Yeah.
If someone wants to buy a Ford and they're happy with it, that's wonderful. If someone wants an Audi, that's wonderful too.
Yep. Yeah. What does that mean? I am FEMA? What is FEMA? What is that an acronym for something, or what does that mean?
I was actually looking at that too, verbal judo. Not sure if that was supposed to say I am FEMA or female. Nice to meet you at Sunny's Swim.
I am FEMA. I'm not versed in all this computer lingo.
I don't actually know what that word means either. That's the word. It's female. I said female. Denise. There we go.
Oh, I was assuming that that individual was male for some reason, just based on verbal judo. I don't know why.
We talk about that sometimes. How we'll attribute gender.
Yeah, we'll attribute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
There's this person that now, at least the verbal says, now there's this person named Qwerty that comes into our chat, and Qwerty, I think, likes to be Mystique on purpose. And so I deem Qwerty as a male because of the fact that usually it's a male that creates that word Qwerty on a keyboard for like a username. Now, I still believe Qwerty's a male. This person works in...
so they never show their face?
But, no, they come in the chat. And we've asked before. But you know what? I've stopped speculating because I think Qwerty enjoys the mystery. The mystery. I'm like, you know what? You do you.
Right. Sometimes honestly the mystery is better than the thing. Because have you ever like been talking to someone and then and there's this mystique about them and then they're
that's ruined.
Not what you expected at all, and you're like, oh, I think I would have rather have not known.
No, never. That's never happened to me, Sunny.
Yep.
So, but for me, it's just kind of fun with Qwerty. It's like, Qwerty likes to put like.
So, what are you saying, Qwerty?
Qwerty.
You know, like the keyboard thing,
Keyboard QW. Yeah. The keyboard QW. If you look at the top characters, QWERTY, Qwerty.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of people, especially men, will make that name, Qwerty. It's just whenever somebody would make a password, lots of times it would be Qwerty. Just something
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. Well, in the gaming world, it's more.
Oh, it's popular.
And it's a really, really, really popular hashtag on TikTok. Like it kind of you into all the algorithms.
Okay.
Yeah. So Qwerty, like I said, so to me, when I see Qwerty, I deem him as a male. Some people deem him as a female. To me, I just
they're transgender, or
maybe they are.
Sunny, have you met Alexa? There's someone saying Alexa. We don't know. Do you know Alexa?
Like when you met Alexa?
Yeah.
Do we know what Alexa?
Yeah. No. Don't even
Who's
know.
Alexa? No,
I don't know. No.
Yeah, I don't know. I use Siri.
Funny. No. Nobody you need to concern yourself with. Just that troll that sometimes comes in here.
That's Streamlabs. Is that a troll? That's Streamlabs?
Streamlabs is definitely a troll.
But like that's a lot of time. Like they post on there a lot. Like that's ridiculous.
You know
like
what?
How come this channel or whatever doesn't have any control over that nonsense?
What?
I don't know.
Streamlabs post that many times to your guys' feed.
Yeah, Tanya's wondering why this troll Streamlabs is like posting so much stuff.
But because Sunny set the timer to how often they would do that.
Well, Streamlabs is a troll that we actually welcome. Yeah.
We actually created it and like set it up.
So do you actually read what Streamlabs says, Tanya?
Care to buy us a Christmas coffee?
Yeah,
little
they periodically
mean
will
a lot.
in there.
Can you be a Santa's little helper?
Tanya, why don't you just click on that link there that says "Buy me a coffee"?
Right.
And see what it does.
Put the PayPal thing up.
Yeah, just click on that little link there.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
It won't let me click on the link.
Oh, you have to click on it from when you open up a different window. Yeah. So when Streamlabs says, "Thank you for your kindness. Merry Christmas. Your donations are truly appreciated. They truly do help. So thank you. Much love, Sunny and Adam."
Oh, I see. So somebody has made a donation.
No, it's just like their way of kind of like dropping links into it, so that the mods don't have to do it.
Right. So basically, Streamlabs is saying, "Hey, if you want to buy us a coffee, buy us a
virtual
coffee. Hey,
assistant.
if you want to hit the like button, hit the like button. Thank
But
you.
how do you buy somebody a coffee?
Well,
It takes you to the link to the app, but it's basically a virtual assistant.
But
Can
do you really get a coffee? Like you can go to some coffee shop that it's
Well,
linked to and get
correct.
a coffee?
That's exactly it. Like if someone buys you a coffee at Starbucks, you literally have to go to Starbucks to claim that coffee.
Right.
And if you buy one at Tim Hortons, it goes there. A cute little
You
app.
can change, and you can change the thing. You can like say you can like buy me a beer. You can like buy me a banana, but all sorts of different things.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right. So if someone buys you a beer at like say, I don't know, Boston Pizza, you have to go to Boston Pizza to go have that beer.
To get that
Which I
beer.
mean, that could be dangerous if you're like just lured to a bar.
Yeah.
Oh
And then
goodness. I'm never on the computer much other than work related crap, so I'm like very unversed in all this.
You can do it on your phone.
Huh?
Yeah.
You can do it on your
do it
phone.
on your phone?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't, or so you can watch this live. Yeah, I guess you can watch this live stream or whatever on your phone.
Sonny, is she not subscribed to my channel?
Obviously not. Obviously not.
Listen, the fact that Sonia even got me on here is like a miracle.
No, Sonny, if your sister subscribed to my channel, do you know what number she'd be?
1,000?
669.
Really?
Your number, your favorite
69,
number.
I was born in 69.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's Adam. The only problem is that I literally told her how to open up another window, and she's just like, "That's just too much technology." I just don't get this stuff. I just don't get it.
Honestly, if I could throw computers and technology away and go live off the fat of the land in the middle of nowhere with no neighbors and just have a drone deliver my groceries, I would.
Oh, hey, Adam. Welcome
Hey,
back.
what happened?
Tanya, first of all, I just want to say I was totally bullshitting you about the whole buy a coffee thing.
Yeah, it was just weird joke.
Oh, are you lying?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there is this app called Buy Me a Coffee. So basically, it's like someone saying, "Here, I'm going to buy you a coffee." Now, basically, it's a donation for one coffee is like $5.
$5.
So someone can buy you 4 coffees and go here. Get
Oh, so
yourself
it's a
some coffee.
$20 donation, but you call it a coffee.
Or 50. They could buy you 50
Well, yeah, meaning-
coffees if they wanted.
So, like, instead of buying a drink, maybe you go buy freaking a milkshake instead, or maybe you don't buy anything and maybe you just buy something with it else.
Okay, my head hurts. Hold on. My head hurts. So when it says care to buy us a Christmas coffee, you're not meaning an actual coffee that you can go and redeem somewhere.
No, yeah, so the company started.
Right.
So like it's like a $2 or $3 or $4 cup of coffee that's disguised. It's a donation disguised as a coffee.
Yeah, basically, yeah, it's because some people don't like to some people don't like to donate through like PayPal or YouTube or things like that.
Yeah.
So it's just the company started this thing where they were like, "Buy me a coffee," and you can just like show your appreciation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the thing is like, for instance, my husband does buy coffees, or he does buy me coffee. So it's like I said, it's however
like a
somebody
virtual
wants
coffee or a real coffee.
Virtual.
Coffee.
At the end of the day, it's a donation.
It's just money. It's just money, but you can buy coffee with it.
God.
Yeah, right. And so to me, because Steve always does buy us coffees here and there, so to me, I look at it like that. Buy me a coffee, so maybe I'll get one a couple days from now, or type of idea. Or for instance, someone donated to the kids through that because they didn't want to do it a different way, so they donated and they purchased 50 coffees.
Right, because everyone has a situation where if you've ever had your like issue, if you've ever had like something like fraud or anything, you like, oh well, that was on that, so I don't use that anymore, like Venmo or this or that. So like it's just another way for someone.
People don't like using PayPal.
Yeah, some people don't like using each one of them, just for different reasons.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Streamlabs is a bot that I set up through OBS, and so for instance, whoops, that's not the right
Why'd you
window.
go so dark?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, it's because I popped open the screen in front of me. So if I play this Tan.
And now we have to change it.
I know. Not till after. So that's when a subscriber happens.
Should we do old? Yeah, what's that song? Old Sign. Old
Old
Sign.
Lang Syne. That's New Year's. Yeah. This is
Should
a
we do that?
membership. What? That's when somebody becomes a member right now. Then I have to change them after Christmas.
We should change that one to "It's My Party and I'll Cry If I Want to."
Yeah, it's my party. Yeah.
My-
And
I
then
like that song.
This is a test.
okay,
I love that.
I know.
And Verbal
That's-
Judy, what was your old name?
Whoops. Sorry. What?
I was saying Verbal Judah. What was your
Yeah,
old name?
verbal. Yeah, I can't remember what Verbal Judo's old name was.
Double Rainbow. That's right.
Oh, Double Rainbow.
I did know that.
This is a test super chat alert for $5.
So basically, when Cold Truth donated $10 earlier, right? It basically
Okay.
Streamlabs will say, it will play the music for the super chat. That's Little Drunk and I Need You Now song, and then it will bring up and says Cold Truth donated $10 super chat, and then it will whatever that person wrote in the box, like maybe they said have a Merry Christmas, or she said have a fucking Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Then OBS Streamlabs will.
She doesn't like say the F word.
Yeah. and so so it's just those little things treat. So Streamlabs is set up on timers to drop, for the coffee link, for the likes. Basically, I got, hello, thank you for, or if they did a super chat, the donation thing comes up, type of thing, or whatever. It just drops links. So it's just set to drop links. Simple as that, or bio takes us to the merch shop if somebody wants to go check out the merch. Just
Diamond
stuff
Eyes wants to know what kind of dog Chico is.
He's a Shih Tzu, and he is a little shit.
He's a Shih Tzu.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a Shih Tzu. He is a lap dog. He's like
Shih
a
Tzu is
cat.
bad
He
lap.
just wants to be loved and held all day long.
Too
But he's a brat. Like I trained him. He can roll over, stay, all of those things. Unless he sees a bird, maybe then he'll run off and chase. But he's like I said, he just loves companionship. He wants to be held and near you at all times.
Well,
Like,
and he's probably like, why are we up at 1:47 a.m.? Like, no, what time is it where you live?
say that again.
What time is it where you live?
It is
10:47.
Okay, so you're on the same. Yeah, so yeah, okay, because it's 1:47 here, so I'm like,
are you 3 hours ahead? Where are you?
I'm on the East Coast. I'm in North Carolina.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, actually,
Now-
I have to go pretty soon because I have to work in the morning.
No, I was gonna say we're gonna get off here right quick anyway. I'm now again, Adam, if you didn't hear, Lewis, he had to go to the hospital.
Oh, I did not hear.
Yeah, something to do, I think, with his eye. I think he said.
His what?
His eye. Let's see. He said.
Because he sent me a couple like reels earlier.
Yeah, reels. But then, yeah, it's something to do with his eye that's causing him issues. So.
Did he shoot his eye out with his new BB gun?
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Those things
so
are deadly.
Christmas joke.
I was gonna say, so tomorrow for us, which is today for some of you guys, which is the 26th of December, is what we call Boxing Day, and like we talked about the other day,
we have a bank holiday.
Yeah, and so for us, it's like some companies deem it as a bank holiday, and others don't. Where my husband and my sister work, they don't deem it as a bank holiday.
Do you want to do a live?
Pardon?
Do you want to do a live?
Tomorrow?
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that whatsoever. Nope. I'm kind of enjoying just watching Christmas movies and just, I don't care if I stick out a video right now, to be honest, like not a live, but a video and stuff. I'm just trying to enjoy a little bit of time.
Yeah. Well, maybe if I'm free tomorrow afternoon, maybe I'll do a live if I'm bored.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was gonna say, I mean, it's a 4-hour live. My sister. Now I'm gonna probably get her to come on Tuesday if she can on the Just Ask Us, Lewis and Sunny one. I figured that day where we'll talk about New Year's Eve ideas, New Year's Eve games, New Year's Eve
I haven't
ideas.
celebrated New Year's Eve in years.
Tanya, who threw the best New Year's Eve parties?
Are you wanting me to say you?
I'm not wanting you. I want you. You just are gonna say it.
The safe answer is to say I don't know. I haven't been to all of them.
Yeah.
Sonia, yes, we would go over to Sonia's house for New Year's. That was when you were with Steve number 1, though.
I was waiting for her to say Paula.
Oh,
Yeah.
good God. No, I
Right.
made a mistake of going there on Christmas or Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And that was the last day my brother ever talked to me because he cheated on his common law spouse with people from the pool
Such a
league.
good brother. Such a good
And
brother.
then he
From the pool?
yeah,
from the
like
pool league.
basically him and his common law spouse and him, he had said multiple times over multiple years, I'm just not attracted to her. She's a good person, but there is no physical chemistry whatsoever. What should I do? And I said, you need to be honest with her, Kenny. If you're not in love with her, you need to tell her and you need to figure this out because you can't keep pretending and she is in love with you. So it's, and there's a child or a teenager in the mix in that, right?
So he didn't take your advice and he cheated.
No, what happened was she was sleeping one night and he came home after a night of pool, woke her up in the middle of the night and told her that if he was stuck on an island with a rock with a hole in it, he would choose the rock with the hole. And there were a lot of things said that were just unacceptable, but he felt like he had to beat her down in order for her to take him seriously because he had tried to break it off before, but she always talked, back into them, So this time he wanted to make sure that didn't happen. So he went for the throat. And she was devastated. And so I started helping her at her job because she had just.
She works there too. Let's get this straight. My brother, my husband, my sister, and my sister-in-law all work at the same place.
I'm not going to put any of that on your sister-in-law, but I mean, if someone has to go to those levels to get me to make me understand that they.
But here's the kicker: she took him back.
That's what I'm saying.
And the sad part was I was working at Costco 26 years. She was crying on my doorstep every day or on the phone. She was suffering at her new job and it was a shitty run business. So I offered to help her to kind of clean things up from an administrative side. And then the boss loved me so much, he offered me a job and I stupidly took it. And it's been the worst, probably 3.5 years of my life. But in saying that, in that first initial 3 months of me working there and her crying on my shoulder, and she had some fight in her, like, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm going to, stay in the house so my daughter can finish school, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden one day she comes to work with a smile on her face. Every other day before that for 3 months, she cried, and everybody knew her as Scary Sherry because every time they talked to her, she'd cry. And because she couldn't separate business from personal life at all. And then all of a sudden she came to work with a smile on her face. And she's like, I realized why I was so unhappy. And it's because I'm still in love with your brother. And I said, if you take back somebody who says what they said to you, you don't have, that doesn't say a lot for yourself. Right. Yeah. And
that's what makes it sad
that's what makes it sad.
That's how much someone will value themselves.
Right. Yeah. But then my brother decides to take them on this big elaborate trip to England. And then he likes to profess his love over the internet through Facebook or whatever to all of his friends about how could he be so stupid to jeopardize his relationship with the most wonderful woman in the world and blah, 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 blah. And now they're living happily ever after.
Well, have they renewed their vows yet?
Huh?
Have they renewed their vows yet?
They never got married. They're common law.
All right, because that's the kiss of death.
But I don't believe that my brother feels any differently than he did. But in saying that, it's pretty sad when you have to go and soil your oats like the grass is greener on the other side until it's not. And then you come crawling back on your hands and knees. And then that person actually takes you back. I don't know.
And, yeah, I get, that's.
Yeah.
Well,
because
you
the
would
fact that
never
there's
catch.
someone still there to come back to you is
I think the hard part is that Sherry herself, and I hate to say this, but she's not an overly attractive woman. And I think she felt like it would be difficult for her to find somebody else.
I'd rather be ugly and alone.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I said to her, I would rather be alone than be with the wrong person. And I am alone, and it sucks and it gets lonely at times.
Same.
But I'll tell you, it was way lonelier being with the wrong person for 12 years.
Yeah.
And still feeling like you were alone every day.
Yeah.
So at least I don't answer to anybody. And it's like I said, there's a lot. I can suffer from depression. I can slip into that space very easily. But in saying that, I'm better not inside of a shitty relationship.
Because it's on my terms.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well,
And you're not a victim. That's the and then you're not
Yep.
that's the good thing.
Well, I threw my ex out on his ass when I found out that he had an ad on Plenty of Fish and he hooked up with the woman. and I only knew that because he had synced my son's computer with his computer, and my son was looking at his email or something that opened up automatically on the computer, and there was actually a Plenty of Fish profile, and I read it, and then Dave tried to tell me that somebody hacked his account and it wasn't him, which I knew was bullshit. And he's actually still with that woman to this very day.
Yeah. I have a friend that did that with Ashley Madison, that website that you cheat on, and convinced it was credit card fraud while his wife was out of town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
But believe me, she did me a favor because he was such a, I hate to say it, but he was just,
What goes around comes around.
Yeah. Exactly. So
my twin
did me a
and this
favor.
person should have never been together.
Right.
Anyway, he's
No,
totally.
But you learn a lesson from everything, right, Sonny?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what?
Even
He was just a total pothead. And that's so not my lifestyle. And I'm just like, no.
Yeah. And like my thing for me is like you would, no one would ever get away
Right.
with cheating on me and then
Yeah.
me still ever
Right.
giving them an iota of my time in my life ever from that point on. If that
Oh,
ever
yeah.
happened, I just
Yeah,
have too much
get it.
respect.
The only thing I get is that when you put that much time in, I mean, you were married for a long time,
Oh.
Sonny. That
I would never. Yeah, never. Still would never. It's not in me to forgive for that type of thing. You don't hurt
when you're
someone.
not that. Yeah, not that.
Oh,
I guess I mean just staying and being unhappy to try to keep making it work. But yeah, no, when someone gets to that point, no.
You know what?
No.
A lot of people ask me the same question. Why did you stay so long with somebody that you knew you weren't in love with and you knew it wasn't right? And all I can say to them is that my children, Shay and Jevin, were more important to me than my own
happiness.
self-care. And knowing the type of man that Dave was and his inability to be a good dad and be a good role model and be present and not make stupid decisions like leave him in the car while he's in the grocery store or leave him at a campsite while he comes home to game on his computer. Like the stuff that Dave would do and drink and drive and do drugs and drive. And me, it was, and he worked away. He worked out of town up north. So he would only be home in intervals.
There was no accountability.
Right. So when he came home, his attitude was, this is my time to relax. And I'm like, well, guess what? I'm holding down a job, raising the household and taking care of the house and the children. So when you come home, I'm also looking for some form of relief that I'm not getting. So you're useless to me because the only thing that you bring to the table is money. And that isn't enough. And so, but in saying that, in order for me to be able to sleep at night and not have to share, I guess, custody in a sense, with a man who wasn't capable of being a parent, there was no way. So I just stuck it out as long as I could until my kids were old enough to be able to kind of fend for themselves or recognize bad behavior and be able to kind of call for help or get themselves out of it if they had to.
Yeah.
And then I said, Dave, get the hell out of my house. And that's truly how it went down.
Yeah.
I know, like for me, it was hard because it's one thing to not be in love with someone anymore, but to still, I mean, but then it's hard if you still love them, so you still care about the person. And
Mhm.
it's like that, when you've not been beaten, you've not been, that you've not been cheated on, you've not been done, all these things that you're like, but you just know that, you're not in love with the person anymore, and that
Yeah.
you're not going in the same direction.
Yeah.
That's the hard, that's what I think it can be the hardest
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
make
Yeah.
a decision.
Absolutely. And he tried to convert me. He'd offer me joints and say, come on, just loosen up. You need to lighten up. And I'm like, Dave, that's not my life. And honestly, I did not know that Dave was as heavily involved in smoking weed as he was. He hit it very well for the
You hear
first
that a lot.
few years because he worked away. So he didn't bring it home. And then all of a sudden it started to creep out. And I was like, what the heck is going on? And by the time I realized it was a big problem, it was too late because I was already, had 2 children with the man. And
Right.
it was just, it was just a nightmare. There was,
And I've talked to a lot of women that's happened to with much more serious drugs, even
Mhm.
they didn't know about.
Absolutely. And then, of course,
He was a drinker too.
he was a
Right.
drinker. He was verbally abusive. Like, you could not say a single sentence without the F-bombing every second
Or
or third
pig or-
word. It was just, I would got to the point where I would just count how many times he could swear in one paragraph. Like, it was so ridiculous. And then he swear he would never hit me, but yet he would chest butt me all the time. And his fist was always right here in
You
my
wanna go-
face, spitting on me. And then he
Yeah.
would just fly his chest and chest butt me, but he called that not hitting a woman.
And Dave was
Right.
only like 5'6".
Yeah, he's got
That-
short
Oh,
hands.
little man syndrome.
Definitely the short
Yeah.
man.
We know all about
Absolutely.
little man syndrome.
Yeah.
And he'd always be like, I grew up without a dad. I want to be a good dad to my kids. And I'm like, then prove it, Dave. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
You might want to restart.
yeah.
I
And I
think-
get it. He grew up in a small little town, Dawson Creek,
So
small
what?
population,
So what?
feisty, but there's no excuse.
I do
None.
too.
Yeah. No
I mean,
excuse. And I grew
yeah,
up
no-
without a dad. I grew up with a lot of the circumstances he did. And, it just, he just wasn't the
Right.
right fit for me or my kids or our kids, I should
Right.
say.
Well, you were strong enough to realize that, and you walked away from it, and that's better for you and your kids,
Yeah, definitely.
and probably him.
Well, and the kids choose what kind of relationship they want to have with him. And my daughter is actually quite close to him. She's always had her dad wrapped around her little finger, whereas my son is more distant because his personality is so gentle and kind and loving that he does not relate to his dad's personality at all.
Yeah. Jevin is
Good.
such a good
Yeah.
kid.
Well, good,
Jevin is
because
just a beautiful boy.
sometimes men follow their so good, because
Yeah.
sometimes they'll follow along in the dad's footsteps, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
My daughter is her dad. My son is not.
the sad thing is that means your daughter will probably be attracted to men that are like your ex-husband.
Absolutely. And she
Well, she
already
married,
told me
so-
that when she comes home
Boyfriend.
tomorrow, Shay actually is in such a bad mood today that she told me that I'm selfish for not listening to her because of all the nonsense that she created today. And she said that when she gets home tomorrow, she's driving her brother home from the airport and she's leaving. She said, just so you know, I'm bringing Jevin home and I'm gone.
Oh, so
So
she's
what
saying
that
that,
means is she's either going to her Auntie Sherry's, my brother Kenny's, or she's going to her dad's. And
But
if
she wanted to make sure you knew the dramatic statement was happening
Correct.
well before.
Correct. And then when she goes to her dad's, because he'll always believe her over me, I will wake up to a massive email or text message calling me every name in the book. And that's how it plays out every single time.
so wait, so Shay said that because you didn't what?
Because I didn't listen to her and validate her feelings because she was wronged today.
That is some Gen Z stuff there.
Yeah. So when she got to Calgary and my older daughter had to take care of her, she said that Shay has been perfectly fine and well behaved the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th. But today, when they went to take them to Denny's for breakfast, Haley wanted to take a photo of them in front of the Denny's as their Christmas breakfast. Shay copped attitude. Haley gave her a little bit of a cuff across the back. Shay started crying, and that set the tone for the day that she was going to be miserable. She wasn't going to go sledding. She wasn't going to do this. She wasn't going to
And
do
no
that.
one else was going to have fun either, right?
Nobody was going to have fun. So then when I messaged her and said, be grateful for the fact that your sister has taken great care of you. And she's like, I don't even want to be here. I have more fun going to school than being here. Then
Yeah.
Haley was insulted. And I said, Shay, apologize. She said, forget it. It's not happening. I just want to get home. And by the way, when I get home, I'm dropping off Jevin and I'm leaving. That's what she said to me.
So she's like, I'm not happy. I'm going to burn it all down on my way out.
Yep.
I know.
And then,
yeah, I know.
that's fine. If she
Well-
wants to do that, that's fine. What I don't like is that she'll go to her dad's house and then she'll turn around and sing a different song. And then he will bash me like he has so many times. And it's exhausting. So it's just like, and I'm like, Dave, you don't even know.
How old are your kids?
16 and 18.
16
How-
and 18.
A
Okay.
16 son, 18
Right. I was gonna say block his number, but I guess
I do. I
that's
blocked
fine.
his number, but then I went to my email and I had about 7 email that were like books long. And
Or like, oh, funny, she didn't say anything to me.
oh yeah, but he told me
And
that
then
I
just-
won't get child support if I block him because in an emergency situation, he needs to be able to get hold of me.
Well, tomorrow if he sends you a book about it, I'll just be like, oh no, she didn't say anything to me. That's
Exactly.
The thing is that a typical text from
She
Dave.
is full of manipulation. That is very
Oh
true.
yeah. I was gonna say, I just so happened to be watching a Christmas movie yesterday, and it was basically about the husband that cheated on the wife, and so when she went to go hang up his jacket, and note falls out, and then her friend says, "Oh, maybe I should tell you that this has been the rumor," and then it's anyway. So basically,
is it Love Actually?
No.
I was like,
It's a Hallmark movie. But anyways, so the girl said to her mom, is like, look what you've done to me. Look what, like, what about me? I don't want to live in this thing. And like, instead of feeling compassion to her mom, everything just became about
you
what
drove
about-
him away. You drove him away.
Yeah, and I actually found that I started crying, because obviously it always takes me back to my son, who literally felt like he had to try to beat me down, try to call me names, try to do all these things, and there was just no need of it. But I actually started tearing up because that's how selfish my son was like, well, Dad can help me fix the computer if it breaks. Dad can do this for me. What can you do for me?
Good.
Dad can do this and Dad can do that, so I want to stay with Dad. I don't want to have to come over here. And my son is very selfish, very
And
selfish.
did you make a list of all the things that his dad couldn't do for you?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, you knocked something. But yeah, so it's just Shay's just reminded me of it's all about me. I'm gonna make everybody else stay miserable. Like she's
That's
a sweetheart,
maturity.
right? But there's a difference. But she's got that selfishness inside of her,
Right.
where it's like, and she's at that age,
It
18.
upsets me because it's been there for a very, very long time. And as much as I try to say to her, be grateful for
Yeah.
what you have, you have a lot more coming from a single family household.
Right.
There's a lot of kids in your situation. And
Yeah.
that
Is she really smart?
Shay, she's like a B student kind of thing.
I feel like you have to be pretty intelligent. I think you have to be intelligent to be manipulative.
Yeah, she is definitely manipulative, and I don't play her game, and then that's what sends her in a tailspin, and then she runs to Dad, and
That's
then
right.
he does the fight for her, and that's where I get very frustrated with my daughter.
Yeah, got 3
And
cancers.
she's like, it's
on
not
the
my
phone.
fault. She's like, her attitude is, it's not my fault. Dad does that. I'm like,
Right.
absolutely, it is your fault, Shay.
So she's kind of the only weapon he has against you anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get, yeah.
Usually a message from Dave is you bleeping C. Every other word is you are a effing fat cow.
I'm always a fat
Keyword.
cow, a fat C, a fat pig, a
Everything.
fat.
Like,
He always gravitate. He moos at me. He actually moos at me.
Yeah. Like
But-
little
Small
moves.
And
men,
he'll
small
give me,
men
like,
like
little
know how to. Yeah,
Yeah.
he'll put pictures of cows and pictures of piles of
Oh, no.
poo and
They
the
know how- they
finger
know
and
how-
all
they
that
know how to
stuff.
hurt you.
But,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, Dave, you don't have
Thank
an
you.
impact on me anymore. Like I actually feel sorry for you that you're so pathetic that
Good.
you have to write this to me.
because a real man would never use a tactic like that.
But the funny thing is, he
Yeah.
always regrets it, and then a day or two later, hey, I'm sorry for sending that. It's just that you know.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
awkward.
no,
You did this, you did that. Yeah,
yeah,
I know a friend. I know someone that's going through that right now. They're a new mother, and that can be an insecure thing to begin with because you don't know what you're doing, first time mother,
yeah.
and that they're they're in a turbulent relationship, and it's that he's like, well, you're a bad mom every time, what's going to trigger someone that is already like doesn't feel like what they're doing, half the time anyway, and then
Absolutely. Like Alexa said, make sure to tell your friends always have their own money. I
Oh,
can't
like,
even
ugh.
tell you how many times Dave would be like, well, quit your job and stay home and take care of the kids. And I'm like, I am not giving up my job because I knew internally that I did not love this man. And I did not ever want to be so heavily reliant on him.
Oh,
That-
hold on. 11:11. Make a wish.
Oh,
Okay, go on. Carry on. Okay, what?
no. So I refuse to give up that kind of control to him.
that way too.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
I get that.
To be honest with you, our mom always taught us that you don't need a man. You need to take care of yourself.
Right.
I was an idiot, and I let my ex-husband always. I always did the stuff that was for him instead of myself. That
Yeah.
is a regret. I regret the fact, I wanted to stay home and take care of Matthew, and then I would work part-time and the nights. So I had always worked, but the thing is that I let Steve have his dreams, and I always put mine to the side. So whenever somebody says, that ever uses the word selfish or something on me, have a cup of go F yourself, because I am the least, do you know what I mean? It's like, no, I've spent my life putting myself behind people because it was always more, I don't know, it's just the way you are. Put yourself.
So I'm sorry.
And women, why do only women have to apologize for that?
What'd
I
you
was
say,
just
Dan?
laughing at Grizz. He's like, wait, she's going to Scary Sherry's house?
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Seen that. Yeah.
I've said I have a thing because I own a hair salon. I do hair for a living, and so I've got a technique that I learned a long time ago from a client,
What's that?
and I think it's brilliant. But like most usually women do a lot of the household things, because men are not good at finances usually. So
Yeah,
a lot of times I think the women will do like shopping, and they're in charge of all of that stuff,
exactly.
the monthly stuff. And so like I had a client years ago tell me that she knew she wasn't happy, and she'd given up her career. They had 4 kids. She knew she wanted out, but she knew that she needed a plan. She also knew that he was the kind of guy that was not going to go easily.
Right.
And so I mean, like for 5 years, she every time she would go to the grocery store twice a week, she would get $100 back in cash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it wasn't an amount that he would notice extra on the
Mhm.
because it would just make it look like a charge to the grocery store.
Absolutely.
And she pocketed that $100 twice a week for
Yep.
5 years, and it got her enough for her to get out.
Absolutely. And you know what? I played that game a little bit too with Dave in the last several years because he used to spend so much money on
Right.
what I would call piss water and pot, which was beer and pot.
Right.
And lotto tickets. And whenever he would travel back and forth from out of town, he'd literally stop at every other gas station and buy lotto tickets.
Yeah.
To the
And I
point
know a lot
where
of men that
he-
hide money.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll move 401k money over into accounts that people don't know about. And
Absolutely. But what I did is I said, you know what, Dave, I will get off your back if you give me monthly the equivalent of what you spend in beer and pot. So he actually agreed to $1,000 a month, paid in 3 increments, like weekly, every two, like weekly, bi-weekly. So
okay.
it would be $333.33 is what he would give me every week to shut me up. But guess what? then I had to use that money to
I
buy
would say,
groceries.
how do you raise children on that much money?
Right.
Yeah.
And so I had to use what limited money I was making working part-time at Costco plus that $1,000. So it wasn't really my money
Yeah.
because now he wouldn't buy groceries. So then I had
Right. And then I love the men that are like, oh, I need to go. We need to redo this child. I'm paying too much in child support.
Exactly. And then it would be so funny because I'd be sitting at work and I'd be working. Literally, I go to work and the phone would ring and the poor ladies in the office would have to deal with Dave going, let me talk to that, blah, 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 blah. And so they'd put him through and I'd be like, what is it now, Dave? And he's like, I'm looking at our bank account and we had our own savings accounts or our own checking accounts. And then we had a mutual savings account. So any money that got moved into that savings account, clearly I was aware of it or he was aware of it.
And you were entitled to.
Right. So if I said to him, hey, Dave, the kids have this sporting event or there's hot lunch or there's this or there's that, I need you to put money in there. And then I wouldn't always take it out like individually each and every time. Sometimes I'd let it accumulate and then take it out to pay myself back because I would have paid for it. And so that he would accuse me that I was double dipping or I was stealing from him. So he would decide to make a statement, not while I was at home. He would call me when I was at work.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah.
He only wanted to deal with me by phone. And he would come home for, say he would do a 10 and 4 rotation. So he'd be away for 10 days, come home for 4. He would do absolutely or say nothing for those 4 days. But as soon as he was in his truck driving back up north, he would call me on the phone and say, book my next flight, do this, do that. What happened with this? And I'm like, why didn't you talk to me about this while you were at home?
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to deal with me face to face. And
I
I'm just
know.
like, I'm over it. Like, he was a nightmare.
Not all men are that way.
I
Just
know.
Just remember that. Not all men are that way.
Yeah.
A lot of them are, but not all.
Yeah,
I know there's good guys. And Dave's not even attractive.
No, he's
Like,
not.
I don't even understand what
That doesn't seem to be one of the things that matter in it. Because
But I mean,
I even sometimes you're like, where do you get this confidence?
he came uglier and uglier to me because of his personality.
Well, the
He was
drinking,
just a
smoking, and
small
gambling
man
does
with
that.
a big mouth, and he was just a small man with a big mouth, and that's just a turn off right there. To be honest with you, like just full of f bombs, this bomb. I remember when he was drunk one night, and him and my sister were arguing, and I just met Dave, and Dave's like, "Your sister is fucking this and fucking."
That's a great look for a family.
And honestly, like he literally said it, like it was like something on replay that he just repeated the same thing over and over. And me and Steve are just looking at each other, like going,
You're like, red flag, red flag, red flag.
well, you just want to leave at some point because he literally just kept saying, "Why is your sister such a fucking?" and that's all he kept saying, like rotating, like just spinning in like a freaking record player, broken record player.
I can't imagine talking about my partner that way.
Yeah.
Even if I felt it at a time or two in my head, I would never. To me, it's like you're betraying your team then, because
Well,
I
you
feel
know
like if you're in a relationship, you're in a team.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is my 32-year-old husband would never say and do any of these things. He's never laid his hand on me. He's never called me a bad name. And he never tries to ever bring me down, ever. He never brings me down. And that's why I tell my sister, come out of your stupid box of this age to this age. Because I wasn't, yes, I like younger guys.
I have respect his elders.
But my thing is this: I don't have limits to anything. Like, I mean, within restrictions. But Steve was an old soul. I could tell he was an older soul.
That.
He was
he's
just
witty.
You can read what?
I said he's witty, and you can tell he's intelligent and witty.
Very witty. Yeah, he's witty.
He is very witty.
I mean, I can tell that in the 5 times I've talked to him.
Yeah, he's just one of those ones that always has a comeback, but he's always very witty. But again, like what I mean. So for me, I feel like I was blessed with an accent, with my good-looking husband, with somebody that was like that treats me with utmost respect, loves me, doesn't judge me, lets me be me, doesn't call me names. All my husband ever does, if I ever put myself down, he's there to tell me to stop it.
Yeah.
And yet the thing
I've
is
heard
that
it.
I can always joke about myself
Yeah.
very easily. And I don't,
Self-deprecation is a gift.
well, meaning because words in that don't offend me, but I can sit there and say, "Oh my God, I'm such a loser," sometimes, or an idiot, or whatever. But my husband will always say, like, like, don't talk about yourself like that. Like, don't do that. Like I said, so to have that and find that it just happens that he's 32 years old. He's more of a man. I always say this. He's more of a man than any man that I've ever come across. There's
Right.
very few people I put up on that level. And I put my husband up on that level.
Right.
Sure. I mean, like I said, we're not perfect. I mean, but pretty darn close to it, to be honest with you.
Right.
And it's kind of like my twin just asked me this last night, and she was just like, how's your relationship going, type of thing. And it's because she knows that Steve games and I'm on the computer doing this. And I'm actually, like I said to my sister, like, just fine, actually. Like, we're both very in love and happy with each other. He's doing what he loves to do, which is gaming, and he has his brother now here, and I'm doing,
and I'm not, and that's a whole thing. That's a lot of stuff. For
well, yeah,
not that it affects your happiness, but
yeah,
that is definitely a lot of extra things to take on.
yeah. All I can say is that
Even if he's wonderful.
there's never a struggle in our relationship. Sure, we should probably go out and do a few more things together, but at the end of the day,
that's all I was kind of saying is like, okay, he's got his gaming, you've got your YouTube,
Yeah.
but what about
No.
time together? Like actually
Yeah.
connecting,
But that
bonding,
takes away from her and me.
right?
but that's probably the only thing. And the
And
thing
then I'd have
is,
to go with Ryan.
I know, right? Yeah,
We
Ryan
could do
should
swingers
do
night. Like, you can go game with him and Ryan can come on here.
Yeah,
Exactly. What's
But,
the story, Sonny? You got to get Tanya's groove back. I don't have any groove. I'm sorry. I just it's
No,
not-
I've learned that it's a
He's
losing
tried.
battle. I've tried, and after a while, like, you can only lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And
You
my
know what
sister and I
you know
just
what you
think
need. You need a 2-bedroom apartment.
that, yes,
You need more space.
yes, that's exactly what it is. I feel very claustrophobic in a 1-bedroom apartment with 3 people living in it, and it's just a 1-bedroom apartment, and our fireplace room is Ryan's bedroom.
And
We
it's no
need
one's
to
fault.
out of here, but I'm not doing any of that.
it's just a tiny little 1-bedroom and den, and his bedroom, Ryan's bedroom, is the living room. So the
Right.
only communal living space is the kitchen, and then
Yeah.
everybody's off in their respective spaces because the den is storage.
Like,
So,
but
like,
just
bathroom-
now, I think if you Brian had his own space,
Mm.
there'd be more separation there.
I just want to be able to go outside of this bedroom and feel like I can go sit somewhere, but there's
Well,
not. It's
Yeah,
like a computer.
no, it's
like,
way too small.
it's
How
too
did
small.
you and hubby meet?
But it's
Sorry.
temporary.
How did
Yeah.
you and hubby meet?
Yeah. So verbal. Most people do know the story by now, but so me and my husband.
Sonny's OnlyFans page.
Yeah, my OnlyFans page. We met gaming on RuneScape, a game called RuneScape. He just happened to, someone invited him into our chat. His name was Steve Austin. I of course remember Steve Austin, the $6 million man.
Sonia,
Anyways.
can I intervene for a second here though?
Sure.
I thought you liked somebody else, but then that person disappeared, and then Steve ended
Yeah.
up chatting to you more, and then you guys ended up.
Thank God.
Well, it wasn't that I like somebody else. It was just somebody that I hung out with on RuneScape. And
Right.
this boy, in a sense, took a liking to me. So I threw a reality check at him and like just totally put on the adult stuff about marriage and this and that, about moving to Canada and stuff like that. I basically gave him a good scare about that stuff because, dude, like, you're talking to someone way older than you. How their younger minds work. Anyways, so he fell in love with me through the internet playing gaming, and I'm just trying to give him a reality check. And so, anyways,
Did you get to tell him about like 9/11 and everything? I'm kidding.
Pardon?
I said, did you get to tell him about like 9/11, all the history things?
No.
I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, now he was from England as well. This
I
guy's name
know.
was Mike, um, and so Mike said that his girlfriend was coming over because I knew he had a girlfriend, and I'm like, dude, really? But anyways, his girlfriend was coming over. Next thing I know, he disappears. He just disappears, and I just said to him, well, like work things out with your girlfriend and blah blah blah, and and then come and tell me how it went. Well, he just disappeared for a week. And so I said to Steve, hey, Steve, have you by chance seen Mike? And he just happened, I never really talked to Steve before that. And he just said, no, but if I do, I'll be sure to let you know. And he said, I'm not usually even at my computer. I'm usually just using a hammer and when somebody uh, cheats a game, but they're autoing, he's literally using a, a drill and having the thing mine for him or whatever it was doing.
On a
And
game?
so, yeah, on the game, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So he had a drill, this whole thing set up so that his drill, because
Right.
instead of using a program, he would just use this drill. But anyways, so then um so Steve, I could just tell by the way he was talking. I was like, oh, this guy's really nice. So me and him started talking for a few days, and I said, hey, you got a cam? Because at this point, people always really talk through Skype and whatever. And so he said, no, but I will get one tomorrow, or I'll go find it up in the attic tomorrow. So which he did. He kept his word, and he's kept his word pretty much ever since I've met him. To be honest with you, he's definitely a man of his word. But anyway, so what happened was this Mike guy shows up in the middle of while I was talking to Steve. So I was like, well, hold on a second. I'm just gonna go talking. I could hear in Steve's voice that it's like he seems sad because he figured that I was gonna go back to talking to him, and he really liked talking to me, Steve, the husband. And so I went back over to Mike and I said, hey, Steve, let me just quickly take this call from Mike, and why am I freezing a little? And I'll why am I freezing? Like, my face keeps freezing. But anyway, so I'm talking to Mike, and I go over to Mike, and I'm just like, he's apologizing. I'm like, yeah, don't really care. I would rather have Steve as my friend than you as my little online boyfriend any day, because like I said, he thought we were a little couple. But anyway, so I just said that to him, and I said, look, have a great day. You don't do that stuff to people. And then I went back to Steve, and I was like, hey, just so you know, I just basically told him to have a good life. I don't put up with that, because Steve was just such a nice guy. And it wasn't like I was interested in Steve relationship wise at all. He was just a nice guy. You could tell he was. And then one day was going to work because I didn't care. I'd been divorced for about a year at this point. I could have cared less.
You weren't looking.
I wasn't looking.
That's
Yeah.
important.
Yeah. And so I was going to work, and then he goes, hey, by chance, do you know when you'll be back? And he lives in, of course, the UK. My husband was living in the UK. And I was like, oh, I got you, don't I? Like, because I could tell he was starting to take a liking to me. And I really liked him too, but I wasn't thinking relationship. And then I said, hey, you would never think of moving to Canada, would you? Could use basically one of you over here. And so he goes, what his answer was, well, I never really thought about it, but you know what? For you, I would. And then I remember him saying to me that he didn't want anyone else to have me. So I always think of it like the Pretty Woman movie, where it's like, I'm coming for you, Sonny, because he said, I don't.
Had to be the top floor.
Yeah, right. And so, yeah. And so me and him just literally fell madly in love with each other. Just a huge, like, my heart hurt so much, to be honest with you. Me and him just wanted to be together. He's just such a great guy, and he kept his word to everything he ever said. That meant a lot to me. If people don't keep their word, I believe in first impressions.
Yep.
And if you say you're going to be somewhere or do something and stuff like that, I hold you to that. So unless you gave a good excuse or a good timing ahead, but my husband kept his word to everything he said to me. That 3 months of waiting for him to come to Canada felt like forever. And it was just, like I said, my heart hurt so bad. And honestly, it was just one of those things. He was 25, I guess, at the time. I would have been 21 years later.
45.
42. And the thing was, is that for the most part, nobody usually thinks I'm as old as I am. I have a very youthfulness about me, type of thing. Most people don't usually, most men will guess women's ages wrong, unless you totally look old. Most people won't place you, you or your weight or anything like that in the same. Their men are just kind of not really good at that stuff.
Well, the last thing you ever want to do is go the other way.
The guys always
and guess too old.
Yeah. So I was right.
Sonia, you got the age wrong. You're 21 years older.
Yeah, I'm 21 years
He
older.
was 25, which would put you at 46.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was 46. That's correct. That's exactly what I was, 46. And so, yeah, so it was just one of those, to me, a magical story to me. It always will be. And it was just somebody that literally kept his word. If people don't keep their word, they have nothing. Now, everybody else in this day and age, they just wanted to sit there and text you. Like all these grown ass men in white court, 45, 50 years old. I'm just going to text you.
That's why I don't want an online date.
Yeah. And then it was
because they all just want to text and date 10 people.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to talk to me, you're literally holding that same phone in your hand that you're texting me from, that you could literally just hit dial. But most men are bullshitters from the Plenty of Fish site and stuff like that.
And then they still go on those websites every day and still look at other people.
No, exactly, Adam. Exactly.
That's the sad part when you meet people online, is that they're still hunting for
I've
something better behind the scenes.
And you never know when they stop. Because I've had friends that been dating people, and then they're like, oh, I inactivated my profile, and then find out they didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
And then you end up with all the same people and all the same age group have all slept with the same people.
Yeah, exactly.
All I know is that when you put yourself inside of a box and you limit yourself, like my sister, I tell her she limits herself. You've limited the thing. Honestly, like I said, I wasn't setting out to find someone that was, 25 years old at all. But his soul was old. He was such a nice guy. And I was like, love is love to me.
Right.
Love is love.
When you go looking for something, sometimes you're going to find something. It might not be the right thing. So that's why I feel like the best things come when you're not looking for them.
No, I feel like I deserve someone like Steve. It was what I was meant to have in the first place, was someone like our relationship. So it took me 2 divorces, in order for that to happen. And so it's kind of like at 45, I just felt like I said, that the universe was right. It brought someone into my life that I wasn't expecting. And like I said, he's the best man. He's the best person that I've personally ever met. And I don't limit myself. My sister has limitations to what she feels it should be like. I don't limit myself to anything. I mean, granted, there's within reason still, right? It's like at 25 years old, he's not a pop. He knows his own choices and stuff like that. Plus, the reason why he didn't like people his own age is because he just didn't like the immaturity of females at his age, and that. So he just liked more of the older. Now, trust me, I taught my husband a lot of different things. He got the experience of someone that's been around, and so my husband was a very quick learner. All I had to do was show him something, and he was perfected it. My husband was just really good that way. So it's one of those things.
I don't even want the gory details of this.
No, but I always remember. I just remember we were standing. I was in the bathroom, coming out of the bathroom. I was just at the door.
You don't want to know where this is.
And he was standing. This is when his first night he got there.
Is this toilet etiquette?
No.
Is this X-rated?
No.
Okay.
And so he was standing at the bedroom door. Now, he promised that when he landed, he was going to kiss me, right? And I said, don't make a promise that you probably can't keep, because I know I'm smart enough to understand that what you think is going to happen doesn't happen. So that's not how it happened either. So I said, don't put that upon yourself to do that, because chances are, we haven't met right? So,
what if you didn't have a toothbrush in the plane?
So
long flight.
So it never happened, because what happened was I ended up being late getting to the airport because of my little weed friend. But anyways, so that never happened. So as we're in my place, which was a half of a duplex, on the top part, and it was a really cute place actually in Whitecourt. The outside not so much, but the inside it was really cute. But anyway, so my husband's standing there in the door, or now at the time he's not my husband, obviously, and this awkwardness was happening a little bit. So finally, I just looked at him and I was like, "Are you gonna kiss me?" And then he goes,
You would never say that. You're not that forward.
"Yes." Right? Yeah, so I looked at him and I'm like, what? Like, what is it? Are you going to kiss me or what? And he goes, "Honestly, I really haven't kissed a lot in my life. I'm not really sure I know how." And I said, "Well, here, let me show you." Well, he caught on just like that. But
You're
that,
like, here's the bedpost.
so
Practice.
the awkwardness was really the fact that he didn't, like, he kissed his girlfriend that he was with before, but not, maybe, I guess, not probably like, the good way. Anyways,
Right.
so I'm like, well, I'm a great kisser. I'm going to teach you how to kiss. And honestly, he perfected it. Like within a minute, I was like, "See, you're just, And after that, then it was just breezy, easy. But yeah, it was just one of those things. So he always teases me and goes, "Do you remember when I taught you how to kiss?" Like once he kissed these lips, I'm sorry, people, but he could just not stop. I literally had road rash on my face. Hang on, I literally had road rash on my chin for like
Listen,
3 days. It was so sore. He just couldn't stop kissing me, right? He kept going.
Alexa called you a cougar, son.
He thought it was him, Sonny, but really, it's like sometimes when you find just the right paintbrush,
Yeah.
then the magic. So it's like it was your lips that really that did it, right?
Did it? Yeah. Yeah. I just remember waking up the next morning, looking at him because he was still sleeping at him. And I remember waking up, looking at him, going,
In the next room.
Yeah, no, he doesn't remember too much from that night because he was so tired because he hadn't slept and whatever. But I just remember looking at him going, "How did this gorgeous man from England get in my bed right now?" Like seriously. And when his eyes hit the light, he has the most amazing blue eyes too. When they hit the computer light and whatever, that's aqua eyes. Like kind of like, I don't want to say this because it's my sister, but like my twin's eyes, how hers kind of, pop out. Well, I would just drool and drop the minute I even got a look at his eyes because I love my husband's color of his eyes too, and get that light on it, and it's just like, oh, putty on there, right?
Never experienced those feelings once in my life.
my twin he's never married yet. Yeah,
No, I never married.
He probably will not.
I will never marry.
I'm kind of guessing that maybe by now you won't.
What would be the point at this stage of
I don't
life?
give up on love.
I mean, now if an Anna Nicole Smith situation came into my life, and
if Anna Nicole Smith, right? Oh, yeah.
And I'm totally willing to marry for a green card. If anyone is wealthy and has American citizenship,
I would absolutely live common law, but I don't know that I would ever bother with the whole marriage ceremony thing. And if I ever did, I've been engaged a couple of times, but I knew in my heart that I could never say I do and actually believe it. And so I couldn't go through with it.
You guys don't even want to know. My sister has literally bought her freaking bridesmaid stuff and her wedding stuff, never to be married.
No, I'm like the runaway bride because I've never been madly in love with anybody in my life. So I just can't. I can't do it. They're more in love with me than I am with them, and I just can't do it.
I know. My grandma always said that was kind of smart though, to
Love
want
you,
them to
Alexa.
be a little bit more in love with you.
Yeah, exactly. But in saying that, honestly, I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. I feel like I'd be lying to myself.
Yeah,
to
and then I
stand
need
there
to
and say I
respect
do.
them.
Yeah, I just can't.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't give up on love. Like it's one of those
No, I'll
things
never.
I don't.
I'm not
it's
looking for it, but I don't give up on it.
Right. The thing is that
Say thank you to Alexa. I think she's going.
I did. Yeah, I said love you, Alexa, while you were talking there. I just because I seen that. It must be love to come to this cold country. He. That's
Yeah, but isn't the climate in Britain very similar?
I mean, what's happening? I mean, look what's happening to Harry. I mean, Harry did it. Now that your husband did it.
Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Diamond.
And they're living on what, Vancouver Island?
Well, they're in LA now, but
Oh, they're in LA now.
Yeah.
But isn't the climate there very similar? It's very rainy.
Well, to Vancouver, it wasn't to Whitecourt. So Diamond's
yeah, to
Diamond's
Vancouver.
from Canada. And so yeah, like meaning love is love, Diamond, right? And so, it was just the perfect timing. He wanted a change of life in a sense. And so when things just fall into place,
Right.
the way that they're
and
meant to
like
fall
Sunny,
into
I've talked about it. It'd be different if like he wanted children, or like those kind of things. Like there's
Correct.
this everything fit.
Yeah.
Because
Steve
those
wanted
things
children,
can get in the
that
way.
Yeah, a game changer.
Well, if the children thing would have come into it, there would have been a relationship.
Right, and that was something that was an issue with my partner. I was, when I was 27, I didn't know if I wanted kids or not. But then, at 39, the conversation was kind of like, ugh. But then, but now I'm 40, and I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe I do someday.
Yeah.
But then, he's 53, and it's like,
yeah. Well, do you know what I mean? I mean, like I said, I only had the one child, and
I can send you my daughter. Jay would love to meet you.
To me, life just works out the way it's meant to work out. I didn't mean to only have one child. That's the way it happened. It is what it is. I just really accept life. I don't really have this big thought out structure to it. I just kind of go, you know what? We're here on this earth to try to be the best possible people we can. And we're here to raise our kids, with the most love that you can give and care to a child. That's our jobs, to do that as parents.
right. And why waste time being unhappy and doing things you don't want to do?
So my thing was always this, is that although a lot of people are blinded by their own shit, to be honest with you, because they're so full of themselves and they put money and things that aren't important in front of their true happiness. True happiness, it does not lie within money. I mean, sure, you can buy yourself nice things and go nice places, but true happiness comes when you realize that you're on this earth for a good time and not a long time. So have a good time. The sun don't shine every day.
Don't you think the C word kind of like highlighted that for a lot of people? Like that whole experience of the C word. Don't you think that kind of highlighted that for a lot of people? Like, it kind of highlighted things in people's lives that they didn't like and they weren't happy with.
Kind of, we don't say the flu word, the C word. We don't say that word. We say C word. YouTube doesn't.
Sorry, what is the C word?
The one everyone went through for 3 years.
The one everyone. What we all. The flu. That's called the C word, but we don't use that word on here.
Yeah, YouTube picks it up as
COVID.
Oh, that word.
Yeah, we don't say that.
But I think that whole experience of going through that for the last couple of years kind of has kind of made people evaluate what's important in their lives and what
I felt very much warmth when I seen all these people, whether it was on social media or real life, coming to grips what I'd already stand about life a long time ago. It was just refreshing to watch a lot of people. Like, I had quite a few people in my job come tell me how their lives, how they didn't realize how much spending time with their family meant to them once the C word came out, the C thing happened there, because most people became a little bit more humble pie. And again, whether it was through money and the significance of money, and they had to buckle down. Because
it also highlighted the bad stuff, though, the stuff that you were able to tolerate before.
Yeah. But, it was just one of those things that you basically had to stay inside, you type of idea. So you had to kind of bond with your kids more and do this. People don't, like I said, the true meaning is not money, and it's not how successful you need to be. True understanding of life is that you're here for a purpose, and that purpose is to make the best life you have, enjoy it as best as you can while you're here, and try to be the best person in doing so, and like I said, the fulfillment is always by helping others or realizing that, my importance is my husband. So that's why I say I love being around my husband. At no point do I ever get sick of being around my husband. Why? Because family always meant the most to me. The family, your child, and your family. That's why internally I took it probably harder than some of the family, because family meaning Paula, Tanya, Kenny, and all that, was to me about that. Doesn't matter, your brother and sister, you forgive, whatever. Things, not everyone's going to agree on stuff and
Then
whatever.
how come you don't like Paula?
Because like I said, after a while, you just get tired of it.
Mhm.
It just gets old because you're doing your part, and Paula couldn't apologize if her life depended on it or be nice. After a while, you just get tired of it.
Yeah.
So I just got tired of it, and I moved away again because I was tired of it.
Mhm.
And so I just didn't want to be part of that drama. And I couldn't understand why people just disowned you and didn't talk to you. For Paula to hold a grudge over what she held a grudge about, there was just no need of it. What her, like this, Paula didn't see Grandma die because of Paula's grudge.
Because of her stubbornness, yeah.
Yeah, my grandma was trying to blame me and Tanya for whatever, as if Paula got borrowed pictures from Grandma, and then Paula didn't give them back because her and Grandma had a fight. Now, I didn't care what Grandma said. Grandma's Grandma. Grandma's was a bitchy naggy thing.
Paula borrowed those photos from Grandma for her wedding.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, and then Paula, whatever reason, got pissy at Grandma, and so Grandma was in the hospital. And I kept taking Grandma crackers, and I kept going to the health food store, and I kept going to the hospital like every night and every other night. I would go see Grandma, and Grandma would be like acting like she's still mad at me. I'm like, Grandma, what are you even mad at me for? Like, shut up, Grandma. Here's your crackers. Be nice. I was pretty much like that, seriously. And so I just kept going to see Grandma. Didn't care. Paula couldn't get past her nose, so Grandma ends up dying. Paula does this dramatic thing during the ceremony when we're having the ceremony in the church. And all of a sudden, Paula has this dramatic, shut up, Paula. You couldn't be nice.
You've gone through it alone.
Honestly, you couldn't be nice and stop, meaning she had to hold this, like I said, animosity with Grandma for something that she created herself. And again, Paula was just that way. So don't sit there and boo-hoo after Grandma's dead that, shut up. Like, shut up. Seriously. Your regret you'll always have. You weren't there for Grandma because you couldn't forgive because you're such a nasty witch that, you know what I mean? So own it.
Right.
Like, that's what I try to teach my son. If Mama dies, you legitimately will have the worst guilt ever for the way you have spoken to me.
My theory. And I've told you that. I think it's going to take a girlfriend to get him to come to that realization.
Yeah.
Sadly, that's not.
Honestly,
users are better than that, but I mean that I think it's going to take a female to come into his life.
I think so. A female and him, like even potentially starting a family before he realizes. Yeah.
So, and I'm just going to quickly read this little part here. So he basically said, best I can do is forget anything before today and never talk about it again and start new. If you can't take that, then there's not much I can do. So I ignored that message because I just finished having a conversation with him earlier and basically told him to have a cup of go F yourself, because I'm sick and tired of how he treats me. Now, I've been always loving to my son, but honestly, it's just like he just was wanting money. And I'm just like, dude, you're not going to sit here and talk to me this ignorantly. So then the next day he's like, so your answer is no, which was yesterday. And I said, my answer is this. I'm willing to move forward. I just want my son in my life. But you need to stop blaming me and trying to hurt me all the time. Imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and I treated you that badly. So I'm asking you to stop the ignorance and start fresh. There's enough hate in life. So if you agree, will you call me tomorrow for Christmas? Because he wants money, right? And he said, I agree. We won't talk about anything from the past anymore. And I'm like, okay, that's not what I said to you. Yes, I agreed to that. But I'm asking you to stop treating me like crap and talking to me like crap and to call me on Christmas. Like you say you don't have anger towards me, which is an absolute lie. Because if he didn't have anger, he would talk to me and treat me nicely.
Right.
But he does. He blames me. His truth is messed up. So
Right.
so he said, so he said, and you can, and I told him, and he goes, well, that's the deal. So, because I said, that's not what I asked. And he goes, well, that's the deal. So, and I said, you can reread what I said, Matt. I'm not going to sit here and negotiate for my kid to be kind. And he says, and you can read what I said. You want me to say you did nothing wrong. And I'm like, what the heck? Where the heck did that just come from? Because I wasn't even talking about the past. I'm just asking you to be kind and nice to me. Talk to me with respect. I'm asking you if you want to
Those
move
words are
forward.
coming from his dad.
Yeah. And so I said, have a good night, Matt. I'm not a dog. And he said, and I won't ever, ever say that, meaning he won't ever, ever say that I did nothing wrong. He goes, I'm literally giving you a free pass not to talk about the past anymore. And you don't want it because it doesn't absolve you and validate what you think you deserve from me. And I said, well, you clearly read that wrong because I never said anything about bringing up the past there. And I said, I don't need your validation, buddy. I really don't need that at all. I already know who the type of mom I am. You're the one that's trying to bring up the past now, and I'm not. And he goes, all you want to discuss is something that we will never agree upon. And I said, which I said nothing about that. I don't know where he read that from. All I asked him to do was just stop being ignorant, which I just told him again. And so he never would answer that he would call or that he would stop calling me ignorant names. So I just basically, he said, it's fine, but we both said the same thing. And I'm like, no. So I said, like, even now, why can't you just talk to me with respect instead of talking like you're arrogant or like with arrogance? And he said, it's not arrogance. He goes, I said, it's absolutely arrogance. It's a self-right that you think you have. Do you think you can dictate to me if I talk to you or not as if someone's like some sort of present? You know, like he's giving me a gift that I should be able to talk to my son. Like, grow the hell up, kid. And then he's like, so I said, well, how about you apologize to me for all the pain you caused me? It's a two-way street, Matt. And he goes, absolutely not. And I said, so you don't think you owe me an apology for the way that you've treated me? And he's like, nope. And so I said, okay, good night. And he goes, I don't want an apology from you, and you don't get one from me. And I said, well, you clearly don't want a relationship with your mom.
Last word.
Yeah, and I'm not, and I'm done trying. You can just talk to me. You can't just talk to me like I'm a puppet. Merry Christmas. And then he just said, okay. And then I'm just like kid, like, just learn to shut your mouth. Just shut it. But no, you just can't be nice. You have to be this little dick that your dad is. Like, that's the way he talks to me. He literally took on his dad's attitude. My twin knows that Matthew and me
You had to control the narrative the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly. Like, Tangy knows that, like I said, me and Matt were very close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the way I treat my son, it was just, you know, like I said, you try to bring him up to be balanced and care about, loved and all that. When a child takes that away from you and then makes you feel like you're the bottom of the pit dirt, that you wish, saying that I wish you're dead, you know, and actually, you know, and then told my mom to go burn in hell and stuff like that. You know, it's just like, who are you? You are nothing that I ever raised. But because he felt like he had to choose his father.
Because you know where the words are coming from.
Yeah. Right. You know what? Like
but he's 25 and that doesn't make a difference anymore.
Yeah, he'll be 26, right? Quick on January 4th, right, Alexa? January 4th, Capricorn. And he just, like I said, I refuse. I'm amazed he actually didn't message me today to get that $200 somehow. And I just refuse. I refuse, like, no matter how much, like, yeah, I want to talk to my son, but I don't want to ever feel like I'm being used. Yeah. Now, my son, like I said, whatever his beliefs are, if he doesn't want to talk about the past, that's his issues. But it does hurt me because the stuff that he has said is stuff that's not true. And, you know, and then I remember he put, like, so you keep wanting to talk about things for, like, the what? You've already tried to talk about it 100 times, so this is going to be 101. No, dude, you never, ever listen to me, ever. You're too busy talking about yourself and your hurt and your pain and this. I did everything to protect my son. And so when you are made to feel Like you're this piece of shit mom. And the way that the ex-husband has handled it has just been gross, like grossly, I don't even know what to say. Just beyond belief, that an adult would literally bestow that type of hate on their child, to hate their mom and stuff like that. And then that child to kind of like, well, I got to go with dad because, dad, I'm the one, I'm living with dad. But
Right.
just to put that type of hate, instill that type of hate into your child. But Matthew, like I said, he was 14, 15 at the time of the divorce. And it was just like the worst hurt in the world is that when you love something so much and you did everything that you felt you did right, and then they throw it in your face as if you were the worst parent ever to them, and you're like, how? Like the person that you're with, which is your father, is the one that neglected you, that didn't give you his love, that made excuses why he treated hanging. You know how Steve treated your kids, like Steve didn't like other kids.
Right.
My ex, he only liked his own son, but it's not
Well,
what
and
he
it kills him that you're with a younger man. And I mean, so that that's even
Oh, yeah.
that's even a digger or a deeper dig in the stab wound.
Yeah, at the end of
Just
the
hit
day,
the bruise on his ego.
oh yeah, but you know what? Like I said, he's still a miserable little guy. I'm sure he is. But anyways, it's just sad because I don't care about what the ex does. I care that Matthew, like he's talking through anger and stuff. But you know what? Like I said, I was talking nice to you, but like at what point did I, was I this bad mom? But you keep wanting to talk to me with ignorance all the time, like somehow I need to earn your love back and your whatever. Really? How about the person that truly abused you? Was that me or was that your father? Because it certainly wasn't me. But yet I have to earn this right to speak to you. He's the mini me of his father.
Because
And
he knows
I'm
how bad, no matter how bad he treats you forever,
Yeah.
he knows that you're the one that'll always end up coming back to him at the end of the day.
like I said, if I was to die today, I would have no guilt in the love and the care that I gave to my son.
But he would.
But he would. And that's why I try to teach him. Like, Paula, you want to start crying after the fact of grandma dying when you could have went and seen her at the hospital, but you chose to hold your grudge? What is life about? Is it about holding on to that grudge? Now, Paula, don't get me wrong. I don't have the time of day for Paula. Does that mean I could never talk to her again? I could talk to her again if I wanted to. I just choose not to have that type of evil in my life, to be honest with you. I don't need it. But I could talk to her still. I could. I mean, I don't want to, but I could. Because Paula won't change. Paula will still be that vindictive bee that she always is. Like she won't change from who she is. She's showed it over and over again what she will do to you and all that stuff if she's pissed off at you. And she'll go to the ends of the earth to stoop to the bottomest levels of what she will do to people when you've pissed her off. And so, like I said, so yeah, I mean, I can sit there and preach that, but Paula, I'm honestly, again, there's two people in this world that I truly despise and hate. Paula is one, and Dion's brother Les is the second person. Those are two people that are just what I deem as evil, that don't deserve any sort of sympathy to me. You've made your bed, you can clearly lie in it now. Most people aren't that selfish and evil, and Paula,
you probably don't give that many people that many chances either.
Pardon?
You probably don't give that many people that many chances either.
No.
And they repeat. You probably don't give that many people that many chances either. So they've repeatedly shown themselves to you.
Yeah, well, exactly. I just don't have patience. My twin doesn't have patience, in a sense, for it. But I just refuse to be treated like a bag of garbage by my own son. And then for you, dude, you are not getting any money. Do you understand? 3 years in a row now, you You have opened up your mouth where you should have just shut it. You could have had the money in your pocket, in your whatever, but there's no way that I'm going to reward that type of behavior.
And then your ex-husband gets to say, "I told you she wouldn't give it to you."
Right. Oh, no, of course. Like I said, the evil that he is himself, the sheep in or the wolf in the sheep's clothing.
It's got to be a miserable life to live like that, though, for him.
Misery loves company. We know that. But my thing, like I said, my thing is it's very hurtful as a parent when you, like I said, like Alexa, she has 2 twins there. So imagine if those 2 twins decided that they were going to hate their mom and not speak to her again. Yet you raised them, you bared them, you took care of them, you did everything. You brought them up to nurture them, love them, give them guidance, give them all that stuff. And then they turn around and then blame you as if, and that's kind of in a sense like what, like what we call that manipulation of shade doing. They don't care about your feelings at all. It's poor me. Poor me, poor me. I was very much aware of my mom's struggles and whatever. So I was never a poor me person. It was always about my mom's works. My mom is a single person trying to raise us kids. We can barely make ends meet, my mom, and we're struggling. We can barely afford things. But I saw that, so instead of being a selfish child, it was more like, of caring, seeing that your mom's struggling.
An understanding of it.
Yeah. Whereas, like I said, my kid just wants to treat me like I'm a piece of trash. And it just breaks my heart inside that this beautiful child that you raised turned into this little devil child. And you're just like, I even told him in a message, seriously, if I could stick you back up my vagina.
He's not even a child. He's a grown man.
Right.
Right. He's going to be 26. Mm-hmm. And honestly, and then I see my husband, the way he treats his mom, and it makes me cry. It makes me tear up because I just want my son to talk to me and care about me, what I deserved, because I didn't deserve this hate from my son. And it breaks your heart. Your heart, like literally, my heart is half missing because my husband fills up the other half, but my heart is half missing inside because my son, again, to me, it's always been a very unwarranted anger displaced on me. And it's been very hurtful and whatever. So I have to block it and move on. Not, I can't make him go out.
And I know that if he were to call you tomorrow and actually show remorse and be sorry, you would take him back in a second because you're a mom. And that's what moms do.
That's what moms do. That's
and
why
it's not fair, but here's what moms do.
Well, my thing is that love is unconditional.
Yeah.
And so my love is unconditional for him, but he keeps putting conditions on me all the time.
Yeah.
And
I've always said there's a power imbalance with children and parents because people think the parents are in charge, but at the end of the day,
yep.
You have to be the one that's always willing to be the bigger person, always. And that's
but until he recognizes that, like I said, you catch more bees with honey than vinegar. So if you want to keep talking to me like I'm a piece of shit, like even in those small words, like seriously, like you're literally answering back. Well, that's exactly what I said. No, you literally didn't answer me back about the Christmas call or stop calling me names. I just wanted you to say, yes, Mom, we can start fresh. That's all I was asking for. As much as it hurts me that he doesn't want to talk about things to fix it, to understand, he wants to believe his story, so be it. Okay, fine.
Right.
In order to talk to my son, I'm willing to drop the past and move forward to do that. But I need him to stop calling me names. Whenever my son thinks, and this is kind of back to the conversation, Adam, my son thinks that he can just text me because I live far away, that he can just message me whatever he wants, all this hateful spews and stuff.
Because there's no consequence. Because then he can just turn off his phone.
Yeah. And so when he's when he was talking to me, right? Like, I mean, still he would be a jerk, but he has a harder time. But behind that texting thing, he can just say whatever he wants. And he does. And that's why I'm saying, well, don't like, I mean, I wasn't even asking for apology originally, at all. I was just like, don't you feel bad? Like, apologized a little bit for how you've treated me. You've literally said that you wished I was dead. That he's called me so many things.
Like, that would kill me. Like the idea of my mom being upset.
Yeah, like I can't. I would never want you for my mother. It's only because we're blood related and stuff like on and on and on. And I'm just
the
like,
older I get, the more defensive I get over my mother. Like I want, like if she's hurt for anything, I want to fix it.
yeah. So, anyways, what I was almost like I said, I was expecting him to message today to be like, "So, have you reconsidered?"
Well, if he does tomorrow, then you're like, "Oh, too late! It's Boxing Day. I returned that." Okay.
Oh, I'm because his birthday's coming up. I'm almost expecting so since you didn't get me a Christmas present, are you going to send me birthday? No. When you want to treat me like I'm a proper human being and treat me nice with respect, then I will reward you.
Or you say, "Oh yeah, if you want to come visit, you could. I'd be happy to give you your birthday money.
Yeah,
come visit for the weekend."
Yeah.
Michael Hart, he has Miracle Hart, sorry, has a lot of good points.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Miracle.
Miracle Heart's always great in the chat.
Yeah, I mean between Miracle Heart and Alexa, and then Verbal Judo.
A lot of people in here are parents, I believe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so, right. And some people can totally relate. And anyone that's a parent, regardless, they understand how much when you love your child. And then, and same with Grizz, he has children.
Well, I'm not a parent, but I can understand the dynamics of that, and I can never imagine doing that now.
Right. I could never imagine talking to my mom the way that my son has ever spoken to me. Myself, like Tanya's kids, they're all pretty, good. Even, like Shay and that regardless, they might have their little selfish sides, but, but the thing is that, their mom is their solid rock, and like I said, so, one time Haley, Tanya and Haley were fighting, and Tanya said something like, "Well, fine, go live with your dad." And then Haley actually did.
That's because she wasn't doing any schoolwork or homework.
Yeah,
and the teachers basically called me and told me that she wasn't going to graduate grade 12 because she was basically going to school as a social affair, but wasn't actually academically doing anything. And she was also getting help for her ADD. And they said that she was wasting the class time and that she was taking up a spot for a more deserving kid. And I said, well, then kick her out. Like if she's doesn't deserve to be in that class, then take her out. And then they gave her an opportunity to get caught up in all of her schoolwork, especially English, because that's kind of the deciding factor for grad. And she chose not to. So they literally kicked her out like 4 months before graduation. Yeah. And because we were having so much conflict over her inability to do her schoolwork and stay on track, I went to take her cell phone away and had to chase her around the kitchen. And we ended up in a bit of an altercation, which had never happened before. And I got so fed up with the fight constantly. I said, go live with your dad. And she literally packed her stuff and left. And the next thing you know, a moving truck's in front of my house and he's taking her stuff out of my house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then she ended up gaining 80 pounds because she became a couch potato. And told the doctor that the only form of exercise she was getting was moving her thumb up and down on the remote control.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I guess she showed you.
Yep. Yeah. She did.
Yeah, no, Haley literally packed
we're very close. Like we have a good relationship, but that was just a rough patch for sure.
Yeah, that's when you're trying to fight your boundaries and, in a sense.
Do you think sometimes when it's your child is a lot like you personality wise, like it makes it even harder? I'm not saying that about either of you because I don't,
what did you say, Adam?
I think that, I'm not saying that about you two, but I think sometimes when your child's personality is similar to the parent, it makes it even harder.
Yeah,
because I'm sorry.
Somebody just said goodnight quickly. Yeah,
okay. Diamond Eyes. Right, and Tanya has 4 kids, so she could answer that one better because my son is not like me.
So like I said, I've seen it both ways, so that's why I'm always curious
Yeah.
because like I've seen parents and children fight because they're identical and
yeah.
they butt heads. And then I've
Paige
seen it
and
the other
I,
way.
my oldest daughter, Paige and I have a hard time connecting with Paige because she's so needy and she's so dramatic and she's so attention seeking and she's everything that I'm not.
Mhm.
And it's really hard. Like she's the type of kid, well, adult woman. It's almost deceiving because it's like you're looking at a woman, but you're dealing with like almost like a child in some ways because
Yeah.
she's the type that would say, "Hey, mom, let's go to the mall." Grab your hand and start skipping through the corridor straight to the Disney store.
Paige is more
Try
like that.
on, you know, like and grab at everything in the store. Oh, mommy, isn't this cute? Oh, and I'm like, first of all, I'm mom, not mommy. But secondly, we don't hold hands and snuggle.
They
You
buy
know,
me this. No.
public displays of affection.
Paige was more like me, I would
Yeah,
say.
if we're sitting at a restaurant, you can sit across the table from me so we can actually have a proper conversation. You don't
Yeah.
need to snuggle with me in the booth.
Yeah, I think that's weird.
Right?
See,
It's weird. And but that's Paige in a nutshell. She's very, very, very needy. And it's hard because I'm not as affectionate that way. And you know, so I have a hard time being able to live up to her expectation of what she needs from me.
Yeah. Well, even though Tanya one time accused me of me wanting Paige for the daughter, no, Paige is just a lot like me, though.
Paige is a lot like Sonia.
Like, meaning I can handle Paige.
Sonny, so Sonny, if we go eat at a restaurant, are you going to sit on the same side of the table as me and snuggle?
Yeah. If that's what my daughter wanted, yep.
But I mean, we could be walking down walking together and she'll just grab my boob or grab my ass because she thinks it's funny because she knows that it annoys me, but she'll do it just to get that jolt out of me.
Whereas I would just laugh.
I don't like that. I don't think it's funny.
Yeah.
I would think it's weird when I see couples sitting on the same side of a restaurant, like table. I'm like, there's no one on the other side. You're not on TV. There's no one filming you.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if you're sitting there doing a crossword together or something, or you're
No, you know what they're doing. They're like,
yeah,
I don't know. I can't relate. And Paige is such a princess. She wants people to take care of her. She doesn't want to take care of herself. And I'm like, no, get off your butt and do stuff. Clean up your room, help with housework, like actually do stuff. Don't try to, bribe people into doing stuff for you or expect people to take care of you. Take care of yourself.
Who wouldn't want to,
Yeah.
Paige is like, it's only for the fact now that she's 32. And you're like, okay, I could handle this more when you were like 19, 20s.
Yeah.
But you're literally 32 now.
We know a lot of immature 30-some-year-olds, though.
And it's like, okay, at what point when you kind of grow up a little bit? Okay. Like, meaning I like to joke around and I can take Paige and, stuff like that. Like I said, me and Tanya are different that way. I will joke about that. Stuff like that does not bug me. To Tanya, it makes her feel uncomfortable. Because you just don't do like that stuff. Whereas me, I'm just like, really? Grab my ass, I'll grab it back, type of thing and laugh it off. But the thing is that as she's become 32, you're like, okay, but you're not like a kid anymore. It's time to kind of she basically has this little big sookie side, this really big sookie side. And it's like, Paige, okay, you're not 32, time to grow up a little bit. You can still have the fun side, but there's a difference between needy
but I mean, the thing is, even when we're together, she's like, oh, mommy. And then she'll come and grab my face and full on lips lock.
Lip smack,
and I'm like, Paige, you can give me a kiss on the cheek. You can give me a hug, but a full on kiss at 32 years old, I find that a little awkward.
It would be more so if it was a boy.
Like, I'm not going to French kiss with my daughter.
It's like you're a testing case. I remember one time too with Paige when she would give me these kisses, and I'd be like, are you just using me instead of a pillow? because it feels like you're like giving me inappropriate kisses here, like, but it's almost like she was doing that though. I just called her out on it because it was just like someone that instead of using a pillow, they're using like your auntie's lips, and I'm like, Paige, and I feel like that's a little awkward there, okay? Just a little, mwah, but not where you plant it and it just stays there for a minute, and you're like, okay, detach yourself,
Right.
or sometimes
You're like, we're still at the grocery store.
yeah.
I love my daughter. I just need her to behave like the woman that she is, not a child. And but because of the drugs, because of her addiction, it's held her back. And
Paige is a poor me person.
Yes,
it's the victim mentality.
Yeah. Paige.
Yeah. I have an aunt like that.
It's like my son made a comment to me, and he said something like, both you and dad were bad parents. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I would never put myself in a bad parent category. I can
honestly say in all the years that I watched you raise Matthew, you were an excellent parent. You loved your son, maybe to the point of smothering him a little bit too much.
Right.
Because he was your only child. You didn't want to let him kind of spread his wings and fly a little bit more. Whereas I had more kids. So I was not as like, I wasn't I wasn't afraid to let them do things.
But it was because of the incident with the paper bag rapist that.
Well, it was, but in saying that, like I was a victim to that. Like, we were all victims, but I was personally a victim to this man, and so was Paula. And it did prevent me from wanting my kids to walk through green belts and go into enclosed like forest spaces and things like that. And if I knew that we were living on a catchment where the kids would have to cross through a green belt, I would fight to have them sent to a different school. I did have some paranoia, believe me, after that.
Right.
What, Adam?
Naturally. I mean, that's, of course you would.
Well, the thing is that.
But when it came to letting the kids like go to the mall or go to the playground or the park, as long as they were in a group, as long as there was at least two of them for sure, but never traveling alone, always making sure that you had a buddy system in place kind of thing, then I was comfortable. But on their own, no. Not so much.
Well, I mean, not to bring up Delphi, but I think for well over a year after what happened to Delphi, there were no kids out on the trail because what parents would let them,
Exactly.
Well, no, exactly. And so, because I was going to say, and I said this before, like, I didn't realize I had an issue with that. I knew that the incident happened. And even though Tanya and Paula were the ones that he did stuff to, it didn't dawn on me, meaning that I started getting nightmares about him missing from school. And my thing was this, is that...
you hear that from other... I'm sorry.
Pardon, no, say it again?
No, I was just saying, you hear that from siblings of children that have gone through, have been victims of things. Because, they take on the effect, not that it didn't happen to them, but they end up taking the consequences from,
exactly.
the steps that have to be taken afterwards.
Well, and Matthew was born years later. Like, this happened in 1979, right?
Yeah.
Like, we were 10 years old, Sonia. Like, you and I, we were 9. We were going to be 10. Like, when this happened. So you think how many years later, when you had a child, that this all kind of resurfaced?
Well, that's what happened, is that I never really put much thought into it anymore, meaning I wasn't thinking anything. But then once I had Matthew, and so my bottom line was this: it was my job to protect him. And so I basically, if Matthew, wanted to play, my eyes were always on Matthew, because it was my job to protect him. He was my only son, and it was my job as a parent to protect him. And so when it was time to go to school, like I said, the stuff that I didn't know was sitting in the background of my head came forward, and I started having these really bad nightmares about him missing from school. I would literally have panic attacks. So yes, so my sister and that would say I smother instead of mother. And I always felt like, yes, I did, but you know what? I at least made my son, kept him safe in a safe environment. So let me.
And they call that helicopter parenting now.
Yeah, like honestly, like when Matthew went to go stay the night at his Aunt Karen's the one night, I literally couldn't sleep. Thought I wanted a day off from, whatever. I just couldn't sleep. I just wanted to get there the next morning, get Matthew back. If Matthew was with me, he was safe. That was as simple as I can put it. If he was with me, it meant he was safe. It mean I was protecting him from all the bad things that could happen. And Tanya, remember when we went camping? Within 5 minutes, he falls off the slide.
He broke his arm.
He cracked his.
You told us about that one night.
Yeah, right. And it was just horrific to me. Like we literally just get there.
They literally
And Matthew went to go look over the side of the slide, the slide, and falls off. And all you hear is this scream. And I'm like, oh, my son. Like, how could I allow this to happen? Like, we're just there.
You're right there.
And so I blame myself in a sense because I should have, I was trying to give him a little bit of freedom here, play with the kids at the park. You're fine. But my eyes will always, usually be on him. And I turn around. Next thing I know, turn around and I hear a scream and I'm like, my kid. And for me, it's one of those things. Yeah,
it's sad because that John Otten, who we believe was the person that was responsible for all of this. We were just 4 kids playing at a playground off of the side of a main sort of artery coming off of the freeway. And, we didn't think anything of it. We were actually at my grandma Remy's funeral a few blocks away. We were bored. My mom said we could go to the store to get some candy. And we saw the park across the street, which was, like I said, very visible to the cars driving by. Yeah. And we were just playing on a swing set. And out of nowhere, some guy comes walking over to us who's basically got, I think, a toque and a turtleneck. So all that's really exposed is his nose and eyes.
Right. And he had a balaclava on.
Yeah, something that was covering where you only saw a certain portion of his face.
You saw
that was also a time when you still trusted adults. People.
Right, and the sad part is this was in February, and our mom's birthday was in March. So when he came over, there was a little school just off to the side, and he had us convinced that there was stuff stolen from the school and that there was a reward or money that if the stuff was found. And because there was a green belt area that surrounded quite a large area, he had us convinced that whoever stole it probably dumped it in the bush, and if we helped him find it, we would get some money, and we were thinking it would be nice to be able to buy our mom a birthday present. Mm-hmm. So he split us up into groups, 2 of us with him, 2 of us not. And so initially he said, you 2 go start over here.
Yeah, that's telling.
Yep. You 2 go start over here, and you 2 go start over here with me, and we'll meet up in the middle and see what we find. Well, we met up and nobody found anything. So he's like, okay, now you 2 come with me, meaning my sister and me. My sister Paula and me. Now we're with him, and my sister and brother are working in the opposite direction. And then literally at some point he kind of crouches down and he goes, I think I see something. And he's pointing, and we're like, we don't see anything. He's like, no, come over here. And as soon as we're in front of him, he literally pushed me to the ground face down. He put my sister on top of me so I couldn't go anywhere, and he raped her. Or he sexually assaulted her, and I didn't know. And we were our lives were being threatened. At the same time, he's asking us, where do we live? What school do we go to? What's our phone number? And I was telling the truth because I was so scared. I didn't even know how to lie. And my sister's nudging me like, shut the hell up. And the next thing you know, you hear a honk, in the distance.
Yeah, the honk.
And he was off, and he said, you better count. If you leave before you finish counting to 100, I will find you and I will kill you and your family. And
that age, you believe anything that's said after something like that happens?
Say that again?
I said, and of course you're going to believe anything that's said.
Absolutely. So we started counting, and then we heard him leave. And then my sister said, I'm going to count to 10 and get up and run like hell. So she counted to 10 and we ran. And we ran straight up that main road, like I said, where you could easily see the park. And next thing you know, my mom's coming down the road, pulling over, like, and we're hysterical. And other cars are pulling over because they can clearly see that something's wrong. And my mom basically, you know, as much as she kind of took it seriously, it just kind of got swept under the carpet. You know, the police did come. We did look at books and try to you know, figure out who this might be. Sonia and Kenny were still actually in the bush. So my other older half brothers actually went back to go find them.
No, that's actually not quite. What happened is that me and Kenny were walking down the middle part there where it was opened up on the green.
Yeah.
Down the hill. And then we heard the honk. And that's what made me look over at that Ethel car that was sitting up there with somebody else in it. There was somebody else in that car that honked to give that guy warning. Yeah. And so as we were going down, we saw that John Otten guy run across to the vehicle.
I didn't know you saw him. Yeah.
Yeah. And then me and Kenny started walking. I just remember us walking along the path of somewhere in there. And then all of a sudden Mom comes, I hear Mom screaming, going, you know, Sonia, Kenny, like what, you know, like you guys could have been killed. And
the funny thing is when we went back to Grandma Reenie's house and the police were there and all of this, eventually it just, like I said, got swept under the cupboard. There was no counseling. There was no nothing. I was having the worst nightmares of my life, feeling like I was standing in a room and the walls were coming in and I was basically just going to be like squashed to death. I was scared to go to bed every single night. Just worried. And then the funny thing is, over time, you know, time heals to a sense. And this was 1979. I graduated in 1987. And it was when I was graduating that I happened to be watching the news with my mom. And they had a sketch of a man that they called the paper bag rapist. So somebody asked, was he ever caught? That man is believed to be the same man who did what he did to us and many others. And he was eventually caught in Langley trying to assault a woman who was pushing her baby in a baby carriage. Yeah. So he was caught. He was put in jail. He is still in jail to this day. He was moved from the Abbotsford prison to a prison in Alberta, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's in Alberta.
Yeah, he comes up for parole every 4 years. But the funny thing, the crazy part of this story is that several, like, as an adult and with kids, I lived in Coquitlam. My mom lived in Abbotsford, which is a 45-minute drive away, or not even. And on a Mother's Day, I was going to see my mom. And we got on the freeway and it was a massive traffic jam. Basically, the freeway was shut down. We could not go get to my mom's house. John Otten, the man who did this, his sister hired a limousine to pick up his mother to go visit him at the prison. Well, that limousine driver ended up driving off the road into the ditch, and John Otten's mother was killed that day in the car accident. Yep. So his mother going to see him was the reason that I couldn't get to see my mom, because she was actually killed that day in that car accident. Like, of all the people to be in an accident that day, it was his mother. And I mean, I don't fault the mother for her son being a crazy psycho lunatic. No mom can ever predict that a child is going to turn out that way. But in saying that, it's just, what were the chances?
I had no idea about that part that you just said. So you were trying to go see Mom?
Yeah, I was trying to, because Golden Ears Bridge didn't exist. You had to go right, and then freeway. And then we came to a dead standstill, and they were actually redirecting traffic because there was that accident. And the limousine driver went off the road. I don't know why, if she fell asleep, if there was some reason for her to go off the road, but the limousine rolled into the ditch and his mom was killed.
Ugh.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
What I thought you were going to say, sorry, Adam, what I thought you were going to say was, what's bizarre is the fact that he literally says, I don't want to get released because I'll reoffend.
Oh, I may no the superintendent or the head, the guy that was in charge of his case, the superintendent from Langley District. He said that John Otten is beyond rehabilitation, and even though he does get to come up for parole every 4 years, he will never be released. He's sick, and they actually believe that he was linked to murders and other serious crimes against women. And he actually initially, I believe, started out terrorizing women, and then that was no longer a challenge for him, which is why him approaching 4 kids at a park and separating us, it was a challenge to him. It was a new challenge. So they actually believe that we were one of his first younger victims.
So,
Right.
wrong with people.
Yeah. It's just, like I said, this is where it is that everyone has a past and everyone has a story, so people shouldn't be so judgy.
Yeah.
So much.
I think it takes a lot of bravery, and because a lot of people don't, a lot of people just aren't in a place where they want to tell that kind of stuff, of their story. Yeah. So I, commend you for opening up and putting, information out there that, is personal like that, because it's hard.
Well, it's like when you kids, they get approached by strangers. Hey, I have candy at my car. If you come with me, I mean, we were a group of 4 kids that were easily lured. I mean, there was a part of us that thought, oh, maybe we shouldn't do this. But then the thought of being able to buy our mom a birthday present, and that obviously was more important than that natural instinct.
I forgot about that until you just said that.
Like I said, we were taught to respect and listen to adults.
Yeah. Yeah.
You weren't, we weren't taught that adults were bad then.
Exactly.
So much.
Exactly. And the thing, and like I said before in another live, is that, like I said, like we were dumb. We literally could have been killed.
Yeah.
Because of our ignorance of thinking that, adults, they're not there to hurt you. So we didn't think that he was going to try to hurt us.
It wasn't your fault, because how could you have known?
No, exactly. But it's kind of like when you realize how stupid you were, in a sense, even though you didn't know any better, really, that at that point we could have been done.
That's called a life lesson.
That was a big life lesson. And that's probably why what came back to haunt me is just how easy kids are persuaded. And we all know that the Adam Walsh story was something huge for us that they made us watch in school. Yeah. And I'll never forget that.
Happened right before I was born.
Yeah.
I did a massive public speech on Adam.
Yeah.
Because that was December, right? Or
I don't remember the month.
It was 1980, and I was born. I knew that my mother was pregnant with me, and then I was like, "And you still named me Adam?" That was weird.
Yeah.
and honestly, I love the name Adam, and I really considered that as one of the names for my children if I had a son. Dave didn't particularly like Adam, so I went with Kevin.
I don't
my
like
son's
it.
name is Kevin with a J. Jevin.
You don't like the name Adam?
No, I don't like your ex because he didn't like my name.
Oh, I know.
I
was going to name my son Adam or Trey, and then I settled on Jevin, which a friend or my daughter Paige, when she was in school, there was this biker mom that had tattoos all over. She was kind of scary, but her son had a liking for Paige, so they asked for a play date, and I remembered his name was Jevin. And that name always stuck with me. So then I named Jevin after that.
I like it better than Trey.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, well, Trey, because like Will Smith, I always loved his kid's name Trey. But I like Chase and Trey and Adam, like I said, with Jason.
Yeah, I was going to be a Jacob. That was my other one.
Jacob.
And I was joked that I don't think I would be a good Jake.
Yeah, Jacob or Jason, or I could see like if I had twin boys, it would have been probably Jacob and Jason or something. But
It's like, you know how people's names like Adam, when I see Adam, he looks like to me, he seems like an Adam. And then there's some people that name their kids and they totally don't match what they look like to their name in a sense in your head, and it's kind of like Matthew. I was going to name my kid Ashton because I really liked Ashton. That was a stripper at a strip club. And I just really liked his name.
Okay, Tony.
Yeah, right. And I just really liked his name. And I was like, whatever. Now, the ex Steve didn't like that name because it's too girly, he said. And
Ashton.
thought it was too girly. And so I was there. I always like I like strong names. I wanted a strong name. And so I was like, what about Matthew? And we called Matt. And so by no means.
Well, because Matthew and Matt both sound good. When you abbreviate a name, you have to make sure that it's a name that sounds good abbreviated as well.
Right. And then there's also like I like the name William, but then there's like, are they going to be a Will or a Bill or a Bill?
Well, my biological dad's name was William, and guess what? My son Jevin, his middle name, almost if David had his way, but I ended up giving him Jevin David, his dad's first name, not his middle name. But no, my biological dad was William, and it's always funny how because some people go by Bill. Which is what my dad went by, but why isn't it Will? I don't understand why it's Bill.
I know someone. I know Will, and I know a Willie. You don't want a Willie.
Yeah, Willie Nelson. There you go.
Yeah, or what's the name? James, and it's like Jim. There's Jimbo.
Right, or Bob becomes Rob. Robert becomes Bob.
Richard, Dick.
Right.
Yeah.
That's my middle name.
Hey, listen, I went to school with a guy and his name was Dick Head.
Dick
My
did that on purpose.
My actual last name is Spinner. So my middle name is Dick Spinner.
Dick Spinner.
That's funny. Hi, Crime Sleuthin. It's my twin sister here. But we got you guys. We're literally 13 seconds left of the 6 hour mark.
Yeah, I really try to get some sleep because I have to work in the morning, even though I only have one client.
I know. And my husband, it's 1236. He probably wants to go to bed soon. And at 10 again, maybe you can join us on Tuesday for Just Asking when we're going to talk about New Year's stuff. My sister, honestly, she's great and awesome at decorating. She's just really good at cooking. Just so many different stuff. She's very good at crafts, but her forte is decorating like cupcakes and cakes and thinking of what to do for party themes. I showed some of her stuff the other day. Alexa, you would know, she's a Hello Kitty person that I was showing my sister's Hello Kitty stuff the other day from a birthday party. My sister goes all out when it's actually that's where me and my sister probably had the most enjoyment is that. Wow, I mean, we were dollar store queens, especially me, right? It was like me and my sister, as much as we're different, we always would bounce ideas like, hey, Sam, what should we do? Oh, let's do this. We always actually complimented each other with coming up with what we were going to do typically, It's like she would have ideas, I'd have ideas, or she'd be like, Sam, what do you think? And whatever. Even though Tanya has a natural talent for creating like I said, just an amazing birthday parties and stuff like that. And it was always, we actually really liked doing events, and that's why I liked New Year's. It was like games and just fun and happiness type of thing.
I like doing tables. I like doing tablescapes and stuff.
Miracle Heart said, "My home is beautiful. I thought it was a fake green scene."
Oh no!
You thought that my background was fake?
Yeah. Miracle Hearts, yeah.
Or she, I'm sorry, I don't know if Miracle Heart is a guy or a girl.
Yeah, she.
But no, it's not a fake scene, it's real.
Yeah, no, that's not
that's a compliment.
It's because there are green screens that kind of look like that, but no, that's my sister's home. I've showed your home actually before in your patio and inside, but I mean she can't really take her camera off to really twizzle it around because it's built into her.
Yeah, it just pulls out of the top of my screen.
Yeah. Does it pull out?
No, it just lifts
Oh,
up. That's
yeah.
it. It just
Oh,
pulls up.
okay.
That's it.
So yeah, my sister, like I said, she likes to do a lot of things. She doesn't give herself enough credit for what she actually does, because I keep saying, well, why don't you make a YouTube channel on something that you really like to do? She's like, why would anyone want to listen to me, what I have to say? Because there's a lot of people out there that really do like. If
I'm just a very insecure person. I always have been. I probably will be for life.
But the thing is, Tan,
you don't come across that way.
A lot of people
outwardly.
A lot of people say that, but internally,
like
there's
for her
just
to do
so
this
much
live.
internally.
Sorry, my eyes are starting to bug me. For her to do this live, I was amazed. That she actually
You kept saying
agreed.
that. You were like, "Oh, she won't do it. She probably will back out. She'll back out."
Yeah. Well, I wasn't
Usually
really
I
expecting.
do. Usually I actually do. She's asked me many times. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird. Well, it's weird when you've not done it too either. I mean, but after you've done it a couple times, it's not weird anymore. Even if you are, even if you are an introvert, or even if you are insecure about it, after you do it a few times,
I just don't really feel like I have anything to contribute. Like I'm not really like.
I think I've seen like 5 or 10 people in this chat say, "You need to make her on here a regular."
Yeah.
So
I'd have my sister on more if she wanted to join. Even though I know, like, on the other channel, my sister's not totally into the missing and the murdered like I am and stuff like that. But
what if you got a channel and it was bigger than Sunny's?
Yeah.
But there's like competitiveness.
Yeah. Well,
and then your other sister would have to get one.
Oh, Paul, yeah. The thing is with Tanya, it's like she could easily put her camera, use her phone as a camera, and show people how to like I said, she doesn't understand that there's a lot of stuff out there on YouTube land that people want to learn how to make cupcakes and make beautiful cupcakes and what you can do. It's kind of like, right, or TikTok.
Because then you're not doing live, you're just recording it and putting it out there.
It's kind of like Tanya.
I work in administration and payroll, and I hate it, and I've hated it for years. But it became comfortable, and everybody's like, "Oh, you should be an interior designer. You should do staging. You should do, do baking. You should do party planning. You should do all these creative things that I know is what my heart really should have pursued. Like I should have.
You only live once.
Yeah." But I was pregnant at age 20. I was in survival mode. I started working in an office environment and it just stuck. And I was always too afraid to work like on a commission or start again. So I just stayed with what was comfortable.
I get it. Your work stands for itself. I mean, I know someone that left their corporate job and they started doing birthday cakes out of their kitchen. And I mean, they do it full time, and their work is amazing.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, my sister doesn't realize that there's this niche out there for lots of different things. People like I said, it doesn't. I remember, you guys, and no offense to this lady, but there was this 500-pound lady that I remember watching one day, and I remember going, "Good for her." She was sitting there at her little like she had kind of like a whole mystic, magical kind of background, kind of like your cheesy, here's some lights and some almost like psychic type of curtainy things. But she was this lady that obviously knew that in the world, for her to be on her feet, she was about 500 pounds, not gonna lie, okay, but for her to be on her feet and maintaining a regular job, not probably going to happen too well. So she was using what she had available, which is the internet, and making her jewelry, and then offering free gifts for, some giveaways and stuff like that. And I thought to myself, good for her.
You can get Hemsworth and you're still going to get criticism. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean,
you just have to be right. You just have to know it's going to happen and not let it affect you.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you saw that the names of Sunny gets called and I get called,
please. Honestly, it's so laughable to me.
Sometimes I'm like, I can see that a little bit.
Now, who's Crime Sleuth? And I think I've heard you say that name before.
No, probably not.
Crime Sleuthin?
Crime Sleuthin is in here a lot. It's good. We love Crime Sleuthin, but yeah.
I was going to say, so, I mean, when she says before, I think she would have meant today, because because I haven't like talked about like crime sleuthing. You wouldn't know of.
Maybe I saw it when I was watching one of your.
Well,
I've
When
gone
she
on and
lurks.
looked at your.
Maybe. I
Well,
think that there's a few different names that are similar around that same thing.
Oh, maybe.
And I
Haley
think
made
that's
me
probably-
watch your channel last time, or Shay.
But-
Somebody,
right.
the kids
But
have
thank
made me watch it.
Maybe.
Yeah, we all
Yeah.
have we have 6 beautiful blue eyes. Thank you.
I got brown, but
Sonia doesn't have blue eyes. That's why I'm confused.
I wasn't
I
gonna
know.
call her
That's, I
out.
know. I just said I got brown.
She's talking about Chico,
Ours are pretty.
Yeah.
Ours are pretty enough that we have 6.
right?
Yeah. Anyways, you guys, thank you so much for joining me and my twin and Adam. I'm sorry, Adam, if we overtalked you a lot there.
No, I was here to listen. You're. I really
just-
wanted to hear you guys, you ladies, discuss, and
Well,
because I love family dynamics. So
Bye-bye.
For me personally, like I said, my twin's like the opposite. So just to get her on today was amazing to me that she even came on. I was really expecting her to go no, because again, she is like she says, like maybe now that she's done a live, she'll understand it's really not that hard.
I'm a bit of a hermit. I'm
a YOLO. She's
there are a
no.
lot of hermits on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so-
I guess so. Hey,
It's just that some people are, like I said, more extroverts. My sister's an introvert that way.
I'm an
Yeah.
introvert.
And so
I know we have to go, but it's funny. What I was talking about dating, and so I was talking about how I was like, I would never online date. That's so awkward. You're just talking to strangers on the internet. You don't know them, and then they were like, you have a YouTube channel.
yeah.
Exactly.
And I was like, okay, touche.
Thank you, Miracle Heart. You too.
Yeah. But yeah, so like I said, maybe my sister doesn't understand is that she could build a channel because she has so many home decor things that she could talk about. Like literally,
but
she could
that,
create a channel based on all this decor or even cooking and baking and all it kind of be in the same YouTube channel because it's all relevant to the inside of the house and cooking and baking and doing different things. She is kind of like a jack of all trades for a lot of things.
No, it
to
would
be
be a
honest.
Jill of all trades.
But and even if there's something you're not an expert on, you get in touch with someone, and then you have them on as a guest, and then they go over it together, and you learn something, and you present something.
Well, the thing is, when Sonia says I'm a Jill of all trades, not just domestically, like I can change light fixtures and fix
That's what I'm saying.
plumbing and hang wallpaper and paint and lay carpet. Like I can do. I'm pretty like handy.
Those
I
videos
built
get tons of views,
retaining walls.
Yeah.
I built gardens. I like.
especially being a female. You would probably get a lot of attention doing it.
You know
too.
what's hilarious? Is the cul-de-sac that I live on. I am the only woman who is ever outside physically improving my home. Every other home, it's the dad or the mom.
Yeah.
It's never the woman. I'm the only one, and then they all look over at me like she doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then they're all like, "Wow,
Pull up the
can't
song.
believe you did that." And I'm like, I did.
Yeah. You know, but
I
that's what I'm
painted the entire exterior of my house, including the vinyl
Well,
siding.
my sister, she keeps saying that she wants to retire. So, like I said, like anyone out there as well, if you feel like whatever, got something, like some people keep, like my sister, keep saying, I got nothing to offer. She's absolutely wrong about that. She has a lot to offer people. There's lots of people that want to learn how to make or recipes.
Right.
My sister's a great cook. She just, we're very creative in this family.
Sunny and I don't have any history in true crime, but
right.
we don't have law enforcement experience.
Yeah.
I just always had low self-confidence. It's what it all boils down to.
Yeah.
I've
right,
always, like, from birth. Like, it's
Yeah.
not like it just developed.
Yeah.
It's
I will
since
attest to
birth.
that. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sonia can attest to that. Exactly.
Exactly.
You probably did something to her in the womb.
Nope. A kick.
Say that again?
I said, Sunny, you probably did something to her in the womb.
Yeah. I don't
Definitely.
know. I probably kicked her too hard or something in her head. I don't know.
And he's like, no. Somebody's like, I'm so quiet. I'm good. Kick.
Yeah.
Boom.
The thing is that no risk, no reward. And
Right.
I like challenges and I like risk because I don't care. What have I got to lose? Either people follow you or they don't. Who cares? Right?
Yeah,
It's
what,
one of the two things is gonna happen.
there are
At the
channels
end of
out there that have been on there for 5 years and have 100 followers.
It's all
yeah,
the technology like that just does not interest me.
it's not even hard to
Like,
go.
honestly, I can tell you right
I
now,
can,
like it took me years before I would actually even get a cell phone. I don't want people to contact me when I'm out. I want to be left alone.
I get that.
Yeah, and I don't want to be at the mercy of email and text messages and all the constant stuff like that. Or I don't want to be a part of social media, Twitter and
Yeah,
Facebook.
then maybe it shouldn't. Yeah, then maybe it's not your thing. Then
You know, it's so much,
It's one
right?
of
just
those
could you
things.
tell us all your information and then we'll do it?
She could,
Sure.
but the thing is that she could have a residual income and build upon it when she gets enough subscribers and whatever,
And have
right?
those 4 kids run all that.
You know, and the thing is that she doesn't realize
Well,
that
3.
she could.
That's right.
So my sister loves to do certain things, and for me, it's all about sharing. Sharing. A lot of people love sharing the knowledge that they have, you know, and that's why we go to YouTube and Google things. How to make
Mhm.
this, how to do that, how whatever. That's the whole point of it. Is that there's all these different niches in all different things, and that we all go to YouTube. Like even my husband goes to YouTube when he wants to learn how to, you know, maybe there's a, you know, some sort of tool out
Oh,
there.
I YouTube stuff all the time on
What,
Hey.
and it's all, and that's all kids do now.
Yeah.
And that's,
I mean,
that's all we
Oh,
do.
yeah.
So,
Exactly. If I need to know how to fix the toilet, I YouTube it. Like
Yeah.
that's
well,
you know.
that's exactly it, Tanya. So when people say like I don't got nothing and whatever, but what you do what you best excel at. Like, and I don't want to say I excel at true crime, but I always excelled at reading people, and that when people gave me a challenge, and or they were lying to me, I would always, you know, go search for the truth just so I
Right.
could prove to myself I was right about them. And
and I have a
basically-
passion. I have a passion for like just
Yeah.
justice for
absolutely.
for people that deserve it.
Right. You know, I think it more became when I first became aware of kind of like if I wanted to kind of take the channel and kind of grow it. Because at first, you know, I wasn't caring. I was basically like, piss off, people. Come on. This isn't for you. This isn't for you guys. This is for me. I'm doing this for me here for Abby and Libby. And then it was like, wait a second. We can be a voice for all the missing and the murdered. We can be voices for these people, and we can give people a say or a voice to talk or just show their posters and
Or
bring
just
awareness,
spell rumors that might help.
Yeah. you know. So it just became about, as much as it's a dark area to ever be in, and I never expected to be here
Yeah.
doing this type of thing. I just like the fact that you can literally help a family out by everyone just sharing posters, you know, because on the internet, like Tanya, seriously, I was watching something yesterday and it rang so true. The news people don't go to the alley anymore, really. They go to the sleuths of the internet. The
Yeah.
It
sleuths
takes
usually
weeks.
have-
Oh,
Yeah.
of course.
the sleuths usually have the information.
Yeah.
Even though like they don't look at it as a good thing or whatever. But the
Mhm.
thing is that you're gonna find a lot of faster information or different things, usually from the sleuth
Yeah.
on the internet.
Yeah.
Like we usually hear and know things a lot of times before that.
Well, then when it finally gets to the news, it's a week later, and it's
Yeah, it's a
usually
week
because
later.
they're owned by 3 or 4 companies, and they have to get
Yeah.
trickled down from the top before they'll, put them on local news.
you know,
Exactly.
but the thing is that if your child's missing, like wildfire through the internet.
Mhm.
So those are good things to do.
Yep.
To
Because
help
if they're
out.
not blonde hair and blue eyes, they don't get on the news that fast.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Right? But anyways, you guys gotta go. We gotta go.
Yeah,
We got
Yeah,
to go.
I'm tired.
Yeah,
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas. I hope everyone, had a really good Christmas. Thank you guys for joining in the chat. And appreciation to my sister for joining us tonight. Maybe she'll
nice
do
to
it
meet you.
again with us. Like
Thank
I
you.
said,
You too.
maybe on the Just Ask channel. But what'd you say, Adam?
I said it was nice to meet you.
Yeah. Like I said,
Me, not you, Sonia.
yeah, I know he meant you. But he says that to me all the time. Oh, I love it when Sunny and I do lives. It's just so
Right.
awesome.
I know. I'm like, well, I'm here tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm here tomorrow if you want to do a live with me. And I'm like, no, don't love you that much. No.
Sonny will take I know Sonny. She'll be up all night, and then she'll take a nap around about
Yeah.
my time. About my time at 11. And
Yeah.
so then when I'm done with work around 1, she'll be asleep, and I'll be like, Sonny,
Yeah.
Sonny,
Yeah.
Sonny.
Yeah.
And then around 4, she'll message me back and be like, I'm tired. I don't want to.
Well, believe me, I didn't know if it was at 6 or 6:30, so I'm messaging her saying 6 or 6:30 ? No response, and she's like, "Sorry, I'm napping."
Yeah. I
I'm
got
like,
a quick, I took literally
I
took
just-
a quick 30-minute nap after
Yeah.
dinner. Yeah, I was, and then I seen this message going 6 or 6:30, and I'm like, well, it's 6:18 now, so obviously.
Yeah,
it's 6:30.
exactly. So I'm like,
But yeah,
okay, well,
But-
maybe she fell asleep and she'll sleep right through it. That's
no,
what I thought was going to happen.
I was just feeling really tired after eating that big meal. And so, yeah, so I was just feeling really tired. And I was like, oh, let me have a quick nap, a little
Yeah.
power nap before the live. Anyways, you guys have a
Okay.
Merry Christmas. Well, you guys have a Merry
It's
Christmas.
nice to meet all of you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys take care. All the best and happy holidays. Stay safe.
Yeah.
All that good
Happy
stuff.
Boxing Day tomorrow to everyone that
Yeah,
celebrates
happy Boxing Day tomorrow. And yeah,
What's your day?
so anyways, take care. Thanks again, you guys. Good night.
Bye.
that.